championship match between Sussex and Leicestershire. There's not a huge amount of spectators in the ground, so I don't know whether the commentary is going out around the ground, but I know it's going out on the live stream, so I'm assuming if you have got a headset and you're in the ground that it is working properly and you can hear us loud and clear here in the commentary box on a beautiful sunny day. I'm Adrian Harms, delighted that our commentary team today will be Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester and Ricky Clark, the former England, Warwickshire and Surrey all-rounder who's sitting next to me. Morning, Ricky.
Morning, Adrian. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Hope you are too. It's been an interesting 3 days. We haven't seen many wickets fall. We've only seen 13 in the match, but I just wonder we could still get a result in this game, you know.
Yeah, definitely. I think if we look at the first 3 days, it's been very batter-friendly, so to speak. So it could be an interesting day ahead. Leicestershire will be looking to push on and try and get a bit of a lead and maybe put Sussex under pressure later on in the game. And it's just a question of what this pitch does. Will it take a little bit of turn? I noticed we've had a heavy roller on it this morning. Will that make it just keep a little bit low in times for the seamers to give them something on offer? And as I said, will it take a little bit of turn? So Leicestershire will be looking to bat sensibly, maybe for the first hour, and then see where they are in the game to try and push it on a little bit. And Sussex will be trying to take early wickets and stop that from happening.
Terrific partnership between Colin Ackerman and VM Mulder yesterday, worth 250, and certainly VM Mulder was really looking to get after the bowling. I was just sort of wondering, Ricky, that Leicestershire will need to do two things. A, allow themselves enough time to bowl Sussex out if it comes to that, but also they're going to have to give themselves enough of a lead to make that possible. Now, they're still in arrears by 66 runs. I think it's 66, 59 runs, sorry, 59, look at my book more closely, 59 runs. So let's say 150, they might think, well, that means they've got to get 200 runs, and that's going to take them a good amount of time, Ricky.
It will, yes, but there's still a lot of time left in the game. If they can give themselves something of a lead, it's easily said, but it's only 10 balls. Or in this instance, Tom Haynes, unfortunately,
yes,
had to retire injured, and it's bad news for him. So Leicestershire will potentially be looking at as 9 wickets if they do get a little bit of a lead. So it's just a case of, can they bat sensibly? I've seen it so many times before when sides go out and go, all right, let's push it on a little bit. You lose a couple of wickets and it just tears up plan A straight away, and you have to rethink. So they're going to have to be smart. Sussex are going to come out. There'll be some tired, weary bodies. 143 overs they've done, the Sussex team, so it'll be a case of them just trying to bash away and keep Leicester quiet as much as they can.
Other little milestones, Ricky. There's a new ball available to Sussex in 17 overs. In general terms, when I look from here, you generally think, new ball's available, let's take it. But the new ball did go a bit around the park yesterday. I just wonder, in fact, if you've got an older, softer ball, it's sometimes harder for the batsman to hit the ball as well, so that might be a consideration.
100%. From my playing days, I was always very reluctant for a captain to take the new ball on particular pitches, just because it just comes onto the bat a lot nicer. The bounce makes it a little bit more true, and it can go around the park. So I think sometimes you say with an older ball, it just makes it harder to time. You can set your field straight, bring the stumps into play, and really try and dot up the batsman as much as you can.
Well, the players are making the way out to the middle. Umpires Neil Pratt and Ben Debenham is the other umpire. Well done, Ricky. Are out in the middle, ready and waiting as the Sussex players are out by Steve Finn, who looks very sprightly this morning. He looked worn out last night, Steve Finn, but I have to say, I thought he captained really well yesterday, because it's a young Sussex side. It was a hot day. One or two were flagging a bit in the field, and I thought as the skipper, he really set the example and he set the tone for Sussex yesterday, particularly late on in the day.
Yeah, he's got bag of experience, hasn't he? So he'll be dragging this young side along, trying to make sure that they stay focused, stay in the game, and do the best they can to try and get some early wickets this morning. It's what they need to try and really stop this run flow and break this partnership. It's been a fantastic partnership from Colin Ackerman and VM Mulder. So it'll be Mulder to face the first ball of the morning, and it is going to be James Coles, who was limping around a little bit yesterday, so hopefully he's moving a little bit better this morning, as he's going to start proceedings off from the C end. Stands next to Captain Stephen Finn and just make sure the field is correct and where he wants it. And it will be James Coles starting us off this morning on his 4th day. Comes into Mulder, who goes onto the back foot, punches it through the extra cover region, where Alior does the fielding. 1 run to the total.
Stephen spoke a lot last night, Ricky, actually, about the balls in county cricket, and he was saying that it seems to go a funny shape. So it's quite an interesting interview that he gave last night. We've got it on the BBC website, so worth a listen to those who are listening today.
As in comes Coles again, just a little bit short again on that occasion, as Ackerman faces his first ball of the morning, punches it out to Alior again, who does the fielding, and they trot nice and slowly through for another single.
2 comfortable runs to get him underway this morning.
James Coles again fires it in, this time into leg stump. It was very full, and Mulder tucks it away out to deep mid wicket, where I think that's Henry Crocombe out there doing the fielding. And it's been 3 very easy singles so far to start the morning off for Leicestershire, just to get them in again. So Sussex need to be tighter if they can, as again Coles comes in, fires it a little bit shorter this time, but again on that leg stump, and Ackerman tucks it out to Henry Crocombe for another easy single.
Low risk shots, Ricky, aren't they?
Yeah, it's not an ideal start, if I'm brutally honest. He needs to try and tighten it up a little bit. As in he comes again, that's a lot better from James Coles. Fires it in, nice line and length. Brought Mulder forward, who defends it and pushes it back to young James Coles as he comes in for his final ball of the over. That's a lot better from James Coles. Better delivery that time. Brought Mulder forward again, who has a full face of the bat, defends it back to James Coles, and that is the end of the first over on this 4th day morning.
And you're listening to live cricket, BBC Radio, Sussex BBC Radio, Leicester. Myself, Adrian Harms, Ricky Clark, and Richard Ray, your commentary team today. It'd be lovely to get some emails through today. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Feel free to ask us any questions, perhaps some questions about Ricky, about his career, or times at Surrey and Warwickshire, characters in the game, whatever you want to talk about, so we can have a natter to the last day's play here at Hove. We've had an email already from John Malone, who says, "Hi Adrian and team, coming through on the stream to County Wexford in Ireland," that's in Southern Ireland, "before heading to County Tipperary for a while. Interesting day's cricket ahead. Keep up the good work. Regards, John Malone." Thank you, John. All the way over in the Republic of Ireland. I've been to Northern Ireland. My sister-in-law comes from near Belfast. I've been over there a couple of times, but I've never been to Southern Ireland. Have you, Ricky? Been to Dublin or?
No, I haven't. Again, been to Belfast. There was a many years ago an under-17 Colts tournament over there with England.
In comes Steve Finn, running in down the hill, comes in and bowls. Ackerman, who thumps this one away, and that's 4 runs. What a shot that was from Colin Ackerman. A little bit too much width from Steve Finn, and it was belted away through backward point for 4 runs. A lovely shot. Ackerman to 173, and Leicestershire to 437 for 4.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. A little bit of a loosener from Stephen Finn, but pounced on very quickly by Colin Ackerman, who let the ball just come under his eyes, and almost like a back cut with a little bit of force just backward of point, and it raced away down the hill for 4.
Finn again. In over the wicket and bowls, and Ackerman is 4 places to backward point, where it's fielded by the substitute fielder, who's Sam Henderson, and again there is no run. So under 17s England, that must have been exciting, Ricky.
It was, yeah. Up until the point I got injured very early, and then just was sat around helping the best I can. As it was Matt Pryor was on that, actually. He was on that trip. I think Chris Tremlett as well from Hampshire. So it was a decent side we had over there, but unfortunately was injured and didn't manage to take part too much.
In comes Finn over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Ackerman, played to mid-off, and there is no... Must be exciting though, Ricky. You know, you're 17 years of age. You didn't play, which was, I'm sure, disappointing. But it must be great to think, you know, I'm in people's minds here. I mean, it must have been fantastic.
Yeah, it was good. You do the best you can in your youth setup, whatever county that will be. My situation there was with Surrey, and was obviously doing well enough to get recognised and get onto that trip, but unfortunately got injured halfway through it.
In comes Finn and bowls, and Ackerman covers up and plays up into the offside, fielded by Tom Clark, who's in there. A short extra cover, and there is no run. I thought I'd have a quick look here at Colin Ackerman and see what his highest first-class score is, and it is 196 not out. So he's not a million miles away from it, Ricky. I ought to make a note of that.
Yeah, he'll be having one eye on that, I think.
Yeah, he will.
At this moment in time, but not too much because he's still got a job to do for his side here.
In comes Finn and bowls, and Ackerman drives. Good stop by Steve Finn, low to his right-hand side, and prevented that going for certainly a couple of runs. Just to describe the field, because Sussex are on the defensive here this morning. There are no slips in place, so just working around the field. There's a third man down in front of us, a backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, cover mid-off, then on the onside, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and two men set back on the leg side. There's a deep backward square and a fine leg, as in comes Finn down the hill, bowls, and works into the offside by Colin Ackerman, and there is no run. So good recovery by Steve Finn. Went for a boundary off the first ball of the over, followed by 5 dot balls. He's bowled a lot of overs, 30 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 85. Leicestershire are 537 for 4.
Yeah, a lot better there from Stephen Finn. Obviously, we'll allow him that loosener for the first ball of his morning. Cut shot away from Ackerman that raced away for 4, but using his experience after that and brought in some tighter lines and good line and lengths, and kept Ackerman quiet for the remaining 5 balls of that over. There's going to be a change at the C end. It was just one over there from Coles, which allowed Delray Rawlins to swap ends, as he couldn't start as he finished from that top end last night, I think, so he wouldn't have been able to start. So it's just one over from James Coles, and it will be Delray Rawlins, who's going to come round the wicket to Vian Mulder, who's on 131, played beautifully off 180 deliveries. Rawlins has a drive man on the offside and one a little bit deeper. As he comes in, drops it short. It does indeed go to that drive man. About 15 or so yards away from the bat, hoping to get a catch. I think that's Tom Clark in there.
That's an interesting description, Ricky.
As in comes Rawlins again. Pushes forward, does Mulder. Dot ball.
So is that what you sort of call it in the game, the drive man?
Yeah, just go on the drive.
Yeah.
So.
That's a great description.
As in comes, whoa, that is probably not a good sign for Sussex. It has turned and bounced viciously from Rawlins, and Mulder just drops his hands and lets it go through to the keeper. As in comes Rawlins again, cut into the offside, just picked up by Alsop, who come round and picked it up with his stronger left hand and whizzed it over the top of the stumps to Ollie Carter, the keeper. A single for Mulder, brings Ackerman onto strike, and in comes Delray Rawlins again from the C end. Drops it short this time, cut away by Ackerman to deep cover, where Alior does the fielding, and they trot through for another single.
I was just looking, Ricky. Vian Mulder's highest first-class score is 146, so he's not a million miles away either.
So they're both going to have a little one eye on their high scores. As in comes Delray Rawlins again, slower this time, entices the drive, and it does indeed go to that drive man, who fumbles it on this occasion, unfortunately for him and Delray Rawlins, and he parries it out to long off, as it trickles down to Sean Hunt, who does the fielding. Another single to the score, which sees Leicestershire 540 for 4, trail by 49, and it will be Stephen Finn to continue.
Funny, it's Tom Clark. I mean, I don't know whether it did get a wrong bounce or not, but either way, Tom was going to have a look at the floor just to sort of say, that misbehaved a little bit. Just looking here, Ricky, one of the great things on the scoreboard at the minute is that over 8 is plus 10. So we like a bit of that in county cricket. So Leicestershire have got off to a nice comfortable start this morning. They've added 11 runs to their overnight score in the 3 overs that have been bowled, and they're now just trailing Sussex by 48 runs. And Ricky was saying he thought they'd bat sensibly for the first hour, and certainly they've done that in the first 3 overs. As in comes Finn and bowls, and driven handsomely by Mulder through the offside, picks up the sweeper on the offside. That's Henry Crocombe, who gets in the throw. One more to VM Mulder. He goes to 134. And I'm sure the Leicester historians are probably looking at their record books, because this partnership has already beaten the 5th wicket partnership for Leicester against Sussex. I don't know where it stands in the all-time Leicestershire records, but it's sort of getting that way as Finn turns at the Cromwell Road end of the ground and comes running in down the hill. Bowls to Ackerman, who hammers this down the ground. Well, that was just contemptuous, really. I mean, it was pitched on about middle of the leg, and he just smashed the ball, stepped down the wicket, over mid on 4 runs. A lovely shot. He goes to 178. Leicester 545 for 4, and that certainly showed Colin Ackerman's intentions.
I think that is exactly that. They've managed to get themselves in for the first 3 overs with easy singles here and there, but that has definitely showed the intent of what Leicestershire are looking to do, and he's really going to try and take the attack to Stephen Finn here.
In comes Finn again, bowls, and Ackerman is forward, played out into the covers, fielded this time cleanly by Tom Clark. Well, not cleanly, but he prevented a single. And Ackerman remains 178 of 285 balls.
I tell you, Adrian, it's interesting now. I'm just looking at those no balls from Leicestershire in the first innings and the extras. You know, they could be. Obviously, no one means to bowl no balls and stuff, but 42 no balls.
In comes Finn and bowls. Ackerman cuts away firmly to back. A good bit of fielding there by Sam Hutchinson, prevents a run. No, you're spot on, Ricky. What was there? 21 no balls, 42 extras. So without those,
and they trail by 43 at this moment in time. So they could be level now, looking to really extend that score. But they've got to try and get to those. So.
Was there any coaches that you played under who were? Because I know Jason Gillespie, when he was here, he used to get, he hated it when his bowlers bowled no balls. He didn't see any reason why bowlers should bowl no balls. In comes Finn, bowls, Ackerman forward, placed into the covers, and there is no run. And I think it's right. I may have got this wrong, but Glenn McGrath, is it right that he didn't bowl a no ball in his career, or if he did, it was only a couple of no balls? I know there was I think it was Glenn McGrath.
I think you do get bowlers that do that, where they very rarely bowl any no balls. I think it's difficult sometimes. Bowling's all about rhythm, but you do have bowlers that are wholehearted and sprinting. And sometimes when you sprint in, you're going to overstep a little bit more, and also the slope that you've got here at Hove.
In comes Finn and bowls, clubbed away by Ackerman, backward of square, and the offset's gone for 4 runs. I thought for a moment that Henry Crocombe was going to get to that, but it was hit far better than I thought. It was clubbed away by Mulder. Beautiful shot. Was that Mulder hit that, or was that Colin Ackerman? Just looking at the 2 batsmen as they come down. I think it was showing as Mulder to 134, so my apologies, 549 for 4.
Yeah, it was Ackerman.
It was Ackerman, yes, I'm sorry, 182, my apologies, I was slightly confused and not paying attention, for which was bad form by me. 549 for 4, 182 Ackerman, 134 for Mulder, and that just raced away across the outfield.
Yeah, it looked like Stephen Finn tried to bowl a bit of a cutter into the wicket. It just sort of sat up, and it had enough whip for Ackerman to cut it away, and he did that with ease and a lot of force, and it raced away to the boundary. And it's going to be Delray Rawlings to continue round the wicket from the sea end. Full toss. Oh!
Did that hit the umpire?
No, it was raced away for 4. It was half a chance of a call and bowl for Delray Rawlings. It was a full toss, and Mulder has drilled it back. Rawlings put out a mitt, didn't quite get it, and then Ben Debenham did a very attractive army roll to get out of the way as it raced away for 4. As in comes Rawlings again. Oh, again, a nice delivery there from Rawlings, bringing Mulder forward. Could have been half an appeal, but it was obviously sliding down legs. It maybe clipped an inside edge on the way through as well. As we see the replay of umpire Debenham diving out of the way, as in comes Rawlings again. That has just gripped a bit and bounced again. This will be worrying signs for Sussex, as already we've seen a couple of balls from Rawlings this morning that have just sort of stopped and bounced and gripped a little bit. As in he comes again. Mulder plays forward. No run on this occasion.
I just saw Ricky, he played that shot and he just had a quick glance onto the leg side, did VM Mulder. Whether he might come dancing down the track, let's see.
As in comes Rawlings again, round the wicket, slower, down the leg side. Half an appeal, they thought we might have got a little tickle on that. As keeper Ollie Carter goes down the leg side, fumbled it on this occasion. As Rawlings was half asking if he got a little nick on it. As he comes in again, short and wide this time. Cut away by Vian Mulder, out to Aliora at deep cover, who throws it straight in on the bounce to umpire, wicket-keeper Carter, who takes it cleanly, and that is the end of the over. Leicestershire move on to 554 for 4, and we've had 148 overs in this innings.
Yeah, they've added, 25, Ricky, in the first 5 overs this morning. So they're going along at 5 and over, and we were saying that if Leicestershire went along, if you just think about this morning, 32 overs, let's say up to lunch, 5 and over, that's 150, that gets them a lead of sort of 90-odd. You'd have thought 150 lead would perhaps be enough just to put a bit of pressure on the, they may not bowl Sussex out, but perhaps put a bit of pressure on, we'll see. In comes Finn over the wicket bowls, and down the wicket again comes Mulder driving. That's a good stop by Finn. Both of these batsmen are showing attacking intent this morning. Mulder 139, Ackerman 182. I think Mulder is now within 7 of his previous first-class best.
Yeah, definitely a lot of intent here from both batters to the veteran bowler, Stephen Finn. I think it's a case of they've got that short boundary on that leg side, so they're trying to come down the wicket, come down the wicket and just try and hit it into that leg side if they can, because that's short the boundary. Good reply from Stephen Finn there.
It is apparently the offside, yeah. So 196 not out was Colin Ackerman's best, so he needs another 16 to equal that, or another 17 to beat it, and 146 VN Mulder. It's another 8 to, or 7 to equal and 8 to better. I can't remember who's over this now. Is this your over, Ricky, or mine? So I've got a terrible memory. In comes Finn running down the hill from the Cromwell Road, and he's in and bowls. And again, Mulder just looking to get down the track after Stephen Finn. And just explain what he did then, because he looked like he was full of intent to do what Ackerman had done in the previous over, but he always seemed to get to the ball and then change his mind.
He's definitely looking to try and target that short boundary on that leg side, coming down from the Cromwell Road end. He's definitely aiming to come down and stay offside, and just to look to hit it over to that leg side. But at the moment in time, Stephen Finn's bowling quite nicely.
In comes Finn, bowls, and Mulder just eases that one. They're going to go through for a single. Well, it was a fumble at backward point by the young substitute fielder Sam Henderson. It was played to his left-hand side. There was some hesitation between the two, and had Henderson, it went to his left-hand side, he's a right-arm thrower, so had he collected it cleanly and got in the throw, it might have been tight, but in the end, the ball was fumbled. And they go through for a single. Mulder goes to 140, 555 for 4. In on his way again, down the hill, bowls, and Ackerman drives this through the offside. Doesn't quite time it, but he's going to pick up at least 1, and probably 2. Yes, indeed, Henry Crocombe quickly around the boundary. But he can't stop the second run. Ackerman goes to 184, 557 for 4. And this partnership between these two is now worth 278.
It's a record for Leicestershire against Sussex for any wicket.
Thanks, Richard. I don't know if you heard that. Richard talking on doing the stats for us. As in comes Finn and bowls, and he just took his hand off the bat there, did Colin Ackerman. Will lay down the offside. There is no run. So just to repeat, that's a record partnership for Leicestershire for any wicket against Leicestershire, and I think that's a partnership now of 278. Is that right? Okay. And where, Richard, I'm just wondering where we're sort of standing now in terms of all-time fifth wicket records for Leicestershire. I don't know, it just feels like we're getting in that sort of territory now, doesn't it? So poor old Richard's doing the computer bashing bit this morning, but records or not, it's been a terrific partnership, Ricky. Because when these two came together, Leicestershire weren't out of the woods.
No, it was in the balance, wasn't it? And obviously they've both played exceptionally well. As in comes Delray Rollins again from the sea end, round the wicket, lofted over. Tried to get it over cover, did Mulder, but it just a couple of bounces too long off. Again, he was trying to target that short boundary, and there was half a cry, catch it.
Yeah, was it all a bit short of Sean Hunt? Yeah,
as he did the fielding round at long off. Brings on Ackerman to strike, driven in this time from Delray Rawlins into the leg stump, who Ackerman tucks it away onto the leg side to Pujara? Yeah, mid-wicket. Rawlins again, short ball. Back foot punch out to deep cover where Alior does the fielding. 1 run to the score.
I think you can call out Richard, that's all right.
Record fifth wicket partnership for Leicestershire is 330. James Taylor shifts that call against the MCCU.
Loughborough
MCCU.
300
Yeah, Loughborough MCCU.
And it was 300 and... That's
The
it.
MCCU ones should really count, but they were first class.
Well, there we are. If it's a first class, yeah.
Back in 2011, that was. Been a change of field. Change of field here now. So that shot from Mulder, where he tried to loft it over extra cover, and he didn't quite get it. It went down to long off. They've now put a deep extra cover in. As in comes Rawlins, he fires that one down the leg side. Mulder tried to help it on its way, just down the leg side, and Ollie Carter, the keeper, does well to get across and stop it going for any buys. As in comes Rawlins again. Short this time, good quick feet from Mulder. Gets onto the back foot and cuts it away. Disappointed. Felt he could have got that into the gap a little bit more, maybe for 4, but it just goes out to deep cover, where Alior does the fielding. There's another single to the Leicestershire total. More orthodox field this time for Ackerman, who sweeps from Delray Rawlins. Goes out to sub-fielder Sam Henderson, who returns it nicely to keeper Carter, and that is the end of the 150th over. And Leicestershire are 561 for 4. Colin Ackerman 186, Leanne Mulder 142.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms, Ricky Clark and Richard Ray will be back with us in about 7 or 8 minutes' time to join our commentary. The arrears for Leicester now just 27. A new ball available for Sussex in 10 overs' time. But I think Leicestershire will be pretty pleased, Ricky, with the way things have gone here this morning.
Yeah, very pleased.
Starting on 5.29 for 4. Haven't lost a wicket, as in comes Finn and bowls, and Ackerman plays to extra cover. There is no run, so they've only 32 this morning without any real alarm.
Again, just looking at it, so obviously trailed by 27 currently.
Yeah.
But they'll still be potentially looking at those no balls in that first innings they bowl. They could have a nice little lead by now.
They could, yeah.
And really be able to push on, but they're still trailing. But this partnership has done fantastically well to get them back in the game.
In comes Finn, bowls and cut away by Ackerman, only as far as backward point, fielded again there by Sam Henderson. And there is no run. Ackerman looks a little frustrated. He's played a couple of shots so far today where he's absolutely crashed the ball through backward point. Stephen wanders back to it. It's a little cooler here on the south coast. There's quite a breeze, and you can see the players' trousers and the shirts are rustling in the breeze, and the flags, on the clock tower scoreboard are really sort of billowing for the first time in the match, which will be welcome relief for the players as Finn is in bowls and Ackerman is forward and plays that down the ground to mid-on, fielded in the distance by Tom Alsop. It's another single to Colin Ackerman. He goes to 187. VM Mulder now within just a boundary of equaling his previous best first-class score. The player's aware of that sort of thing, Ricky. I mean, you know, when
I think he'll be aware of that. He'll be
a little milestone.
Have that in the back of his mind.
In comes Finn again, bowls. Mulder takes a step down the wicket and hammers the ball high, wide and handsome. I'm not sure if that's gone all the way for 6 runs or it's gone for 4. It has gone for 4 runs. What a way to equal your previous first-class best score. Down the wicket to Steve Finn, and he just belted the ball over to mid-off. I think Steve Finn's having a little word with him, but I thought that was a pretty classy bit of batting, to be honest.
Yeah, again, I think we alluded to it last over that Stephen Finn bowled, that both batters are looking to come down at Stephen Finn and try and target that leg side. He's come down the wicket there, Mulder, and I think Stephen Finn actually did okay. I think he saw him come in, tried to chuck it a little bit wider, but he just let his hands go straight through the ball, over long off for a couple of bounces and 4 more to the total.
Leicestershire making their intentions clear. Finn in, and he's down the wicket again, driving again, and that's gone high, wide and handsome. Has that gone all the way for a maximum? Let's wait for the umpire's signal. And it is indeed 6. A couple of steps down the wicket. He smashed the ball over long on for 6. What a way to go to your 150 in 201 balls, 24 fours and a 6. But not only does VM Mulder go to his 150, it's his highest score in first-class cricket as well. Well batted. What a wonderful way to do it, Ricky.
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it? He just come down the wicket and lofted it, and it just kept on going. Obviously, we're talking about the breeze. There was a little bit into the wind. But it kept on going and just dropped over the rope for 6 runs.
Finn in again. He's making room for himself. Looks to club that one away through the offside. I think Stephen Finn did push that a little wider, taken by Ollie Carter. So Steve Finn finishes the over with a dot ball, an over that cost 11 runs. Well, I think we thought we knew what Leicestershire's intentions were going to be today, and they've certainly done that. Go on, Rich, you chatter away. Mulder's best 146 for the Lions against the Knights at Bloemfontein in 2019. Thank you very much indeed, Richard, who's a mine of information, so we're very grateful for that. But things are going probably better than perhaps Leicestershire even dreamt they would this morning. So this lead now, Ricky, is just 16 for Sussex. And this morning already, Leicestershire have added, come on, Adrian, get your maths right, 40, I think they've already added 41 this morning. Yes, that's right.
They trailed by 59, 43 is it?
Yeah, so they began this morning on 5, I'm going to get a bit of paper here so I can keep my maths going.
Yeah, 43 I think they've
added this morning.
As in comes Rawlings again from the sea end to Colin Ackerman, who drives into the offside. They've also got a deep cover, extra cover now as well for Ackerman, where he has played a few shots through there during the course of his innings, and Rawling comes in again, drops it a little bit shorter this time. Ackerman goes on to the back foot, punches it out to deep cover. It's Tom Alsop who's there now. Ali Orr's moved round to the deep extra cover.
Just 6 away now, Ricky, from the 300 partnership.
Short ball, cut away again from Mulder. It is split Alior and Tom Alsop on the deep boundaries there. And it has raced away for 4. Not a great delivery there from Delray Rawlings, in all honesty. He's got a big field on the leg side, and he's just allowed him to cut it to the short side. That's a lot better from him as he comes in again. More of a middle and leg stump line, and it's just tucked away for a single this time by Mulder to the deep man. So Henry Crocombe. 1 more needed for the 300 partnership. Wow. And there it is. It was a short ball from Delray Rawlings, and it was a tempted pull, but he pulled it straight down to mid-on, all along the floor. And that is the 300 partnership. Fantastic effort from both of these batsmen as they continue to pile on the runs here at Hove, and Rawlings comes in again. He finds the edge from Mulder, who drives, and Pujara chases down to third man, up the hill. A little slide on the knee, collects it nicely and throws it back over the top of the stumps, and that is the end of the over. 2 more runs to the total, as Leicestershire move on to 581 for 4. This partnership now 302 for Leicestershire.
Well, too, I don't know if they didn't realise. I mean, generally they put the big partnerships up on the scoreboard, but I don't think anyone actually realised around the ground. You realised, Ricky, but I don't think there were too many people applauding. But as you rightly say, Ricky, what a magnificent partnership between this pair. And not least because when they came in, I'll still maintain Leicestershire were not out of the woods. But it really has been tremendous stuff. And already this morning, so we began this morning on 5:29, they've already added, 52 this morning?
Yeah, 52 this morning.
In half an hour. So they've added 52 in 9 overs. So they're going on at about 6 and over, And if they do that through to lunch, they could have a lead of around 150. That's a long way off. But, of course, Steve Finn, tactics he can use, he can spread the field, of course. The bowlers can bowl wide of the off stump, they can bowl down the leg side. They can do a lot to hold this scoring rate. But at the minute, the Leicestershire batsmen are really on top. In comes Hunt, around the wicket, comes in and bowls wide of the off stump, cut away by Colin Ackerman, but straight to backward point. And there is no run. He picked out the fielder there, Sam Henderson. I'll just do my update and I'll leave you with Richard and Ricky. Could be an exciting half hour here at Hove.
Cricket update. Here's the latest. Here's Adrian Hove.
I tell you what, Sarah, it is the most glorious day here at Hove. It's not as hot as it's been. There's quite a breeze blowing across the ground, which will be a welcome relief for the cricketers. But I'll tell you what, there's not much relief for the Sussex bowlers here, because at the moment the ball is disappearing to all parts of Hove as Leicestershire absolutely pile on the runs. They're now 585 for 4. It means they trail Sussex by just 3 runs. And already in the half hour's play this morning, they've added 57 runs and a 300 partnership between Colin Ackerman, who's on 193, and VM Mulder, the South African, who's on 159. It's been a tremendous performance from these two. Leicestershire just striving to get themselves a lead here at Hove and set Sussex a difficult period later on in the game. So runs flowing here at Hove. Meanwhile, up at Scarborough in the game between Sussex and Yorkshire. Just waiting for the score to come through on that one, Sarah. Just bear with me a couple of moments' time. Here we are. Yorkshire in a bit of trouble. 79 for 3. So leading Surrey by 85. Both matches into their final day. We are. Couldn't get the score up, Ricky. I was playing for time. In comes Sean Hunt. 3 balls to go in this over as Hunt is in and bowls, and Ackerman plays to extra cover, and there is no run. So Leicestershire who would have believed it when they were when Sussex made 588? Who would have believed that Leicester would be 585 for 4
after losing a wicket?
Yes, and being 0 for 1. That's a great point, Richard. Yeah, 0 for 1. And we thought, this could all be over in 3 days. But Leicestershire are having none of it. In comes Sean Hunt around the wicket, bowls, and Ackerman up on his toes, eases the ball down to long on and picks up a single. Well, you did say, Ricky, that you thought that Leicestershire would, bat sensibly. I mean, they've hit some very aggressive shots, but they've mixed it up. They haven't just gone gun-ho this morning, have they?
I think if you look at the situation now, that the field that Sussex have got, that even if a good ball was bowled, they could still rotate and get a single off it and capitalise on anything a little bit full or a little bit short and wide. So it's quite difficult now. They've only got 2. If you look at this now, they've only got 2 guys in that potentially could save a single. Yeah. So you're not going to build any pressure that way. You're not going to get the dots. You have to sometimes.
In comes Hunt and bowls, cut away by Mulder. They picked up 1. They're looking for the second. Henry Crocombe very quickly in from the cover boundary to field. It is the end of the over. 587 for 4. So Leicestershire trail by just 1 run. Ackerman 194. VM Mulder on 160. It is an exciting passage of play. And to guide you through the next half an hour in the company of Ricky Clark will be Richard Ray.
Leicestershire move on to 587 for 4. Trail by just 1 run. It's been a fantastic partnership from VM Mulder and Colin Ackerman. It's easier to go past the 300. And it doesn't look like stopping any time soon. I think the only time they've looked a little bit worried is when they've had a little bit of
The
lack
odd
of communication
run-outs.
with,
Yeah, exactly.
with running. But other than that, it's...
Well, Delray Rawlings should have run out Ackerman yesterday, shouldn't he? What was he on, 71 at the time? 72? Oh, I've got him on 71, should have been run out. Awful throw by Rawlings to Crocombe, 305 for 4 at that stage.
As it is going to be Rawlings to continue, coming over the wicket this time. Into Mulder, who drives back to him, half stopped, no run scored.
Fun, isn't it? I'm enjoying this. It hasn't happened often this season.
This could be a fantastic day's cricket.
It really could.
Obviously, we'll know more when we get closer to lunch. As in comes Rawlings again over the wicket, looking to bowl it into that rough. A little bit of bite, just played onto the onside, no run scored.
I have to check with the Sussex club. I don't know what price entry is today, but there were very few on the gate, so...
Rawlings again in, tries to sweep this time. That might be a wide. If it's not hit his pad, that could be a wide. Umpire Debenham says no on this occasion. He felt that someone got a little bit of bat or pad on it. He's just talking to Delray Rawlings because he's over the wicket. He's basically saying that he can't be down the leg side.
Yeah.
If he's down the leg side, it will be a wide.
He's warning him, isn't he?
He's just saying, I'll let you have that one. As in he comes again. Reverse sweep this time for a Mulder. Didn't quite get it. Just hit his pad, but it wasn't in line, and trickled out to the point region where keeper Carter just come and got it, just 2 yards away from him. As in comes Rawlings again over the wicket. He was leg side a little bit there, Mulder, trying to give himself some room to hit it through the offside, and sort of thrashed his hands at it and got a thick bottom edge, and it trickled all the way down to long on for a single.
Reverse sweep's a good option, isn't it? With the field as it is, nobody at third man.
It is.
It's going to be now, but
yeah, I think he's going to come round the wicket. Is Rawlings to Ackerman. As in he comes again, fires it in for the sweep. Nicely played out to deep square leg. Been a feature of his innings, I think, Colin Ackerman. When he has looked to sweep, he has swept well, swept cleanly, and puts another single onto his total as he moves on to 195, and Mulder 161, and that is 589 for 4, and that is the lead.
it is. Ackerman within one of his first-class career best, which was made for Leicestershire back in 2018 against Middlesex at the Upton Steel County Ground, Grace Road. He would dearly love to go to 200 and beyond, I'm sure, and he's been very authoritative this morning. Ackerman on strikers down the slope from the Cromwell Road end comes Sean Hunt and bowls. Ackerman is forward carefully, playing that one out to extra cover. No run, also the fielder there. Graves, Leicestershire's physio, walking around the ground with Lewis Hill and Rishi Patel. For the last time away from Grace Road, Will moving on to a new position. He's got a couple of games to do at, I think he does Glamorgan next week, and that's it. But the last time away from home. In goes Hunt and bowls. Ackerman squared up slightly on the back foot by that delivery from the persevering Sean Hunt. Pushes it again out into the offside to Allsop. Sussex a little deflated, understandably, looking around at the body language out there. Hard for a captain to keep the energy levels up in these circumstances.
It is, yeah.
Hunt is in and bowls. Ackerman looking to turn the delivery down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it as he stands up, and it goes past his thigh pad into the gloves of Ollie Carter, moving to his left, obviously behind the stumps. You just got to basically slow things up as much as you possibly can.
Well, yeah,
by fielding, or
you look at their over rate; it's +10.
Yeah,
they can take their time and try and slow things up a little bit. Just concerned about this field a little bit. There's a lot of people on the boundaries.
Hunt is in. Ackerman is pulling hard down towards backward square. Didn't actually time it, as I suspect, as well as he would have liked. And as a consequence, Rawlins can jog to his right rather than sprint across to his right and make the stop. Single taken. Ackerman has now equalled his first-class career best.
Was that 196 not out as well?
It was 196 not out.
He got left stranded, or was it end of a game?
I'd have to look back at my notes, to be honest. I'm trying to remember. I think he must have been left stranded. In goes Hunt and bowls. Mulder calmly leans forward, turns his wrists on a ball coming in towards his legs and clips it down to fine leg, where Orr is the fielder, takes one.
Yeah. See who number 11 was on that day. I don't think he would have been bought a drink in the bar afterwards, leaving you stranded on 196. 4 away from a double century.
He's on strike now, Ackerman. Could he be about to beat it? In goes Hunt and bowls to him. He's hit on the back pad. No ball, says umpire Pratt, as he looked to turn it into the leg side, and it thumped into the pad, going on down the leg side. Yeah, I'll have to look back on the circumstances of that 196. But we've missed Ackers in the last year or so in terms of the sort of sheer weight of runs, and this century against Notts, and now this hopefully means he's fully back. In goes Hunt and bowls to him down the leg side, misses out on a big chance to hit it away down towards wide long leg, backward square for fourth. The short boundary down there goes through to Carter. End of, from Hunt's view, a good over in terms of only just the 2 runs conceded. He was spearing a few down the leg side, it's got to be said, but the object is to not concede too many at the moment, that's all.
I don't feel like Colin Ackerman is someone to fret, but we saw it with Rishi Patel, where he missed out on 2 opportunities to go to 100 and hit the field. I think there was a couple of deliveries in that over where Colin Ackerman could have gone to 200, and hopefully he's not thinking that was the case and goes at something, or that he is not quite there, or tries to do something silly. Played beautifully well. As in comes Rawlins again, he's going to come over the wicket to Mulder, and he bowls it outside the off stump, and he gets cut away to Tom Alsop, who's at deep backward point for a single. Brings Ackerman onto strike, and Rawlins will come around the wicket to Ackerman. Comes in, loopy delivery just outside off stump as Ackerman comes forward, tries to drive, almost hockey hands like, and sort of drills it into the ground to extra cover. No run scored as Rawlins turns and comes in again quickly. Ackerman pushes forward, ball trickles down to long on to James Coles. And it's another single to the Leicestershire total.
Leicestershire actually lost that game against Middlesex by 1 wicket back in 2018.
In comes Rawlins over the wicket to Mulder, who backs away, and James Coles didn't pick that up. He's come down towards the commentary box in front of us here. He picked it up quite late and then suddenly realised the ball's coming to him. I better move, and scampered to his right, picked it up nicely, and threw it back in over the top of the stumps to Delray Rawlins.
I may be being a bit unkind, but I'm not sure he was actually watching.
Was he not watching? Is that why he moved slowly?
Jumped with a start.
As in comes Rawlins again, round the wicket to Ackerman, who moves his score on to 198 with that punch down the ground to long on. James Coles was watching on this occasion. He picks it up and a little underarm back into Delray Rawlins, as Rawlins going to come over the wicket to Mulder. Steve Finn has dropped himself out at a deep mid-wicket. Got a 5-4 field on the leg side. And Rawlins has chucked it outside off stump to Mulder, who drives to deep cover. There was just 2 fielders on the one there, one on the drive, and Pujara on the 45, who was still quite deep. So Sussex are not really trying to stop many singles. There's lots of runs on offer, as that is the 156th over completed from Delray Rawlins, and Leicestershire move on 2 shy of 600 with 598 for 4.
There's still 83 overs potentially left to be played today. That's a lot of cricket. A lot of cricket. Leicestershire could, if they keep going at this sort of rate, conceivably give themselves 55 plus overs to have a go.
I think you've got to look at the situation as well, that there will be potential for Callum Parkinson to bowl a lot of overs, so you can always get more in as well.
Maybe a few more, yeah.
Maybe a few more, so they'd have that on their minds as well, Leicestershire.
Sean Hunt is down the slope from the Cromwell Road end, bowling to Vian Mulder, who reaches for one and manages the shortish ball outside off stump, manages to sort of pull it round somehow from outside off stump with a sort of flick of the wrist down towards mid-wicket and take one. He moves on to 166. He's batted hugely impressively, Mulder, sort of powerfully compact hitting as Hunt is in and bowls to Ackerman, who digs out a foolish ball. He was looking to drive. It may have just come back in towards him a little bit there and gone underneath him, or underneath his attempted drive, looking to crack it out in the offside, ended up digging it out rather.
Just look at this field a little bit, Richard, and it's just a bit, where am I looking to bowl as a bowler? I've got a deep square and a fine leg, I've got a long on, I've got a long off, I've got a deep extra cover and a third man. You know, It doesn't really say to me that I'm looking to bowl a stock delivery. And
in he goes and bowls, and that is the 200 for Colin Ackerman. It is short down the leg side, and the two South Africans hug in mid-pitch. Ackerman takes off his helmet, raises his bat to the pavilion. All the Leicestershire players on their feet up on the balcony, and he raises his bat to I suspect it's Mrs. A, who's also applauding in the crowd, and little Miss A as well. And it's lovely to see them applauding Dad and husband as he makes his first class double century.
what a fantastic knock. From the moment he came to the crease, he was tested early doors. The ball was potentially had a little bit of reverse, and Stephen Finn bowled a beautiful spell at him, made him play. But he weathered that storm, and he's just gone about his business and put away the bad ball. Has been fantastic knock so far.
315 deliveries as Hunt goes in, bowls to Ackerman, goes back, tries to steer it out behind backward point, crosses himself because he actually picked out Henderson there at that backward point position, and there's no run.
Just a landmark to look towards, about 609 for 8 was Leicestershire's previous highest score ever against Sussex. That was in 1900 at Leicester.
So they are within 5 runs. 6 runs of their highest score against Sussex. Hunt is in. Ackerman is forward, defending out to Allsop at extra cover. I would say there was a fair chance of them going past that. 1900. Goodness me. That was the match in which the record partnership was set of 330. Sorry, that was against Sussex, so not the record partnership. Overall, in goes Hunt and bowls down the leg side. Ackerman helps it on its way for 4. He's found the gap again. Just what you're saying about the field, Eric.
From my point of view, he's obviously left armour. He's coming round the wicket. He's not giving himself much margin for error. He's got a short boundary on that leg side. I'd be looking to come over the wicket as a left armour, pushing it very, very wide across, and then you can set your field out on the offside and just bowl to one side of the wicket. The field is suggesting that he's got a lot of fielders scouted all around the boundary on both sides of the wicket, so it's difficult to sort of build any pressure on any dots.
Suggestion that Leicestershire should give up trying to win and just try and score 1,000 and see what happens.
What would be the highest score?
Ever in first-class cricket?
Leicestershire highest.
Any first-class.
Has anyone got 1,000?
I don't think. I think it's 900 and something. Yeah.
It might be something. I think it might be something like 903 for 7 or something. I don't know why I've got that.
Yeah, early 900s. I'm pretty sure about that.
They could go with 700 here, couldn't they?
They will be certainly targeting over 700, I would think, because that would only give them a lead of 110.
In comes Rawlings again. He's going to come over the wicket to Mulder, who goes onto the back foot and punches it back to Delray Rawlings. Been a feature of Delray Rawlins bowling. He's very quick to get through overs. I'm not really sure that's what he wants to do at this moment in time for his side. As he bowls it again onto the leg stump, tucked away by Mulder for a single just on the leg side. Yeah, quick overs is not what they're needing really, Sussex, at the moment. They need to take a little bit of time out of the game, and Delray Rawlins is very, very quick between his overs. As in he comes again, round the wicket to Ackerman, who tucks it into the leg side, and they're scampering for two, but just a single on this occasion, as in comes Henry Crocombe. It is from deep mid-wicket.
The ship is then now 330. Am I right? 279 to 609.
That was, yeah.
So that is equal Leicestershire's record.
As in comes Rawlins again. Over the wicket to Mulder, who tried to tuck it on leg side, just hits the outside of his pad, no run.
Equal record, 5th wicket partnership against all counties, I think.
And that was James Taylor and...
That was the, against all, in first class cricket, that was the Taylor-Thackor thing, yeah, not counties.
As in comes Rawlins again, over the wicket. Sweeping this time does Mulder, goes to 45, where Pujara picks it up cleanly.
With respect to James and Shiv, it's quite good to see those sort of records taken out of the, you know, and the MCC. Well, not without much respect to the MCC, I suppose, in those circumstances, but they are slightly questionable, aren't they? But against a proper county.
Steve Finn just drops from a shortish mid-wicket on the single out to a deep mid-wicket into that cow corner region, where Rawlins comes in again. Over the wicket, swept hard, brilliant fielding from Henry Crocombe. Dive into his left as they scamper back for two. It was struck hard from Mulder as he got onto the sweep. Drilled it out to that sort of cow corner region. It was just splitting Henry Crocombe and Stephen Finn, but he managed to get round the young man and dived on it to save 2 runs, as we see the score 611 for 4.
And that is now the record. 5th wicket partnership for Leicestershire in first class cricket. Hurrah! Coming 207, Mulder 169. Came together when Lewis Hill was caught and bowled by Steve Finn. What seems like quite a long time ago now. Was it shortly after lunch yesterday? I can't remember. It was, wasn't it? Shortly after lunch yesterday. I suppose in the context though, you know, I mean, they've scored it quite quickly as well.
This will be an interesting patch of the play. They're about to come up.
Cole, yeah, see if there's a bit of turn for Coles from that Cromwell Road end of the ground. I don't know if Sussex would particularly like to see too much for
I don't think they'd like to see it, but at the same point, the young man, only 18 years of age, he's coming on to bowl with a very short leg side boundary with 2 batters that are clearly set with this amazing partnership and big totals to their name, but also 2 batters that like to sweep and sweep hard, and it's a very short boundary on that side. Would we say 55 yards, are we saying maybe?
No more than that, is there?
Yep.
No more than that.
So he's got to be careful on his line and lengths here, because they will be looking to target that
I was going to say, would you have an extra man down there? And short fine is now going to long leg. In goes Coles and bowls on off stump. Ackerman drives conventionally, or pushes it firmly out towards extra cover, out towards mid-off, but without sufficient force to prevent Allsop getting across and fielding. Coles is in. Ackerman is sweeping to the boundary, to mid-wicket, and there's absolutely no chance for square leg, really, given it so short out there, to get across. And what did it cross? Maybe 12, 15 yards away from him, and he was maybe 10 yards away from him when it crossed the ropes. He just can't get there.
This is a really tough ask for the young left-arm spinner, that short boundary on that side.
He is in. Ackerman goes back wide delivery and just can't reach it, essentially. Got in position to cut it away and did try to, I think, but kind of gave up on it. It bounced and just turned enough. He gave himself room. It wasn't signalled wide. In goes Coles, bowls, back, cut, down to 3rd man for 4. And Cole says, right, we'll have a man down there as well. A few cheers going on from
Sound like a Mexican
one party.
wave.
I was going to say, difficult to do a Mexican wave in the ground today. There'll be a few gaps in it. Ackerman moves on to 215, 619 for 4.
Had 90 this morning.
90 in. How many overs have we had? 16 or just under 15.4.
Yeah.
90 runs in 15.4 overs. Without any real trouble either.
In fairness, they've got so many options to hit gaps for boundaries, but also pick up the singles as well, so there's no pressure.
Coles is in. Ackerman is driving inside out a little bit, hits it hard down into the ground, and Allsop sort of runs to his left, reaching for the ball as it bounces and manages to extend his left hand to it and grab it before it runs out towards the extra cover boundary. Coles is in. Ackerman again, same shot, but a little bit wider and firmer along the ground, goes out to Crocombe in front of the scoreboard. Over there on that side of the... What is that road that goes up there? Adrian, do you know the name of that road?
On that side of the road.
On that side of the road? Is it an Eton or something like that? Or there's a few Etons around, aren't there? Road and Drive and what have you?
So I'm just looking at some of the highest totals.
620 for 4 at the end of the over. Still, 80 overs remain to be played. Leicestershire now lead by 32.
Even with 2 boundaries in that James Cole's over, he got through that in 2 minutes 4 seconds. I think they've got to be very smart here, Sussex.
You'd be gathering them around saying, look,
just take your time and, shine the ball a little bit or something, just to take the time out of the game. You've got a plus 10 over rate. Steve Finn's talking to Delray Rawlings now, potentially doing that. But you can't be getting through your overs too quickly, just because you're just playing into Leicestershire's hands here, as their lead is 32. As in comes Delray Rawlings again round the wicket. Driven hard out to deep extra cover by Ackerman. Fielded by Alior out there.
I assume Finn does take this third new ball?
I wouldn't personally.
You wouldn't? Okay.
I personally think that the new ball will come onto the bat even better, and I think you'll see it a lot easier for the batters as Delray Rawlings comes over the wicket to Mulder. Fires it in.
It is due after this over.
I wouldn't personally take it. I think it will go even more. So I'd stick with the older ball as... shouts of catch it there from Delray Rawlings, and Henry Crocombe didn't quite pick it up. It was a slog sweep from Mulder, and it just dropped, I reckon, about 2 yards short of Henry Crocombe, who's on the boundary. He's not 5 off, he's on the rope. Just a single on this occasion. In comes Delray Rawlings again, round the wicket to Ackerman, who late cuts, beautifully played. He goes up the hill and Pujara is chasing. Managed to stop it just inside the rope, and Mulder scampers back for a quick free, and he had to really get a hurry up there, as the throw was good from Pujara, as Mulder turned and 3 more to the total. Ackerman moves on to 220. It's a really scamper there, didn't he?
He did.
As he come back,
He's got a bustling run, hasn't he? Sort of like a scrum half, sort of nipping between.
Rawlings round the wicket short, pulled out to Stephen Finn, who's just dropped himself from a mid-wicket to a deep mid-wicket. And again, we're seeing that we have 1, 2, 3, 4,
it's
5,
everybody
6, 7
Jarrett and all
players on the boundary. It's just easy singles if they want them. We've just got Pujara and Clark, I think it is, on singles. One on the drive, one at backward point. As in comes Rawlings again. Exactly that. Tucked down to long on for another easy single. And that is a very easy 7 off the over. Moving Leicestershire to 627 for 4. Mulder on to 171. And again, it was another 2-minute over there from Delray Rawlings. So spinners are getting through the overs very, very quickly and playing into the hands.
Well,
We've added 98 runs, Ricky, this morning of Leicestershire in an hour. And we've had this morning 17 overs. So they're going on at over 5 and over at the minute. And if they carry on like this, I mean, the lead is now, 27 plus 12, 39. So if they carry on at this rate, they could have a lead of 150 by lunch. And actually, one thing about declaring at lunchtime would be, Ricky, they wouldn't lose overs as well. So they'd lose 2 overs if they sort of declared halfway through the afternoon. James Coles is coming in from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Ackerman, who hammers that away through the covers. It's just a single footed by Henry Crocombe, who falls over as he fields the ball. Hasn't been used so far this morning. Henry probably quite pleased not to be actually. Might be keeping his head down.
Not making eye contact with Captain Stephen Finn.
With the skip. In comes Coles around the wicket, bowls, and Mulder flays this one away through the offside. He's got to chase around the offside. It's Henry Crocombe, and he can't stop that. And it's just belted away for 4 runs. Mulder goes to 175, 632 for 4. Oh, Leicestershire, this is an extraordinary performance by these two. I mean, they really have put their foot to the pedal here this morning, Ricky. And, we thought that, you said their bat tends to be... I mean, I don't think they've batted recklessly, have they? I mean, they've picked up the 1s and 2s. It's a very... the Sussex lads have been out there a long... I'm just looking for the highest score ever against Sussex, actually, which was 726... by Nottinghamshire, I think, at Trent Bridge in 1895. In comes Coles. Short. Ackerman flags that one away to the extra cover footed by Rawlins. There is no runs. I'm just checking that highest scores against Sussex. Looking at the book here, I've got 726. So that could go. In comes Coles. Bowls hammered down the ground by... Mulder, he goes to 176. Total 633 for 4. As I say, the new ball would be, well, it is available now if Sussex want to take it.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if they do take the new ball.
Comes Coles again, bowls, and Ackerman works this to backward point footed on the bounce by Sean Hunt, and there is no runner. We need to keep an eye on this partnership as well now, Ricky, because... we've got all these stats here. We're just trying to keep up to date with everything. As in comes Coles again. The Cromwell Road in bowl. Short pulled away by Ackerman, and he gets a single out to deep mid wicket. And the total goes to 635 for 4. 634 for 4. I apologise. At the end of the over, Ackerman 233. 223. Get it right, Adrian. Mulder on 176. So the lead now is 46. And this partnership, these two come together when the score was 279. So this partnership is now past the 350, isn't it? I think that's right. 279 when Lewis Hill was out. Yeah. So what's it? 14.5. Yeah. So they've passed this partnership is worth 355, Ricky. Wow.
And it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon as we're having a little drink.
Yeah.
Umpires and fielders and batters getting together. There'll be a little message for Colin Ackerman and Vian Mulder. Keep going. There's nothing to do anything too silly or reckless. The last few overs has been 7 and over scored for the last few overs, so that's more than enough when you're trying to build a lead, which is currently 46. Again, they'll be ruined a little bit, not too much, but a little bit. Those no balls and the extras,
yeah,
they could have a nice lead here of close to 80 by now, and if you just even half those extras, you're looking at 66, 70 odd, so it would be nice.
Well, Steve, I mean, you've got a feel here for Sussex. I mean, it's they've only taken 4 wickets. Steve Finn is out there. He's an experienced guy. He's getting around his players. They're a young group of players. I mean, that can't be easy for Steve. I mean, obviously, he's got to. They've got to keep believing that they can. Try to restrict these. I don't know how they do that. Really, got 2 batsmen who are seeing the ball like a football. They're smashing the ball all around Hove. I mean, he's leading as best he can. But I mean, poor old Delray's probably looking at the bowling figures there. 44 overs, 3 wickets, 0 for 175. Very, very difficult.
It is difficult, but I think you just have to bowl to a plan. You just have to stick to a plan and then look at, say, have I executed the delivery I wanted to bowl to that plan? I think already this morning I've seen a couple of occasions where there's been a very full delivery outside off and been driven through the covers. Now, in the context of the game, it's a poor delivery. Next thing you know, a fielder comes over and blocks that off for a poor delivery, which then makes it easy pickings and the bowler's margin for error a lot smaller, and then made it easy for the Leicestershire batters to then hit in other areas and score runs. As I said, there's the last few overs had literally gone 7 and over without even having to break a sweat. They've not made it hard for Leicestershire at all this morning, and they've just got to really just focus on a plan. There's a lot of fielders on the boundaries, but the one thing I will say, there's a lot of fielders on the boundaries both sides of the wicket, so you're trying to defend both sides, which can be very, very difficult as a bowler. As in comes Delray Rawlins after the drinks break, comes round the wicket to Colin Ackerman, who again just rocks on the back foot and pushes it out to one of those deep men for a very easy single to bring Mulder on strike. And it's been a feature here with Rawlins comes round the wicket to Ackerman, but over the wicket, trying to get into that rough to Vian Mulder, as Stephen Finn goes out to the deep mid-wicket position and he just tucks it into the leg side for another easy single.
Well, as we were saying, at this rate of knots, I wonder whether Leicestershire are thinking. I mean, they want to give themselves as much chance as they can, but they want to put the Sussex players under pressure, don't they? So, 150 or so, maybe.
In comes Rawlins again to Colin Ackerman. Comes round the wicket and Ackerman sweeps to the deep man.
Part of me sort of thinks, though, Ricky, that Sussex should be saying, well, the wicket isn't doing a huge amount, is it? So, when it does come to Sussex's turn to bat, they might think to themselves, well, there's still nothing in this pitch, really.
Rawlins comes over the wicket to Mulder, who sweeps this time, again to the deep man, Henry Crocombe. There's 4 out on the leg side there, all on the boundary for another single. Yeah, I understand that, but at the same point, you want to be not putting yourselves under pressure and having that total too big. You lose a couple of wickets, you want to try and still restrict Leicestershire and take time out of the game. As Rawlins comes round the wicket, fires in a quicker ball this time, who gets underneath Ackerman, who digs it out with a big puff of dust. No run scored.
This is now Leicestershire's 3rd highest first-class score in their history.
That's a beautiful shot from Colin Ackerman. Rawlins has come round the wicket again. He's fired it in, and Colin Ackerman has drilled it through extra cover, and it's hit the boundary boards at the rate of knots, and it's another boundary to the Leicestershire total, moving Ackerman on to 229, Mulder 178, and Leicestershire 642 for 4.
We'll just have a quick switch round in the commentary box, and Richard's in for the next half hour. Ricky will be back with us after 12:30. What's the highest ever Leicestershire score, Richard? Sorry, it's an unfair question because we do.
It is 701 for 4 declared made against Worcestershire in 1906, then 681 for 7 against Yorkshire made at Park Avenue in 1996, and now 642 for 4.
Well, I would
to add against Sussex at Hove.
Well, I would say that 701 is in serious danger. In comes James Coles to bowl to Via Mulder, and the ball's going to run away for byes down to the boundary here. Good bit of fielding, well chased by young Sam Henderson. He raced around the boundary, and they are indeed given as byes. Well, I think Ollie Carter should be too hard on himself. It's pretty tough when you've been out there for that amount of time. I don't know whether that turned. I mean, that's the only thing that makes you think when the ball does go for byes. 644 for 4. Coles in again, bowls, and just leans, and comfortable signal down to third man, where again it's Henderson who's in action. Gets in the throw, 1 more to the total. Mulder to 179. He'll have his eyes on a double 100 here. 645 for 7. I mean, that 701 I think is almost certain to go here, Richard.
It's looking in serious danger. I would certainly agree with that.
In comes Coles and Bowles and driven by Ackerman down the track. We must make sure you are on the mic if and when that happens, because that's a moment of Leicestershire history.
In a season when they have yet to win a championship fixture. Go figure.
Don't rub it in. In comes Coles around the wicket, Bowles, and he just squirts that one away on the offside. And there is no run. 6:45 for 4. So the lead, you need to add 12 to 40. 57 is the lead now. So Leicestershire will want more runs than this. Coles in again, Bowles short outside the off stump, and Ackerman just reaches and plays the ball out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, picks up another run. Ricky was right about the new ball, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Sussex haven't taken it. There's some weary-looking legs out there for the Sussex lads. Stephen is doing a good job. He's trying to keep them going as in comes Coles. Bowles. Pulled away. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Nothing much Stephen can do about that. Pulled away onto the leg side by VM Mulder. He goes to 183. It's the end of another James Coles over. 650 for 4. Mulder 183. And Sussex also... something in the record books, the highest score against Sussex, Richard, which I found a few moments ago, and I should have made a note of, and I will do now, is 726. Nottinghamshire made at Trent Bridge in 1895.
I'd say that was also in danger.
That's in danger as well.
Because I do also have to say that the Leicestershire supporters getting in touch are not particularly sanguine about the chances of, putting Sussex under any particular pressure. The general consensus seems to be that pitch just is showing no signs of deteriorating, certainly as much as Leicestershire would need it to, you feel, to give Callum Parkinson, perhaps with a key man, a chance of sort of getting enough to turn to bowl Sussex out or make them concerned. Maybe Chris Wright's on his 37th birthday. We'll really have a day to remember. 650 up though for the Foxes. Everybody out on the boundary with the exception of Allsop at extra cover as Rawlings round the wicket makes room and smacked away by Ackerman to the extra cover boundary for 4. The 2 batsmen touch gloves. Ackerman onto 234. I'd better check on a few individual records as well. 234 puts him, I think, 7th in the Leicestershire batting hierarchy in terms of highest scores. In goes Rawlings and Bowles to him. He leans forward, flicks the delivery off middle and leg stump down towards short fine leg for a single.
I mean, just Leicestershire batting fantastically well. I just wonder if we get to the end of the day, if Sussex don't lose any wickets, we can then perhaps have a debate about the pitch and whether it's been a good pitch for a 4-day game.
Rawlings tosses one up, but down the leg side, and a little paddle sweep by Mulder. Again, it goes to short fine leg where Pujara is fielding. Just the single, 656 for 4. Means the lead is now 68-ish. Is that right?
Hang on.
56 and 12, 68.
Yes.
As Rawlings is in straighter this time, and
well done, Richard. That's a good bit of maths. That's a good way of doing it.
Ackerman.
Yeah, our heads are full of stats.
Respect. Just add 12 to the
Yeah.
Go on then. As Rawlings Bowles tosses it miles outside off stump, and poor Carter had no chance at all. That's and umpire Debenham walks away with his hands held wide, and he's really extending them just to show how very wide that was. Do you know, it was a 1.5 foot off the strip. That was an extraordinary delivery from Rawlings, who is close to bringing up his 200.
Yeah, he is.
That was astonishing. He's done one or two astonishing things in this match, Delray, including that throw that should have run out Ackerman. Again, very wide, but having stepped back, he has time, Mulder, to step forward again, so to speak, into his stumps and crack it away into the offside, straight to Orr, who's fielding on the cover boundary. Single taken. Mulder approaching his 200. As Rawlins bowls from about 3 feet behind the stumps. Ackerman stands up and smashes it back down the pitch past him. I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but Delray Rawlins seems to have lost it, as they say. I saw Mark Watt, that's one of his favourite deliveries, isn't it? The Scottish left armour. He bowls from at least a yard behind the stumps, just very occasionally to startle the batter. But Rawlins delivered that one from well behind the stumps, and he walks away. Steve Finn wanders up to him, no doubt wondering what he's about. Umpire Debenham has got his hands on his hips. He looks nonplussed with what's going on out there as well. End of the over. An over that, well, will live in the memory for some time just because of its sheer extraordinary qualities, if qualities is the right word.
Well, Leicestershire have added 134 this morning, by my reckoning, in 21 overs. So they're going along at over 6 and over here. And we said, didn't we, if they were to score at 6 and over this morning in those 32 overs, that would give them, that's going to take them around about a lead of well over 100 at lunch.
Well, they can't.
Getting up to 150.
He'll have to take Rawlins off.
Here comes James Coles from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Ian Mulder, who plays that a rare dot ball fielded by Tom Clark at extra cover. There is no run. Coles in again, bowls and clipped by Mulder onto the onside. He was thinking about 2, but Steve Finn is fielding on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's just a single. Mulder goes to 186.
Ackerman has just taken over James Taylor's 237 in that previous game, actually, against Loughborough MCCU. Next target, 240, Brad Hodge v Essex.
In comes Coles again, squirted away to backward point. Good bit of fielding by Sean Hunt, who was alert and quickly round at backward point to prevent a single. Total remains at 664 for 4. Ackerman 239. He waits as in comes Coles and bowls, and he's sweeping, and he's going to get an appeal from James Coles. The ball's going to run away, I think, though, for a run. Young Hutchinson is doing. I tell you, he's really impressed me, Sam Henderson, and he's got his chance here as a 12th man. That's run away for leg byes. He's not given up at all. But the ball rolls away for 4 leg byes, and the total goes to 668 for 4.
Suggestion on Twitter that delivery from Delray, which was missed the pitch completely and almost missed the next one, is possibly the worst bowl ever bowled in first-class cricket, but there's a lot of contenders.
In comes Coles, bowls, and Ackerman is beaten outside the off stump. A rare beat taken by Carter. There is no run. The lead is now 80. Look at the flags on the scoreboard. They're always being pulled away as the wind. Some welcome relief from the stifling heat of the last few days. In comes Coles, bowls, and Ackerman just eases that down to 3rd man. Picks up a single. He goes to 240. And end of the over, 669 for 4. It means that Leicestershire have scored 140 runs here this morning. And now, and of course, what's the highest ever score by a Leicestershire batsman, Richmond? You were looking
309 not out by H.D. Ackerman, another Ackerman.
Wow.
No relation.
How weird is that?
Versus Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens in 2006.
Does David Gower figure on that list anywhere at all, or...?
He does. His highest score for Leicestershire was 2. He's been left behind, I'm afraid. 228. Actually, curiously, also against Glamorgan, that was at Grace Road in 1989.
Oh, lovely. Oh, well done you for keeping on top of all the stats on a day of records here. Now, Henry Crocom's going to get a bowl. He hasn't bowled so far today as young Henry's.
Doesn't mean we've taken the new ball, does it, by any chance?
Well, that's a good question.
It looks fairly dull, the projectile that's in his left hand. No, it's the old ball still. That cannot be a new ball.
So this partnership is coming up to not far short of 400 now, isn't it?
Because 79.
Yeah, another 10 runs.
390. I better get back to my partnership records as well.
Yeah, they're 10 runs short of a 400 partnership. Wow. I'm not sure I've seen I definitely haven't seen a 400 partnership.
Is it me? Crocombe.
I think it is.
In
Well,
losing track.
yeah,
and he's bowling to Ackerman, who turns it the slightly short ball out down towards deep mid wicket and takes 2.
I think we just need to make sure you're on the mic when we get to any of these landmarks, Richard, because they might store them away one day in the Leicestershire Museum, and they'll say, back in 2022, here's our commentator Richard Ray.
What a depressing thought.
No, not at all.
Generations to come.
No, not at all.
Maybe. 671 now for 4. So, 8 short of their 400 partnership. Record partnership for Leicestershire in all forms is 436. And you can guess which game it was in. Crocombe is in outside off stump, steered by Ackerman, but along the ground straight to backward point, and there's no run.
Well, I do feel for the Sussex lads out there at the moment, because this is a tough old day.
It's brutal, isn't it? Crocombe is in short, pulled down towards deep mid wicket and for 4. Ackerman, I think we can probably safely say, is seeing it quite well at the moment.
Yes.
And he moves on to 246, 675 for 4. The lead then is 87. I mean, that probably, from the point of view, well, it is, from the point of view of the match, the key figure, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
At what stage?
Absolutely it is.
The records are all interesting from Leicestershire's point of view, but the key figure is the lead and how quickly they can get, well, they can sort of think about getting 200 ahead at this stage and then giving themselves 50 overs at the rate they're going. Crocombe is in back foot defensive, pushed down into the ground that bounces over the head of Crocombe and down towards long off where Finn fields, and 1 is taken. Ackerman 247.
I was just speculating, Richard, that if Leicestershire did declare at lunch, at least they don't lose the 2 overs. At this rate, they could be 150 ahead at lunch. They might want just a few more than that, just to really put the pressure on Sussex. They could have a lot of fielders around the bat.
In goes Crocombe, slightly short.
4 more.
Smacked away by Mulder on this occasion. Down 2 wide extra cover, and as Adrian says, 4 more. 680 for 4, and that is the 400 partnership. Goodness me. Records tumbling here at Hove. What a partnership it has been. Ackerman 247, Mulder 190. He now approaching his 200. Can they beat Leicestershire's all-time record? In goes Crocombe and bowls short, of course, and pulled around the corner. It should be stopped by Coles. It is running away to his right at deep backward square. Gets his throw away well. In fact, he overthrows Crocombe. He's got a good arm.
Yes, he has. Very good arm.
From down there. And he overthrew wicketkeeper Carter. Thankfully, from Sussex's point of view, there was plenty of backing up. Single taken. The 2 South Africans touch gloves. Not surprisingly, 681 for 4. Out comes a drink for them. The lead is now 93. There are still potentially 73 overs to be bowled today, there or thereabouts. As Ricky pointed out, if Parkinson bowls a fair few of them, Leicestershire could conceivably bowl a few more than
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
than the necessary minimum. But they want as many as they possibly can, of course. You know, difficult to judge, really. I would imagine they want 55 overs, something like that.
Well, they've scored 152 this morning in 23 overs. Leicestershire. So they've really put their foot on the accelerator. Man, it's a terrific batting patch, isn't it? It's a rapid outfield, and the Sussex boys have been out there for a long, long time. In comes Coles around the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a full toss. That's going to be clubbed. Well, he's lucky to get away with just a single there. It was a full toss. It was actually edged by Mulder down to third man. He goes to 192. 682 for 4. James Coles in his 40th over, figures of 1 for 170. He's in and bowls and cut away to back. Good tumbling stock there by Sean Hunt. I think Yeah, Mulder fancied a single, but Hunt, to his credit, was round, quickly got down well and stopped the ball. And it's a rare dot ball. Bowles. In again, Bowles. That short, wide outside the off stump. That was a tired-looking delivery from Jack. I mean, they're just trying everything they can, aren't they? They're trying to push it wide. They're trying quicker ones if they can, but just drag that one wide to Coles. Is it again? Bowles, and Ackerman hammers that one away. Again, to backward point, well fielded by Hunt. And there is no run. 683 for 4.
I believe this is only the second 400 partnership in Leicestershire's first-class history.
Wow. In the game, Bowles short. Ackerman is beaten rarely outside the off stump, taken by Carter. And there is no run. In the context of the last few overs, this has been a decent over from James Coles. Just a single off it sofa and a wide. In he comes again, Bowles, and that is wider again. And he rather reaches for that to Ackerman, but manages to get it to Henry Crocombe, who comes running in from the cover boundary to field. One more to Ackerman. He goes to 248, is that? Yes, it is. Doesn't seem 2 minutes ago he was going for his 200. Coles again, Bowles. Mulder is forward, plays it out into the offside and takes a comfortable single. He goes to 193 at the end of the over. And Leicestershire to 685. Is that right? 685 for 4. So add 12 to that. The lead, and this is the important thing for the match, is that the lead for Leicestershire now is 97 with half an hour to go until lunch. And poor old Henry Crocombe has got the rather dubious honour of having to bowl the next over.
He tried short balls pretty much throughout his last one, and a couple were put away. 436 is the record partnership. It was unbroken between Darren Maddy and Brad Hodge against Loughborough MCCU at Grace Road in 2003.
No, it's a fairly recent in terms of history.
Yeah, but those MCCU games, sometimes it was a little bit of a case of sort of candy from babies, wasn't it?
Yep.
As they say in America. So this isn't that, young though the Sussex side is. And good though the pitch continues to be. Good in inverted commas. Perhaps it should be. Crocombe is in from the sea end, bowls to Vian Mulder on off stump, and a perfectly normal piece of cricket as Mulder doesn't step away and try and carve it away, just defends the delivery off stump out to Pujara, who is at extra cover, and there is no run. Allsop is at sort of conventional-ish shortish mid-wicket saving one. It's a slightly better field, I think, for Crocombe now, who is in and bowls very straight and full, and Mulder just waits for it and then leans into it, pushing it out through the vacant, very straight mid-on area down towards long on. Finn runs across from long off, getting there before Hunt, who is a slightly wide long on. One is taken. Mulder on 194. He's just reining it back a little bit. He's conscious of the proximity of his double century, and why wouldn't he be? Ackerman continues to try and flay it to all parts. Crocombe is in. Ackerman gets up on his toes and plays it through the same area, a little bit wider this time, so it's Hunt who gets there first. Ackerman takes one, moves on to 249. Another huge milestone within reach for Colin Ackerman. He's leaning on his bat now, watching Mulder, who's within a blow of his milestone as Crocombe is in, very straight, and just turns his wrists on the defensive shot. And you hear Sean Hunt clapping there at that delivery from Henry Crocombe. That all Mulder does is keep out, essentially pushes it out to mid-wicket. Crocombe wearily turns. He's only into his 23rd over and bowls very straight, and Mulder waits for it, blocks it out into the offside. It indicates there was a little bit of movement there, but again, we haven't. Just looking at the ball in Crocombe's hand, the new ball hasn't been taken, I'm certain of that. Steve Finn runs in, and after that delivery, I think it's a courtesy of this over, just fist bumps young Henry Crocombe. Then he runs back to long off as Crocombe is in, short pulled out towards deep mid-wicket where Rawlins forms the long barrier and fields. Mulder picks up one, keeps the strike, Crocombe just holds his right shoulder a bit. He's bowled a lot. He's not used to this sort of workload, young Crocombe, and there'll be some sore bodies.
There will.
In Hove tonight.
Clive Jacobs has been in touch. Hello, Clive. He says, thanks for the coverage of this late match, which is one for the purists, I fear. The wicket is the only winner, and it seems to be less a battle between batter and ball and more an endurance test for bowlers, whose role is to reduce to a little more than act as human bowling machines that provide batsmen with a live net session. This is hardly entertainment, and whilst the ECB have told the counties to improve the wickets matches are played on, I'm sure the directive did not instruct the counties to play matches on a surface more akin to the M23 than a cricket wicket. My thanks and regards, says Clive Jacobs. Thank you, Clive, for your email. What do you think if you're listening? Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Ricky Clark is back with us. Well, it's been pretty chastening stuff for Sussex this morning, Ricky, in all fairness. Leicestershire have really put their foot to the floor. Mulder is on 195. In comes Coles and bowls to Mulder, who forces this one through the offside, picks up a single fielded by Henry Crocombe. Do you empathise with that email from Clive?
Yeah, I do. I think we spoke about it the last couple of days that ground staff can't really win at the minute. You know, the pitches were doing too much, and that was detriment to batters in county cricket. They couldn't bat long periods of time.
In comes Coles, bowls to Ackerman, who flays this away through the offside, picks up another single to Ackerman. He goes to his 250 and gets a nice round of applause, and rightly so, from his Leicestershire colleagues up on the balcony. VM Mulder runs across and congratulates his colleagues. The two South Africans embrace in the middle of the pitch. What a day for them, Ricky. I mean, it is an easy-paced pitch, isn't it? We know that, but I mean, you've still got to score the runs. Yeah,
exactly. You've still got to score the runs, and they don't look like stopping any time soon.
Coles in again, bowls, and driven by Mulder to short extra cover, fielded there by Tom Clark. There is no run. Archie Lenham and Daniel Ibrahim, two of the young Sussex lads, going around offering some drinks to the Sussex players. In comes Coles again, bowls. Mulder is driving into the covers, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. Sorry, we don't get much chance to chat when James Coles is bowling, Ricky. 2 more balls left in this over. 690 for 4. In comes Coles and bowls. Mulder drives again into the covers, well fielded by Tom Clark, and again there is no run.
Yeah, he just needs to slow it down a little bit here, because obviously later on as the game goes on, the quicker he bowls these overs, there'll be time for Leicestershire to bowl Sussex out.
Coles in bowls, cut firmly away by VM Mulder. He picks up a single. He goes to 197, 691 for 4. The record is 701 for 4. I'll do my update very quickly when it comes on, Richard, and then I'm going to get you on commentary, because we need to make sure that your voice is on this when it happens, and it should happen. The update should happen fairly soon. So, end of the over, 691 for 4. Yeah, Ricky, sorry, we were talking about pitches, and Clive saying there, he says this is hardly entertainment. Whilst the ECB have told the county to improve the wickets played on, I'm sure the directive did not instruct the county to play matches on a surface more akin to the M23 than a cricket wicket, and I'm just getting your views on that.
I think, personally, we need to wait to see what happens with this game, because I don't think this game is over by any stretch of the imagination.
Right, thank you.
You've got 169 overs Sussex have been out there for. They've obviously lost their captain, Tom Haynes, so he won't be able to bat. And you've got a lot of inexperienced young lads out there at the moment as well, as in comes Henry Crocombe. Tucked into the leg side, down to a fine leg, as the ball just angled into leg stump for a single to Mulder as he moves on to 198. Yeah, a lot of inexperience out there. I think it's brilliant that the young guys get to play. But again, they wouldn't have been in a situation where they're trying to potentially block out and try and save the game for the county. As in comes Crocombe again. Onto the back foot goes Ackerman. A very weary Henry Crocombe just tries to bend down. It just goes through his legs, but Pujara come round to protect him. And no run is scored.
Your former county are having a good day at Scarborough, Ricky. Yorkshire 111 for 5.
Jamie Overton, I think I've heard bowling quite quick up there at this moment in time. Last I saw, he had 3 for 10. As in comes Crocombe. Again, short ball. It sort of looped over the head of Ackerman. and taken by Carter on the half volley.
Tom Laws, he's a young cricketer hearing a little bit about us.
Yeah, I think he got 4 wickets. He might have got 4 wickets first innings, I think. Or he's a good cricketer. Young lad come through the academy at Surrey. Good all-round cricketer. Getting his opportunity. As in comes Crocombe again. Slower ball this time, run his fingers across it. A little bit of a cutter. Punched back by Ackerman, and Mulder sort of tried to dive to get back into his crease as he was worried that Henry Crocombe would get a little fingertip on it and run him out at the non-striker's end. This occasion he's back in his crease as Henry Crocombe walks back and comes in and up the hill from the sea end. Oh, another little slower ball there. I reckon he's just run his fingers down it a little bit again. But it was seen by Colin Ackerman, and he has pulled the shot down to a fine leg, and that has seen Ackerman move on to 252, as again Crocombe walks back to finish his 24th over, none for 97 currently. As in he comes up the hill, short ball this time, and again just sort of stays in and loops to keeper Ollie Carter, as Ackerman tried to just do a little bit of an uppercut down to the vacant third man area, but misses it on this occasion and no run scored.
Yeah. So what have we got? 25 minutes to go until lunch. I'm just trying to work how many runs we've had this morning, Ricky. I'm desperate to get Richard on commentary here because this could be a historic moment in the history of Leicestershire Cricket Club. I reckon they've added 165 this morning in 27. You stay on, Ricky, and I'll make way for Richard as soon as I can. It looks like Steve Finn's coming back into the attack for Sussex, is he? No,
I'd be very surprised if...
That's going to be James Coles.
Yeah.
I think he just looked like he was wandering around. I think we could probably get Richard on quickly here to do, because I think this could be Mulder's double century. So let's get you on here just before we go to the weather, Richard. As in comes Coles and bowls, and Mulder just eases that down to third man, picks up a single. So I think we're just going to have a quick weather report.
Right, let's look at the weather then, and just a reminder, it's
6:95. Could do without Colin Ackerman hitting a 6. In comes Coles. In again, bowls to Ackerman, who clubs this down the ground and picks up a single. Quickly take the microphone, Richard, because Mulder's going to go through for his double century here. Okay, you could take... Yeah, okay, good idea, Ricky. What's the matter with me? Go on, you... Well done, Ricky. I tell you, he's like an old pro, isn't he, Ricky, at this?
So Mulder is going to be on strike on 199, and the field comes in as... Updates time.
Thanks very much indeed, Sarah. We're in a situation... Yes, thank you, Sarah. Leicestershire are simply piling on the runs here. They're 696 for 4. VM Mulder is on 199. He's on the verge of a maiden double 100, is the South African, as James Coles bowls, and VM Mulder plays that to mid-on. There is no run. Leicestershire also within 5 runs of their highest ever score. So the Sussex bowlers are getting a bit of a pasting here this morning. Elsewhere, Yorkshire 119 for 5 at Scarborough, leading Surrey by 125.
Well done, Adrian. Mulder hasn't got his 200 yet. He's found the field with both his last 2 deliveries. Coles round the wicket to Mulder, who is pushing out towards mid-on, but the field is in, so he's being careful. He's not going to take the single. He stays on 199 at the end of the over. 696 for 4. And Leicestershire's lead, therefore, is now 108. Ackerman has 253. The partnership is approaching a record, which is 436 unbroken between Darren Maddy and Brad Hodge. That was back at Grace Road in 2003 against Loughborough. The key figure, though, from a records point of view, is that Leicestershire are approaching their first class best in their history
And I'm just updated to the Sussex score of Gramo. It is the highest ever county championship score at Hove by any county ever.
So,
That's a big one.
may not appreciate the nature of the pitch, the Sussex supporters, at the moment, but they are seeing history made in front of their eyes. The highest ever first-class score made on this lovely and historic ground. Colin Ackerman. Delray Rawlins is coming back into the attack. A brave move by Steve Finn, but as Ricky correctly said, we would be very surprised if Steve Finn rocked up with ball in hand. Rawlins is over the wicket to Ackerman, who's stepping back and making room and clubbing it into the offside. A brilliant half stop by Alsop, falling away to his left, means that it is just a single and a very sore left hand for Alsop, whose last thing Sussex need is to lose another batter to a broken finger in the field. And he's tucked his hands underneath his armpits, examining his left hand now ruefully. Mulder is on strike on 199. The field comes in again. Rawlins goes around the wicket, steps past umpire Debenham and bowls. Mulder goes back, steers it into the offside, but it bounces, and it's a comfortable-ish stop for Orr running to his right at extra cover. Mulder very conscious of the fact he's on 199, goes back and cuts again, and he's going to get the run as he punches it into the offside. It's half stopped by Alsop, slowed on its way to mid-off, sees that it has been half stopped, and Mulder completes the single he needs to reach 200 for the first time in first-class cricket. Gets a congratulatory hug from his partner. Ackerman takes off his helmet, raises his bat to the pavilion. A great landmark for Vian Mulder. The 24-year-old has impressed so much in this innings. Leicestershire on to 698 now for 4, within 3 of their record first-class total. The field spreads again to the boundary. They all go. Rawlins is going to go back over the wicket to Ackerman. Everybody on the boundary, he has on the offside, that is, goes in and bowls. Ackerman whips the delivery off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. Along the ground all the way it goes. Crocombe comes in to field, underarms the ball back to Steve Finn. Rawlins is going to stay over the wicket now. Mulder has reached his landmark, goes in and bowls. Mulder just turns the delivery off his legs calmly through backwards square. Pujara has to run around to field from short fine leg, and that is the 700 up for Leicestershire. Every run adds to the record score now being made on this ground. Rawlins finds something hysterically funny. Stephen has come up with a good joke, which is probably the best thing he could do at this sort of time. Rawlins steps in and bowls to Ackerman, who is punching it out towards deep mid-wicket. Is it going to go for 4? Yes, it is. And Leicestershire have broken their first-class record. Previously 701 for 4 declared, made against Worcestershire at New Road in 1906. It is now 704 for 4 made against Sussex at Hove in 2022.
Fantastic, really, to be here to watch this. Obviously, a brilliant partnership from Vian Mulder and Colin Ackerman.
Yeah.
As they go past the 700, breaking records left, right, and centre here currently.
They are. And you've got to say, many congratulations, Lester. I mean, I know that it's, we can talk about the pitch maybe at the end of the game, and we probably shouldn't do it until then. But, you've got to score the runs. And when these two came together at 279 for 4, Leicester weren't out of the woods. Steve Finn had just picked up a couple of wickets, had to back carefully. Colin Ackerman should have been run out when he was on 71, but he wasn't. And they've got on to make hay. And who knows? They may be batting themselves into a position where they can win this match. And then now the next part of the landmark we're looking at is, I just broke off as James Coles comes in and bowls, flogged away by, oh no it wasn't, it's gone through to the keeper, my apologies, and there is no run. 436 is the next landmark we're looking for. which is the record partnership between Maddie and Hodge in 2003. So I'll have to do some maths and see how far away we are from that. In comes Cold, bowls cut away by Ackerman out to the sweep on the cover boundary. There is no run, just 10 runs away. Right, so when it gets Richard to, score gets to blah, 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 blah. My head is spinning here with all these stats. we need Ariana here. She was the mathematician. I just 715. Right, well, we'll get Richard back on commentary for that as in comes Coles. And I'm hoping somewhere that somewhere is taking off all these stats, all these bits of commentary. I'm sure they will be, so that Leicester can keep those for posterity. Coles comes into bowl to Colin Ackerman. He's in and bowls, and Ackerman hits this one away to a good bit of fielding by Sean Hunt at Backwood Point. That's a good effort by Hunt. Diving away, he's a tall chap, and he prevented what would have been a certain boundary. So Ackerman to 260, Leicestershire 706 for 4. There's James Coles in and bowls, and Mulder drives to the covers, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. One more ball to go in this over. So it's the highest ever Leicestershire total. It's the highest amount of runs ever scored here in an innings at Hove. In comes Coles and clipped away onto the onside by Mulder. He goes to 203, 707 for 4. In terms of the match, we've slightly forgotten that it means that the lead is 119 for Leicestershire. My feeling is they're going to want a few more than that, Ricky, before they declare. So I think we can expect to see Leicestershire batting on after lunch here for a few more overs.
Yeah, definitely. I think realistically they've obviously gone at a good rate so far this morning, but they've not really tried to take any risks at all. They've picked the boundaries up when they've been on offer and got the singles that they've needed just to have a good rate this morning. I think you'll see them go to lunch and then come out again for a little period after lunch, and then you might see some more fireworks where they're trying to hit every ball for 4 or 6 and to really try and accelerate that lead. But I don't think this game is over by any stretch. As I said, 173 overs now Sussex have done in the field, so there's going to be some very tired bodies and minds when they come to bat. And also you're going to have someone else who's going to be opening the batting for the first time as well, so that would be new to them.
True.
So in comes Rawlins from the C end, comes over the wicket, and that's gone down the leg side as Mulder attempted to sweep, and he comes back for 2. Is it going to be 2? It's off the bat. So he went down for a sweep and it's off the bat.
I'm going to give the mic to Richard because a 6, I think, means they're going to equal the record.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Adrian. In goes Rawlins, and bowls a very wide delivery. Oh, we stepped back, but even so, I think that possibly was still a wide. But umpire Debenham, perhaps he's starting to feel hunger pangs and wondering what's for lunch. Lets that one go. Rawlins is in and bowls, tries to swing it away down the leg side that occasion, and he down on both knees, Vian Mulder, as he missed it, and it was stopped by Ollie Carter, who did well to get something on it, really. A rather ugly piece of cricket all round. Rawlins is in and bowls wide outside off stump, driven by Mulder to the boundary for 4. Still managed to get there and managed to steer it between the two fielders on the sort of cover and extra cover boundary. There isn't that much gap between them, maybe 15 yards. That was more than enough as far as Mulder was concerned. He moves on to 209, 713 for 4. I think it's just 2 more needed now to equal Leicestershire's record partnership in first-class cricket. Rawlins is in, bowls very wide again, but again, umpire Debenham is generous in the extreme. Rawlins turns in and bowls fuller on towards the legs of Mulder. He waits for it and clips it down towards deep square leg where Crocombe fields. That was a slightly laboured throw from young Henry Crocombe, and one is taken. 714 for 4. Ackerman has 260, Mulder 210. Rawlins figures 48 overs, 3 maidens, none for 211. Not a match he'll remember with great fondness. Delray
The partnership is now worth 435, I believe. He says, hopefully. So
yes, it is, yes.
yeah, 2 more to break the record. 1 more to equal, 2 to break it, and then every record has been broken, and I think we can relax slightly.
Back to the rotor.
The steam can stop coming out of. The steam can stop coming out of my ears, mathematically speaking.
Goodness me, who'd have thought it? Who'd have thunk it?
But 0 for 1.
At 0 for 1, as you say. Hassan Azad is sitting there, smiling to himself, I suppose. I had a chat to him yesterday. He was as charming and philosophical as ever. Coles around the wicket. A full toss that Mulder whacks into the stand. Did it go all the way? It bounced just once before crossing the ropes. So 4, and that is the record partnership for Leicestershire in first class cricket. Record total here at Hove. Record partnership. The records continue to tumble.
They do. I'll tell you what.
Ricky Clark's putting us to shame here because he knows which headset is which, and I've got myself all. There is one more record, because when it gets to 726, it'll be the highest amount of runs, by my reckoning, that Sussex have ever conceded in an innings, and that record was set in 1895 at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire.
When he gets to
726.
Crikey.
It's the highest run Sussex have ever conceded in an innings. In comes Coles, bowls, short outside the off stump, cut away. I mean, that is going to get broken, isn't it? I mean, it's just a matter of when. Picks up a single, does Mulder. He goes to 215, 719 for 4.
I feel very privileged to have my first commentary stint, and there's just records being broken left, right, and centre.
Chaos, isn't it? It's chaos, isn't it? Yeah. Well, it's great we've got someone like Richard here today. He's very diligent, and he's got all his stats and everything at his fingertips. Because when this happens, it's all happening so quickly. We haven't got the benefit of an Andy Zaltzman or someone in the box who's telling us what's going on. But, well, it's just extraordinary, really. And in terms of runs scored today, I think that's now 190 in this session. In comes James Coles, bowls and thrashed away onto the onside. It's going to go just for a single out to long on. Good bit of fielding out there by Tom Alsop, who was very quickly round. Prevented anything more than a single. Total goes to 720 for 4.
First class cricket been played at home?
It was 150 years. It's 150 years this year. So wow, in comes James Coles in and bowled and pulled away by Mulder onto the leg side. That's gone all the way for 6 runs. That's a big blow by Vian Mulder, and that equals the record runs against Sussex in a match, a record that stood since 1895. 726 for 4, 1 more run, and that record will be broken. Vian Mulder goes to 221. And this partnership, which began when Leicestershire were 279 for 4, goes on and on. So this could be the moment when the not a record Sussex will be proud of, I'm sure, as in comes Coles and bowls and cut away by Vian Mulder. And that's to 727 for 4. That's the highest amount of runs that Sussex have conceded in their history in a single innings, breaking the record that stood since 1895 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. And here in 2022, on the 14th of July, that record has been broken. In comes Coles, bowls, hammered away through backward point. It's going to go well to get to that is young Henderson, and he doesn't. It's just thrashed away through backward point by Colin Ackerman. Lovely shot. He goes to 265. Leicestershire to 731 for 4. And that means, Ricky, I think that today... how many runs have Leicestershire scored today? They started off 529. Crumbs, they scored over 200 runs this morning.
That over just went for 17 as well, so
they've scored 202 this morning.
And they've not even, as I said, they've not even tried to open up the shoulders at any point. They've just jumped on the bad ball, manoeuvred it into areas, played strong cricket shots.
Yeah, they have.
And as you say, they're
The lead.
is now 1-4-3, I think.
1-4-3.
1-4-3.
Over to you, Ricky.
So
If anyone knows of any other records, I mean, well done, Richard. I have to say, because it's been obviously it's been a very, very difficult day for Sussex, and that record. We have to mark these landmarks when they arrive. But from a Leicestershire point of view, extraordinary. It may be a fast outfield, it may be a very good wicket for batting, but you still got to score these runs, Ricky. And these guys are going to remember this forever.
yeah, definitely. Just intrigued here. The umpires are getting together
Changing the ball.
and having a little chat.
Yeah.
They might be changing the ball here, which is going to take a little bit of time. So this potentially could be the last over before lunch.
Sussex will be pleased if it is, I'm sure. Perhaps gives us a little chance, Ricky, just to look through at some of the other scores around the country, because we haven't done that today. In the second division up at Durham 56 without loss, needing another 330 to beat Derbyshire. Looks like that game's heading for a draw. Nottinghamshire 83 for 2 in Cardiff, needing another 372 to win, or more than likely bat out for a draw. And in the first division, let's start with your former county, Surrey, because Yorkshire in trouble, 127 for 6 at Scarborough. They're only leading Surrey by 133. The game at Southport looked like it was heading for a run fest, but you never know in this game. Lancashire made 624 for 9 yesterday. In reply to Somerset's 446, Somerset 61 for 3 in their second innings. So still trailing Lancashire by 117. There could be a result there. There could be a result at Canterbury, where Northants declared on 396 for 8 in their second innings. Kent 8 without loss in their second innings, needing another 357 to win. And Hampshire have won down at the Ageas Bowl. They've beaten Warwickshire by 8 wickets, finishing on 91 for 2. Hampshire just trying to keep the pressure on Surrey at the top of the table. And the one-day international gets underway at Lords at 1 o'clock. England against India. Looks like England have got the same side that played in the defeat at the Oval earlier on in the week, so we'll keep you abreast of that one as well. Just to say, India have won the toss, they've decided to field. Whew.
Nice.
Looking forward to lunch.
And through. As in comes Delray Rollins over the wicket from the CN. He bowls it short with this change of ball, and it gets pulled into the leg side, and it's just a single. Good fielding from Henry Crocombe out there. Moving quickly to his right. It's been a tough couple of days for the Sussex fielders, but he sprinted round up the hill, picked it up and just kept it to the 1 run. As Ackerman comes on to strike, 265 he's on from 369 deliveries, as Rawlins comes in again over the wicket, tucked off the hip of Ackerman to the 45, Pujara, who picks it up. Just another single. Everyone looking at the clock, seeing if they can make this the last over to get to lunch. As Rawlins comes in again over the wicket, full toss, straight back over Delray Rawlins' head, and it's a 1 bounce for a lovely strike, a kick at the dirt into the foothole at the bowler's end from Delray Rawlins. He was disappointed with that, as the ball went sailing back over his head for a 1 bounce 4, and 4 more to Fian Mulder, who moves his score on to 227. And Leicestershire 737 for 4.
Can't blame the pitch for a delivery like that, can you? That was
no. It was a nice, juicy, low full toss and put away by Mulder. As in comes Delray Rawlins again, short this time, and that has gone straight back past the bowlers. Split the 2 Seagulls, who were fielding at long off with James Coles, and it crashes into the boundary boards. It was a short delivery from Delray Rawlins, and Mulder has just clubbed it back past the umpire and Rawlins for 4 runs. As in comes Rawlins again over the wicket, chucks it a little bit wider this time, and it's driven by Mulder out to deep cover, where Alior does the fielding.
Well, every fielder's on the boundary now, apart from what was that short fine leg Cheteshwar Pujara.
Richard just said that Mulder 100 in a session.
Wow.
He's scored today.
Wow.
129 not out.
Starting on 129 not out. as in comes Rawlings again, short this time, and it's pulled away by Colin Ackerman to the deep man, Henry Crocombe, who throws it back in, and that will be the over.
Ackerman as well.
There's 12 off it, and Ackerman as well. He was 166.
Wow.
So he's also, so both batters have scored 100 in a session.
Well, it's just been extraordinary, hasn't
And
it?
they've not even tried yet.
No, and the lead now is 155. You would have thought there's been all these records broken, in terms of the game of cricket, and it's going to be Tom Alsop who's coming on to bowl the last over before lunch. The lead is 155. Leicestershire, you would imagine, are just going to camp fielders around the bat when it comes to the turn for Sussex to bat, and then we'll get an idea maybe if there's anything in this wicket, or if you do have a game of 4-day cricket. I mean, there's a lot of comment I'm seeing on social media saying the wicket's a joke. We've had 13 wickets in 3 days. Is this good for county cricket? But I think you're quite right, Ricky. I think we need to see what happens when Sussex bat, because if Sussex, if it starts to spin, then we can say, well, it's a very good, it's been a good wicket for. So let's defer judgment on that. I know there's a lot of stuff going around. In comes Tom Alsop, left arm around the wicket, last over before lunch. He's in and bowls, short down the leg side, and Ackerman just helps that around the corner for 4 runs. But I have to say, that's not a great start, and that was pretty easy stuff for Colin Ackerman. He goes to 271. He's got his eyes on 300 here, Colin Ackerman. He must be getting now up in that list of Leicestershire batsmen in terms of the highest score ever.
306, I think.
Alsop in bowls. Ackerman is going to pick up 4 more. Just down the leg side. Just helps that one through for 4 runs.
306.
Ackerman to 275. It's not easy here for Sussex, but I have to say these
can be costly runs. These, giving Tom Alsop 1 over before lunch, but he's already gone for 2 boundaries in his first 2 balls.
Lead 163. Alsop in bowls. Ackerman forward, just plays that down the ground to log on and picks up the single. Well, it's been a tough. A tough run for Sussex over the last sort of 18 months or so, and none tougher than this really. Here comes Alsop round the wicket bowls, and Ackerman is going to pick up a couple of runs. They may have come off the pad actually. Let's just wait. In fact, it's a VM Mulder. Let's wait for the umpire's signal, who signals that they are. Well, he doesn't signal anything, so they're runs.
Just off the bat, was it? I thought it
must have been. Well, there was no signal made that I saw. 234 to Mulder.
Being very generous to the batters. I thought it was off the pad, but 2 more runs.
Alsop in again, bowls, and Mulder works us into the offside, picks up another single. And there is going to be 1 more ball before lunch, so we can then work out all the stats that have happened in this session. 755 for 4.
12 off this over as well so far, so these are valuable runs for Leicestershire.
Here comes Alsop bowls, and Ackerman plays that out into the offside. It is the end of the over, and that is lunch, mercifully, from a Sussex point of view. But well done, Leicestershire. We have to give credit, Ricky, where credit is due. Leicestershire have scored the runs. It may be a flat pitch, it may be a quick outfield, but you've still got to put back to ball, and these 2 have done absolutely wonderfully for Leicestershire today. They began the day on 529. They've reached lunch on 756. So my maths tells me, Ricky, that they have scored 227 runs in the session, and they've scored 227 runs. How many overs have been bowled? I've gone off the scoreboard now, which is a little frustrating. But 227 in about 32 overs, so that means Sussex have been going at about 8 and over this morning.
Yeah, and again, from that point of view, Leicestershire, as I said, they've not actually tried to really open their shoulders yet. They've just batted normally. They've looked to target that short boundary on occasions, but they've just played good shots, nice strong shots, and picked up the singles that have been on offer as well. So,
is that 171 overs? It says over there, Ricky. I can't quite see with my eyesight. It says over on the scoreboard there, underneath Leicester, underneath Ackerman. It says overs. Does that say 171? It's just the one.
177.
177, sorry. So there's been 34 overs this morning. So 34 overs, and they've scored 227 runs, whatever that is in terms of mathematics.
So a lead of 168.
Yeah. Where does this go from here, Ricky? We've still got 62 overs to be bowled in the day.
I'd say I think Leicestershire will be coming out after lunch, and I'll be very shocked if they weren't trying to open up their shoulders every ball, just for a short period of time, not too long. There's still a lot of overs left in the day, and obviously with the spin of Parkinson, you think it's going to feature quite heavily in the second innings for Leicestershire. When they come to bowl, they might get a few more in as well. So I think you see Leicestershire come out and throw the bat at a few more deliveries and try and get a bigger lead and look to create a bit of pressure on what will be a very weary and tired Sussex batting lineup that's obviously depleted from losing captain Tom Haynes to that broken hand. And I think we will see an interesting next couple of sessions, if I'm brutally honest. I think it'll be a potential result in the game, and I can only see it going Leicestershire's way currently, but Sussex have got a lot of work to do, and they'll be hoping that when they do come to bat they can weather the storm and get through to the close of play and get a well-earned draw.
Ricky, thanks for now. We're going to have a bit of a break. And
So lots of fresh people or it's been too early. Did you have to have any special accreditation? Nothing specific. Just, what about the actual press boxes and bids? I guess if there wasn't a lot
taking a few of our match umpires, Ben Devon and Neil Pratt. And please welcome the field of visitors from Leicestershire, led by Captain Karen Parkinson. The Sussex batters to start the Sussex second innings, remembering number 6, Alistair Orr, and number 27, Tom Clark.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Hove, the first Central County ground. The news from the middle in this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Sussex and Leicestershire is that Leicestershire declared on 756 for 4, a lead of 168. They declared at lunchtime. So, Sussex have potentially 62 overs or thereabouts to survive and save the game, which, having scored, what did they get in their first innings? A massive... After
588.
588 is not a position they might have anticipated being in at this stage of the game. In from the sea end goes Chris Wright on his birthday, and it's looking to leave is Ali Orr, and lifting the bat out of the line of the ball, it hit the bat as he lifted it, and it could easily have bounced down into the stumps. It didn't.
It could have done. It could have been a very similar outcome to the start of Leicestershire's innings with the first ball. Just went away, Ali Orr, and just sort of done that sort of shuffle and got his legs moving. Been in the field for a good 170 odd overs. So.
Wright is in, bowls to him. He leaves the delivery that moves away outside off stump, but started a little bit too wide and went wider. That was the voice of Ricky Clark, formerly of Warwickshire, Surrey and England. Richard Ray and Adrian Harms of BBC Radio's Leicester and Sussex make up your commentary team for this game. Callum Parkinson was bowling a lot of looseners during the interval. I wonder if they'll actually open with him from the Cromwell Road end. I suspect they might. In goes Wright and bowls to Orr, who is deflecting a delivery off just outside the off stump, off the back foot, dropping it down towards gully. Movement, a little bit of movement there.
I was just about to say that over the course of the 4 days, there's been no real sort of breeze, but today there is. You're looking at the flags to our right, just pushing across the ground from this sea end. And Chris Wright has got 2 left-handers. He's coming round the wicket and he's just trying to angle it into the stumps. And I reckon the breeze is just taking this new ball towards the slip, so we're trying to get him caught in there.
And he goes and bowls to Orr, who's driving, and he's got that one away through the covers. Mulder started to chase, but understandably slightly wearily. He, having made a double hundred for the first time in his first-class career this morning, and he knew that the ball was going to cross the ropes well ahead of him, however fast he ran. So, Orr, nice shot to get off the mark, just over pitched there. Chris Wright does have a short mid-wicket in. Obviously, Leicestershire very much on the front foot, but if Sussex can get fairly quickly to that 168, then obviously almost certainly will be beyond Leicestershire to win the game from there. In goes Wright and bowls outside off stump. Rishi Patel hands in the air as it's allowed to go through by Orr, but tends to do that to just about every delivery anyway, Rishi. At first slip, Colin Ackerman at second, just the 2 slips.
Yeah, I think they're looking at it and saying it's obviously a good pitch. There's been lots of runs scored on it, but I think they're just trying to bring the pads into play as much as they can. As we said, there is a little bit of movement, but I just don't think there's enough carry for the ball to go to the slip, so they're going to try and trap them LBW and bring those stumps into play more often than not.
Right, around the wicket to Orr. That one does come back in a fraction, perhaps a bit too short as far as Wright is concerned, because he could stay on the back foot and block it out into the offside, slightly wide of Louis Kimber at point, and the run is therefore taken. Orr all 5 runs in the opening over of the Sussex second innings and keeps the strike accordingly.
It will be Callum Parkinson, who's going to open from the Cromwell Road end. He's going to have 2 left-handers to bowl at here, and there is a little bit of rough created from the traffic of the seamers from the sea end. He's going to be aiming into that. He's got a short leg, he's got a slip. It's just a question of where he's going to put his 45. It is Mulder who's going back onto the 45. I was thinking he might have a little leg slip as well, just for the one that really grips and bites. But he's going to have the new ball in his hand. He's got a deep point, and it will be Ali Orr to face him. as Parkinson spins the ball in his fingers at the top of his mark. Alior waits, gets into position. In comes Parkinson down the hill. Starts with a shortish ball that Alior goes back and just punches it into the onside to Ben Mike, who does the fielding. Just need a couple of deliveries just to do something out of the ordinary, Leicestershire, and then that can send a few shivers through the Sussex lineup.
Just waiting to see the replay to see if there was anything at all there.
Just a little bit too short, I reckon, on that occasion.
Just,
if he can get out there and entice that drive, try and get him through the gate. As in he comes again down the hill. Better delivery that time, Fuller. Brought Alior forward, who plays it nicely, back up the wicket. And Ben Mike comes across and picks it up again. So gives it a little shine. Try and keep it as new as possible and hard as possible, just so it misbehaves more during the innings. But in comes Parkinson again, rushing Alior there. He looked up, he goes back and plays it nicely. Thought he might pull away at one stage. As Parkinson was coming in, he was still looking down at his guard, but managed to play it nicely off the back foot for no run scored.
Yeah, 5 wickets for Parkinson in the first innings.
Again, Parkinson comes in. On the back foot goes Alior and tucks it into the mid-wicket region where Mulder does the fielding. Alior has a real sort of long look down at his mark here, and Parkinson almost starts, and Alior quickly looks up and is right there as he looks at him again. He's looking down. In comes Parkinson. Quick look up again from Alior, and he's come down the wicket and he has launched it straight over long on. And I think that might have gone all the way for 6. So we're just waiting for the umpires, and it has. So he's gone on the offensive. He's come down the wicket, and he has hit Captain Parkinson straight over long on for 6. Lovely shot.
Brave shot, certainly. It's the second over in these circumstances. Great that it, when it comes off, but had he held out there, it could have been an interesting conversation back in the pavilion.
Yeah, I think the message would be, look, just try and bat normally. As in comes Parkinson again, forward comes Alior. Nice defensive shot, back up the wicket to Parkinson. That is the end of the second over. Sussex move on to 9. Just seeing there that maybe it didn't go for 6. It was signalled 6. Was there a correction? I thought he did signal as a 6, but the scoreboard is saying it's gone for 4. So we'll have to wait and see there on that. But it's either 9 or 11 after the first 2 overs. But the umpire did signal 6. We didn't see any correction, but on the scoreboard it has got Parkinson's just gone for 4 off that over. And it will be back to Chris Wright from the C end.
Still with that shortish mid-wicket in on for the sort of clipped drive, comes in and bowls to Clark, who defends on the... Is that the first ball Clark has faced?
It is, yeah.
And out into the offside, his first ball. Third over of the innings, blocking it out into the offside. Mulder moving a little bit wearily. He tends to move a little bit, sort of looks as though he's moving a little bit wearily at the best of times. He's a very fit young man. He'll be fine. Ackerman at second slip, equally so. Hands on knees next to Rishi Patel there as Wright, shirt out of his trousers, goes in and bowls to Clark, who is leaning forward. Another similar sort of build and stature to Alior, tallish left-handers.
Tom Clark promoted up the order from 5.
In the absence, remember, of Tom Haynes.
Yep.
With his broken hand.
12 in the first innings, so he'll be looking at this as a good opportunity to get a score under his belt.
A little bit of a vote of confidence in him by the Sussex management, as in goes Wright and bowls, and he's hurried a little bit on the back foot, but he angles his bat nicely, slightly short of a length delivery, just outside off stump, and it is going to go for 4. Signalled well before it got there by Ricky. The fielder kept up the chase. He went all the way. Louis Kimber, who's had a nice rest throughout the last 24 hours watching, as particularly Ackerman and Mulder put together that record partnership. So he pursued it all the way, but couldn't quite get there.
That's raced away up the hill there, is it? full face of the bat. And it just sort of guided and it just raced away across this quick outfield here at Hove.
Right is in and bowls straighter this time, and on the back foot Clark defends it back down the pitch. Right tries to sort of flick the ball backhanded at the stumps, a no look catch out alley or effort, but he didn't really even connect with the ball, barely brushed his fingers.
It's one of his trademark things, that is, from Chris Wright. Every time the ball gets hit back at him, he always tries to palm it onto the stumps.
Have you ever seen that come off, actually, and take a wicket?
Once he's done it, and he was over the moon. He goes on about it constantly. But
remember who that was?
Can't remember, but he run off celebrating. Like, he was just over the moon that it come off and he had meant it. But,
have you ever tried it?
Not really, no.
In goes right and bowls very straight middle stump delivery that Clark blocks solidly back down the pitch on the onside, picked up by Ben Mike at mid-on, and there's no run.
If I tried it, I'd probably palm it away from the fielder that's got it covered and knock it for four or something, yeah.
During the lunch interval, the Leicestershire seamers all warmed up from this sea end. Parkinson the only one to warm up from the Cromwell Road end, from which we can sort of conclude they'll rotate the seamers at this end, or that would be the plan, while Parkinson wheels away. In goes right and bowls, hits him on the back pad. It's a no ball, so any nascent appeal was choked off. Swindle started to go up. First no ball of the innings, to go with 21 in the first innings. Umpire Pratt now at this end, of course, would have just about, I think it was probably a bit high anyway.
Potentially a bit high and going down, but could have been
there'd have been a good shout, I'm sure.
Interesting shout and appeal, bearing in mind that Umpire Pratt did give one similar to Louis Kimber in the first innings.
He showed me his bruise above the pad.
Is it quite high?
Yeah, it's quite high. Was definitely going over that one. In goes right and bowls onto the hip of Clark and neatly turned away through mid-wicket for 4.
That's a lovely shot. He's got onto that quickly, just off the hip, and he's just punched it through the vacant mid-wicket region. It races away to that short boundary, crashing into the advertising boards. It's a beautiful shot.
19 without loss after just 3 overs, Sussex. So the runs continue to come in a veritable torrent here at Hove. How many did we have this morning? 227 we worked out in the end. It took a bit of working out on my part. Got it wrong a few times, but 227 with 100 each for Messrs Mulder and Ackerman, over 100 each.
It will be Parkinson to continue down the hill, and there it is, that little bit of bite. He's chucked it a little bit wider, and it did grip and come in to Ali Orr, who decided to leave it on this occasion, went back, and it just gripped in, and he left it, and there was a stifled appeal, but probably didn't come back enough, as no shot was offered. It just had to be hit in the stumps, but didn't come back enough. As in comes Parkinson again. On the back foot goes Ali Orr, plays it down into the ground, trickles back to keeper Swindles. No runs scored. Just saw the replay there from that first delivery from Hove. It didn't quite do enough, but it did come back.
It did.
So that will be in Ali Orr's thoughts as he tucks this one from Parkinson into the leg side. As Louis Kimber comes in from deep back with square leg to do the fielding. 1 run to the score, which brings Clark onto strike for the first time to face Callum Parkinson.
Rishi Patel's in at short leg. Ackerman at slip. Ben Mike at shortish mid-wicket.
In comes Parkinson, down the hill, over the wicket. Down the wicket comes Clark, and he pushes it to mid-on for a quick single, and he scampers and he gets it comfortably as Ed Barnes was pushed back a little bit deeper, probably for the shot for Ali Orr when he come down the wicket last over to Parkinson, and he drops deeper this time for Ali Orr. So the single is down the ground if Ali Orr wants it, as Ed Barnes drops just about 3/4 as Parkinson comes in again. Fires it in this time on the back foot. goes Alior. Hesitation there as he's about to take a single, but Tom Clark at the non-strikers end wanted nothing to do with it as he turned his back on him almost there as no run was scored. 2 runs off the over so far with 1 ball left to go from Captain Parkinson as in he comes again. Full this time, down the wicket comes Alior. It was a bump ball as he comes down the wicket, drove nicely, and there's a thought there it might have been on the full toss straight back to Parkinson for a call and bowl, but obviously he's drilled it into the ground and it's gone back to Parkinson. But Alior looking to be positive and go on the offensive to Callum Parkinson and trying to be nice and aggressive.
Probably right approach.
I think potentially. I think it's a case where sometimes you look at it and say, I don't want to be a sitting duck. It gets the bowler off his line and his length a little bit sometimes as well. You don't want Parkinson just to get into a rhythm, and particularly to left-handers, just aiming at that rough that is there and just constantly doing it. I think you have to get them bowlers off their line and length. Don't always have to be reckless, don't always have to go for 4 or 6. It's just showing a little bit of intent there to the bowler just to make sure that you can capitalise on freebies.
Chris Wright is in from the sea end and beats the bat of Clark. That one did look as though it left him, and on the back foot he flinched at it, movement away, went through to Swindles. First time that Wright has beaten the bat, but just a little bit of the perhaps the lacquer coming off the ball now. This is the 5th over with it, and moved nicely for him there.
Yeah, I'm just obviously coming round the wicket, and he's trying to just really bring it into play with the stumps, but then just push it across. And as we see these flags, as I said, on the right-hand side, they're just pushing across the ground, so it will help him. Just wondering if...
Runs in and bowls. That one's a little bit too leg side. Looking to turn it into the leg side. Clark doesn't get... Oh, it might have been a little inside edge onto the thigh pad. It trickles out towards mid-wicket where Hassan Sad is the fielder at that short mid-wicket. Lewis Hills at square leg.
I'm just wondering if Chris Wright could potentially come over the wicket. I understand he wants to bring the stumps into play, but he's got a new ball in his hand. He has got a little bit of a breeze, and he's a fantastic bowler from over the wicket, just trying to push it across the left-hander, bring one of those fielders onto the leg side over to the offside.
Wright is in. Fuller this time, leaning forward, is Clark on off stump, playing with a slightly angled bat, pushing it out towards Kimber at point. No run. It would also disturb the footholds a little bit more for Parkinson perhaps to bowl into, but that a secondary consideration.
Yeah, I just think he creates that angle as well. Doesn't have to do as much. Obviously from round the wicket, he's got to really sort of bowl that miracle ball for it to beat the outer edge. But if he comes over the wicket, he's already got that natural angle and a little bit of movement. Might bring no slips into play.
Goes and bowls outside off stump. He had a little fence at that one, Clark, as it swung away, and it could so easily have edged it into the gloves of Swindles. Good this from Chris Wright, and the volume out there of encouragement increases accordingly.
Yeah, lovely delivery there from Chris Wright, bringing Clark forward. We sort of prodded at it. Obviously, not sure he would have opened many times before. So he's eager to get bat on ball, but a lovely delivery that could have seen the edge through to the keeper Swindles.
Right, in again to Clark, short pull, doesn't get it. And was that another no ball?
It was, yeah.
It was. It went to square leg on the bounce, so no 4 conceded there, but Right, disappointed by that. And no balls have hurt Leicestershire, certainly in the first innings, and may hurt them in the second. I'm going to have to desert you to go and do an update.
So far, so good for Sussex, Ricky.
Yeah, played nicely. Obviously, it's a worrying thing when you come in.
Wright is in bowls and Clark covers up, plays it to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's obviously a worrying thing as a side when you've been in the field for that long. The first thing you want to do is get off to a good start. You don't want that sort of rush for pads and to make it any nervy than it is. But they've started nicely. Alior looking to be quite positive against the spin of Callum Parkinson. And Clark obviously a makeshift opener. Would he have opened before in his career, Tom Clark?
Not that I can think of. In comes right bowls, and he fell for that outside the off stump, Ricky. Taken by Swindles, and there is no run. I'm trying to think, is there another game this season? Did he open against Tom Alsop open because Ali Orr had COVID, I think, earlier in the season and missed a game. I think it was the game at Leicestershire, actually, that Ali Orr missed. I'll check the records. But no, I mean, he's a young player, Tom Clark. Played his cricket at Horsham Cricket Club.
Oh, nice.
As Tom Haynes' club as well.
Chris Nash, did he play?
Chris Nash's club, Will Beer's club as well.
Yeah.
So it's a good. I think it's 250 years of Horsham Cricket Club this season.
Nice, good
so
setup.
yeah, very good. Lovely ground. Sussex used to play county championship there. Don't anymore. And then they went to one. You know, they had a couple of 50 over matches, but with COVID, that's stopped. Hopefully, come back next year.
As in comes Parkinson down the hill to Ali Orr, who goes onto the back foot and tucks it into short leg. Rishi Patel.
Yeah, he batted 3 at Leicester, made 138.
Oh, nice.
Ricky Clark, and he made 100 he's Nottinghamshire as well. So, you know, he's been sort of knocking on the door for a couple of seasons now.
In comes Parkinson again, a little bit more flight this time. Tried to drive out the rough this time from Ali Orr. That's what Callum Parkinson will try and get him to do. Trying to get him driving through the covers. So it just bites a little bit out of that rough for the left-hander. So it tucks into the stumps through bat and pad.
It was
through the gate.
There you go.
As in comes Callum Parkinson again. Just having a little selfie, wasn't we there? And slower this time from Parkinson, who went a little bit straighter. And Ali Orr had to sort of check his shot just to make sure he didn't get his hands pushed out of it too much, as Rishi Patel was in at short leg waiting for any deflection to come his way. 3 balls gone so far, 3 dot balls, as in comes Parkinson again down the hill, quicker again, onto the back foot goes Ali Orr. Parkinson just giving him a few words as he's walking back. You can never win as a bowler there, because the batter can just stand there and stare at you as long as you want, and the bowler eventually has to turn it around and walk back. So you're never going to always make eye contact, which I learnt many a time. As in comes Callum Parkinson, short this time, and good from Rishi Patel at short leg as Ali Orr tucks it off his hip. But Rishi Patel got some part of his body in the way to stop runs being scored. It would have been a definite 2, if not 4 in this outfield. So Rishi Patel done well there to keep the pressure on Ali Orr as 5 dots in this over. Comes Parkinson again down the hill, short again. Not quite got his length here as Callum Parkinson. It's a little bit short. Need to try and drag him forward and really sort of get it into that rough and create the pressure that way. But he's just been a little bit too short. Obviously, Ali Orr's come down the wicket a couple of times to him and created that bit of pressure. As it was a maiden over, and Sussex are 23 without loss. Ali Orr on 10 and Tom Clark on 9.
And listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and the former England, Surrey and Warwickshire all-rounder Ricky Clark. Been really good to have Ricky in the commentary box for this here this week, giving us some really good insights into the game. A game where we've only had 13 wickets, Ricky. Extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of talk about the wicket, and from Sussex point of view, they'll hope they'll get through unscathed.
And comes right, charging in around the wicket, bowls down the leg side. Chris Wright's convinced he's got his man. It was short down the leg side. Tom Clark swung around as if to pull the ball down to fine leg. Swindles took the catch down the leg side, and Chris Wright has followed all the way down the wicket beyond the stumps at the far end. And I suspect he's having quite a long natter there with Tom Clark.
I don't think it's too much with Tom Clark. I think he was disappointed with Harry Swindles, the keeper, who sort of takes it down the leg side. It was a good short ball, a little bit of pace. Tom Clark has tried to help it on his way with the pull shot. And there was definitely some sort of noise, and I think Chris Wright is sort of demonstrating that Harry Swindles has not gone up and helped him.
Right, okay.
So as an umpire, sometimes you look at it and go, well, if the keeper's not interested and it's just the bowler, I think if there was a better appeal there, you never know, you might have seen something given, but not on this occasion.
Interesting. Comes right again. 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Clark covers up, plays the ball down to mid-on, and there is. And I thought that gets a little low, but Clark managed to keep it out. Plays it down to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, I remember covering a commentating on a Sussex-Surrey game down at Horsham. You might well have been at Warwickshire in those days, Ricky. That would have been about 2012, 2013, I think. It's a lovely ground, Horsham. Good wicket as well.
Lovely ground. We played there with Warwickshire, actually, a few years back, when James Treadwell was on loan, I think, at Sussex.
Okay, yeah.
Ended up winning the game for Sussex.
In comes right and bowled, played down the ground by Clark, and there is no run. That's interesting. So that had probably been about 2014, maybe, something like that. Let's have a little look.
I tell you what, it turned square.
Did it?
It really did.
Did it?
It did. And
towards the end of the game, or
towards the end of the game, yeah, Treadwell was just chucking it into a big area. Saying that as well, though, we had Keith Barker, who was renowned for making good bits of rough from his follow through, and the experienced James Treadwell just chucked the ball in there basically and just let it do its work.
Comes right round the wicket, bowls and cut away. It's not a shot by Tom Clark, pretty much width there from right, and Tom Clark kicks the one away through backward point, picks up a boundary. He goes to 13 and Sussex to 27 without loss, needing 168 to avoid an innings defeat, and they've got off to a nice positive start. If you're just joining us earlier on today, Leicestershire amassing a huge total of 756 for 4 and an unbroken partnership of 477 between Colin Ackerman and VM Mulder. Mulder finishing on 235, Ackerman on 277, both first class high scores for those two. But at the minute, it looks like the pitch is the winner, because it doesn't seem to be doing an awful lot for the spin of Callum Parkinson. In comes right round the wicket, bowls, and Clark nudges this one through. Oh, good stop there in at mid-wicket. He's fielded that.
Azad, I think that is.
Azad. Poor old Azad. Out first ball, he spent all the time, if you come all the way down here, get out first ball and watch your teammates rack up the highest ever score in the history of Leicestershire cricket.
They always say amongst the run fest will be a globe, and unfortunately for Azad on this occasion, it was him.
Yeah, it was.
Someone always has to miss out, and it was him on this occasion.
In comes Chris Wright again, bowls, and Clark just covers up, plays into the offside, and there is no run. So it is the end of the over, 27 without loss, all 10 Clark on 13. Yeah, that game, Ricky, that we were talking about was in 2014. Sussex 413 and 245 for 9 beat Warwickshire 333 and 99.
Yeah.
By 226 runs.
I think a few of us from the Warwickshire team have had a few 99s on that day. I remember it being warm down at Horsham, and the ice cream man was getting plenty of business as we were obviously getting out cheaply. But yeah, it did turn a massive amount. And how much did Treadwell?
I'll have a look at it. What was that noise? I guess someone down here moving some equipment down below our commentary box here.
The stage, I think they're putting stage.
Oh, well, that could be for the concert.
In comes Parkinson, again a little bit too short as Alior goes onto the back foot and just defends it.
Yes.
Back to Ben Mike at the short mid wicket.
Yeah, there are 2 concerts coming up down here in the next couple of weeks. Michael Bublé and Tears for Fears.
As in comes Parkinson again, downhill, too short again, I feel. He's just not quite dragging Alior forward and getting it into that rough. That's it. Alior wants nothing to do with that short ball and just pods it back onto the onside to Ben Mike.
Give you these stats should come up in a minute. Oh.
Once again, Parkinson down the hill, short again, and this time he does have something to do with it. Does Alior, and he pulls it to the big side, and it's just bounced inside the rope by probably about a foot or two. It's a big hit out there.
It is a big hit.
He pounced on it and was unlucky not to get 6, but it was a drag down from Callum Parkinson and a lovely pull shot from Alior. Moves his score on to 14.
He showed a different side to his game in the last few weeks, Alior. Primarily was, he's always opened the batting, but he's also been opening and batting in the top order in the T20 as well, and he showed a good range of shots. So it has been a big plus for Sussex this season.
As in comes Parkinson again, down the hill, over the wicket to Alior. Better this time from Parkinson. A lot fuller, a little bit straighter. Alior plays it nicely, rocks onto the front foot, defends it. Back to Ben Mike at mid-wicket. He played a couple of beautiful shots in the first innings, Alior.
Yeah.
He literally just got down on one knee and whacked it over the scoreboard. Better again from Parkinson, brings Alior forward, who defends it onto the offside, just squirts away to backward point, and Azad is on the boundary there. There's a vacant area and they trot through for a single.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the scorecard from that game, Ricky. I will get it. Oh, our man's back again. Look, I have to have a word with him, I think, if he's going to...
As in comes Parkinson again down the hill, this time to Clark, who comes forward nicely and plays it back to Parkinson. No run scored. End of the 8th over. Sussex have moved on to 32 without loss. Alior's on 15. Tom Clark on 13.
Yeah, I think Sussex will be very pleased with the way that they go. Well, clearly they'll be pleased because they haven't lost a wicket. And no Tom Haynes, so as we all know, Nottingham, Leicestershire just need 9 wickets if they're going to win this match. I wonder where else they might turn to. I guess Colin Ackerman can bowl a bit of spin as well. Looks like Chris Wright's going to carry on for the time being, at least, from the C end of the ground.
Yeah, I think you've got to look at Ackerman potentially with his off spin. Obviously, he's had a mammoth innings and probably feeling a little bit weary, but Captain Parkinson will probably turn to him at some stage and say, look, I need a few overs just to see if there's any sort of bite, turn it away from the left-handers. Again, there will be traffic that will be there created from the seamers throughout the game. As our
friend's back again, isn't he?
He's...
Yeah, I will go and have a little word in a minute. Here's the scoreboard for that match, Ricky, which I'll read in a minute. So Sussex batted first, made 413. In comes Chris Wright, bowled and pulled away by Alior. That could have gone all the way for 6. That's a huge blow by Alior. Just pulled it away, got down on one knee and pulled the ball away over square leg for 6 runs. That was an extraordinary shot by Alior.
That's an incredible shot. He's literally just... It wasn't too bad a delivery from Chris Wright, a little bit straight. And Alior has just got down on one knee and just sort of helped it off his nose almost. And it's just gone crashing into the advertising boards in the members area.
Tremendous shot.
It was a tremendous shot.
He goes to 21. Yes, that's Sussex scorecard. Sussex making 413 all out. Luke Wright top scoring with 89. Craig Kachopa made 84. Ben Brown 48. Ricky Clark 24 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 51 in the first innings.
Well, I'll take that. Economical.
The Warwickshire bowling lineup: Barker, Wokes, Clark, Rankin, Patel, and Jonathan Trott bowled a couple of overs.
Oh, did he? We must have been in trouble.
Chris Wright round the wicket, bowls, and all's at it again, looking to pull into the stand on the leg side, but he misses out and the ball whistles down the egg side, taken by Swindles, and there is no run. The wicket you got was that of Luke Wells, who was caught by Tim Ambrose for 35. In the Warwickshire first innings, Warwickshire made 333 in reply. Ricky Clark was caught by Ben Brown off the bowling of Chris Jordan for 24. Top scorer for Warwickshire was 106, Ricky. Viram Chopra made 81 at the top of the order. Second time around, Sussex 245 for 9. Ricky Clark, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 27. In comes Wright again and clipped away by Orr down to deep backward square. Picks up a single to Alior. He goes to 22, so it's to 39 without loss. Then just our friend down there on his. I'll just tell him in a moment that
Good chat.
And I won't say, actually, second innings, Ricky.
I don't even think I troubled the score.
You didn't trouble the score, and you were caught by James. You were caught by Chris Jordan with the bowling of James Treadwell. And you were saying he took wickets. He did. He took 4 for 7 in 12 overs.
Oh, okay. I thought he had more than 4, but yeah, he did bowl.
Chris Jordan took 3. Chris Wright on his way from the C end. He's in and bowls, and forward comes. Played the ball back. Chris Wright got his hand to the ball. I thought he was deflected the ball onto the top of his head. And the ball bounces away, and there is no run. Yeah, that was a game down at Horsham back in 2014. So Sussex, as I say, I think the plan is to play some outground cricket, everything permitting, next year, because normally Sussex will go to Arundel for a 4-dayer, then a 1-dayer at Horsham, 1 day at Eastbourne, which is nice at the Saffrons. As better. In comes Chris Wright, slipping a gully in place as he's in and bowls to Tom Clark, and Clark clips this one nicely. Back could have scored the legs. A better shot than I thought, actually. He raced away across the turf. A good bit of fielding out there prevents the ball going for 4 runs. So another single to Tom Clark. He goes to 14. I think that's going to trick over to. Yeah, there we are, 14. And Sussex to 48 without loss. The magic figure to avoid an innings defeat is 106 jet. A big seagull. He's just sitting just down below us. He's now decided to fly off, having looked at us. He was sitting on one of the dugouts that's used for the T20 matches, which have just been moved out of the way to allow the beginnings of work on the stage, which is generally this end of the ground. So Michael Bublé, Tears for Fears, had Elton John here a few years ago. So had some big bands. I think some of these people do the rounds, don't they, on cricket grounds? In comes Wright and bowls, and Orr is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, there's a few grounds that hold concerts. I think up at Derbyshire, and Lancashire.
Yeah, and I think they do. I think Tears for Fears are playing at Durham as well. So that's good revenue for clubs.
Yeah,
Ricky.
Very important.
You just hope from the groundsman's point of view, the weather's like this, that you just don't want it to pour with rain and it damages the outfield in any way. Chris Wright just snatches the ball from Ben White and waits to run in from the C end of the ground, coming into bowl to Ricky Clark. Not to Ricky Clark, out up to Ali Orr, comes in and bowls it all, pulls away, and he's going to get more runs. Now, that's not where he intended it to go. It's gone for 4 runs. It was short. I think Chris Wright might be having a little word there with Ali Orr. Orr's already pulled 1 into that stand for 6. He was looking to do the same again. He got a big top edge. The ball sailed over the keeper Swindles and raced away down to the boundary for 4 runs. Sussex go to 46 without loss, or on 26.
Yeah, Chris Wright not happy with that. Obviously his birthday today, so a year older and a year grumpier.
You could say that because you know him.
As Ali Orr's quite aggressive the way he's come out today.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Obviously it's important that they play normally, but you don't want to give any chances to Leicestershire. Effectively 1 down, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Yeah, they are. Good point, actually. Effectively are 46-1. Yeah, I could see Colin Ackerman warming up. Also, Ali Orr played 141 here in the last game against Derbyshire.
In comes Parkinson again. Better delivery, full to Tom Clark, who turns it onto the onside to mid-wicket, and Ben Mike does the fielding. Little dive to his right. Parries it to Ed Barnes at mid-on, who throws it back to Captain Parkinson, who will turn again at the Cromwell Road end, comes down the hill. Good area again from Callum Parkinson, dragging Tom Clark forward, who again plays it onto the onside to Ben Mike, who again, for some reason, decided to have a little dive on it as it was trickling. 2 dots to start this over from Callum Parkinson, his 5th. As down the wicket comes Tom Clark. A little bit straighter there from Callum Parkinson. He's got his hands on his head. Felt he might have done him in the flight a little bit there, and Tom Clark come down the wicket and just tucked it off his legs. And it sort of trickled past Rishi Patel, who's in a short leg, and went out to the deep man, Louis Kimber, at deep backward square. Single to the Sussex total.
Got an email in from Andy Turner that I'll read at the end of the over, Ricky.
In comes Parkinson again, short this time down the leg side, and Swindles takes it quickly, goes back to the stumps, but Ali Orr didn't leave his crease. He felt they might have had a half a chance of a stumping, but it was chucked down the leg side and just sort of held and gripped. Not troubling Alior on this occasion. As in comes Parkinson again. Down the leg side again, and easy sort of tuck off the hip for Alior as it trickles to Louis Kimber, who will be happy with his efforts this game, going to his maiden first class 100. 4 he made in a total of 756, so he played his part along with many of the batsmen for Leicestershire. And Clark on strikers, in comes Captain Parkinson down the hill again. Forward comes Clark, pushes it back up the wicket to Ben Mike, who starts to shine the ball up, and we will see a change at this C end.
Who's going to be Ackerman, I think?
It is going to be Colin Ackerman, who likes to bowl with his sunglasses on this warm day.
I read out his email. He says, enjoying the commentary, although I have to admit, as a Sussex supporter, watching Leicestershire pile on the runs on the stream wasn't easy viewing this morning. In answer to your discussion regarding Tom Clark, I believe he did open last season in the opening 3 Royal London Cup fixtures. I've just looked back through my records. He did indeed. That was the game at Cheteshwar School where he opened the innings in the 50 over. He also opened in the game against Hampshire and the game against Kent as well. So thank you for that, for letting me know. That's very kind. He did open in those matches. The game against Lancashire was played at Cheteshwar School, which was absolutely beautiful, Ricky. Yeah, beautiful. It really was amazing. He says, whilst talking about Tom, any idea why he didn't bowl, given he has done in previous matches this season and he's taken wickets? I think Tom Clark has got some sort of an injury that's preventing him bowling. I will ask that question at close of play, though. But he's certainly batting okay. He's on 15, and he's waiting as in comes at the non-strikers end, as in comes Ackerman and all plays forward down the track there. Riley says, finally, great to hear a new addition to the commentary team. Ricky sounds a natural and is providing us a good insight from the perspective of a recently retired player. Will we be hearing from him again in future commentaries? Well, the answer to that is yes, but not here. In comes Ackerman, bowls, well, maybe here, and all plays out into the offside. There is no run, because you're on the airwaves next week. Where are you next week, Ricky?
I'm at the Oval next week for all 4 days. I've got Surrey versus Essex. So I'll try not to be too biased towards Surrey, but obviously I was born in Essex, so I'll try and be impartial and just give the facts, ideally.
In comes Ackerman, short, pulled away by Orr, and that's 4 runs. I wouldn't fancy fielding at short leg if Colin Ackerman's going to bowl it there, because Ali Orr is particularly strong on that leg side. He just belted the ball through wicket for another boundary. He goes to 31. The Sussex 50's up. 52 without loss. And Orr goes to 31. He's faced 38 delivery. So, Ricky on the airwaves again next week, as he says, from the Oval. Sussex, meanwhile, also in London next week at Lord's against Middlesex. And I'm sure Ricky will be back, and it's been terrific having him here this week. Colin Ackerman just testing out the umpire there, saying, can I is the ball out of shape? But the ball given back to him very quickly.
And crashing into the seat, so I think they have to check that there's no chunks out of it normally.
In comes Ackerman again, bowls, and Orr plays back and across and plays it firmly to mid-wicket, and there is run. There is no sign here at the moment. I don't want to jinx Sussex of it turning, or these two being in any great trouble at the moment. But Leicestershire will keep wheeling away. Ackerman again, in and bowls, and the short leg was jumping up in the air then, wasn't he? But it missed the off stump and not taken cleanly by keeper Swindles. Not that there was a nick or an edge, anything like that.
I think it's crucial for the Leicestershire spinners that they get the ball in the right area more often than not. Ackerman, his first 2 balls started well. Obviously, short ball win here as well.
Ackerman in bowls, Orr is forward, plays it down the track. There is no run. End of the over, 52 without loss, or 31. Clark on 15. Andy, thanks very much for your email. It's great to hear from you, and as indeed everyone who's been in touch, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or if you want to tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. So you've had a couple of nice emails this week. Ricky, now there's a bit of a debate going on. So Callum Parkinson is nattering away at the far end with VM Mulder. You'd have thought he's going to bowl a lot, wouldn't you, here?
I'd be shocked if he doesn't bowl from that end for the whole duration of this innings, however long it will last. At the moment, Sussex going along nicely on 52. Away they're going. Just Sit just under 5 and over. They might even be considering themselves trying to go past, and a little tricky session for Leicester, who knows. As in comes Parkinson down the hill. Short again, this time to Clark and tucked away. Callum Parkinson's just been a little bit too short in this spell so far. He's just going into his 6th over. He's not been punished too much, and just one big shot that's gone over long on for 6 when Alior come down the wicket, but he needs to be trying to really get out there and entice that drive out in the footholds. Again short and pulled away this time again. It's happened a couple of times this over where he's just been a little bit too short, and that time he's gone for a 1 bounce 4 to the big boundary on the leg side. Just need to try and get it up there a little bit more.
No wickets have fallen for 24 hours.
That's a great stat.
That is a great stat.
That is a great stat. Well, it is a great stat, and it isn't a great stat. It is a great stat. I'm not sure it is in terms of the game, but that's incredible.
Do you reckon viewers heard that? Could we open it up to a trivia quiz?
Yeah, I'm sure we could. Yeah. No wickets fallen for 24 hours.
You just told them the answer.
Unbelievable.
Down the wicket comes Tom Clark. Again fired in a little bit too quick and short from Parkinson, although we might have seen Clark coming that time. He just tried to fire it in, but needs to give it a little bit of air and try and drag these left-handed batters forward. As in he comes again down the hill. Oh, there we go, a little bit slower, and he got it in that area.
That was the one.
It sort of bounced and gripped a little bit and was off the gloves of Clark, and it could have gone anywhere. Instead it just trickled to the 45 where Kimber come round and picked it up, and a single to the Sussex totals. They move on to 57 for naught. Alior on 31, Tom Clark on 20.
7, 12, 20.
In comes Parkinson again. Again, he's got it in the right area. There's something there for Parkinson when he gets it in the right area, and Alior is just shaking his hand, so it's come off the glove. It was a big bit of bounce out of that rough.
It was.
It was bit horribly for Alior, who's come forward, and Rishi Patel was diving to his left and couldn't quite get it. No run on this occasion, but that's where Parkinson needs to be, dragging those batters forward, outside off. There he goes again, big puff of dust. He won't mind that as Alior drives up the pitch to Parkinson. No run on this occasion, 5 off the over. Sussex 57 without loss after 12 overs.
Yeah, sorry, Ricky, I rather ruined that, didn't I? But I was just looking, just trying to work out, we've had 1,401 runs in the match for 13 wickets. So, on average, each wicket, each partnership has been 107 runs.
Crikey.
So it has been a bit of a run fest, to be honest, and let's see how things pan out before the end of the match. But it certainly looks like it's fair to say it's a good batting track.
It's fair to say, yeah. We've obviously had emails in about the track, and as the game goes on,
in comes Ackerman, comes in and bowls to Clark, who's solidly forward, plays down the track. There is no run. I'll have an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments. So I'm right on cue.
17.
In comes Ackerman, bowls, and Clark just checks his shot then, Ricky. He was thinking of doing something differently there.
Still in place.
Plays the ball straight back down the track, and there is no run.
Very sunny, warm this afternoon with highs of 26 tonight, dry and clear, a bit cooler.
Ackerman.
Tomorrow, another very warm day, sunny spell.
In and bowls, forward comes Clark, clips that through the onside, and there is one more to Tom Clark. He goes to 21, and Sussex to 58 for out loss.
Then Sunday, warm air,
Slip and a short leg are the close fielders. Sussex needing to get to 168 to avoid an innings defeat, as in comes Ackerman bowls and cleared onto the onside by Alior, and there is no run.
Adrian Holmes watching Sussex at the county grounds, and this time yesterday they had Leicestershire on 4 wickets out, and that's how they stay.
Yeah, it was extraordinary, Danny. Leicestershire finished on 756 for 4. It's the highest total. Yeah, it's the highest total ever in the 150 years of cricket here at Hove. There was an unbroken partnership of 477 between Colin Ackerman and Vian Mulder. It was the highest Leicestershire score ever. It was the highest partnership for Leicestershire ever. So the wickets were just getting broken and broken and broken. In the end, Leicestershire declared on that total. Sussex need 168 to avoid the follow-on. They're batting now, and they're going along nicely. They're 58 without loss. So it looks like this game is going to end in a draw, Danny. Lots of runs, not many wickets, but a day of records here in the sunshine. Meanwhile, elsewhere at Scarborough, Yorkshire 170 for 6, leading Surrey by 176. These games in the last day. And there's a one-day international at Lords. England are playing India, and England are 87 for 3 with Roy, Bairstow and Root all back in the pavilion.
So while scores of 5, 6, 700 are impressive, does it kind of nullify the game? What's the chance of completing it? I think these two will probably end in draws, wouldn't they?
I think that is absolutely the case, and it's been the subject of quite a lot of correspondence we've had on email and on social media, that people are saying it's all very well. Well, I think people are saying, is this really good cricket? Is it good cricket when you have 4 days and you've only had 13 wickets? It's very unlikely there's going to be a result in this game. What's happened, Danny, is that the cricket authorities want wickets where bowlers have to work hard for their wickets, and it's not a gimme to get batsmen out. But suddenly this game demonstrates that pendulum has swung too far in the other direction. It's far too difficult for the bowlers. Watch these young Sussex bowlers flogging themselves into the ground. Hasn't been very edifying, really. And it's been very simple for the batsmen. Let's say simple is the wrong word. Easy for the batsmen. Take nothing away from those batsmen that have scored a lot of runs. But it has been a very, very good batting track here at Hove. And I'm not sure the balance is right in this game.
I feel like in the Formula 1 they want to so they make the cars and drivers as they bounce down the track.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, as I say, another 4 there to Sussex. I think you have to say that I think this wicket here this week, and a lot of people are saying, is this really the way that we should be going in county cricket?
Plenty to talk about, and you can hear the ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport website, and that panel have updates from Adrian throughout the afternoon.
In comes Parkinson, bowls short and lashes that one away onto the leg side, goes for 4 runs. He's in the groove here, Ali, or he goes to 40 off just 48 deliveries. And Sussex to 67 without loss. And the longer this goes on with Sussex batting like this, the more you have to say this does just look like a pretty flat track, Ricky.
It is a flat track, but if we're honest, I don't think Leicestershire have got it right by any stretch of the imagination. The boundaries that Captain Parkinson has gone for in this over particularly, and last over he was short, he got cut, and he's got short there and got pulled. He's been pulled a couple of times to that big boundary, so he's not really quite got it in the right area, and he'll be hoping. But when we have seen him get it in the right area, we've seen one hit the glove, and as Parkinson comes in again there, a little bit flatter, outside off, pushed to backward point by Alior as the fielder Ackerman run round from slip, no run scored.
England 87 for 4 in the one day. Roy, Bairstow, Root, and now Joss Butler all out.
As in comes Parkinson again down the hill, again short, and Alior goes onto the back foot and plays it into the ground.
I thought it was a reasonable question for our presenter to ask, though. You know, he's saying, whilst it's impressive to see all these records tumble, and it is, and well done to Leicestershire, we have to keep saying that, but is it, does it make for a great spectacle?
I don't think, in fairness, we said, look, we need to look towards the end of the game. Leicestershire aren't getting it right at this moment in time. That's a better delivery as Parkinson comes in.
No shot.
Does hit the foothold, but that probably would be buys.
Yes.
It's gone straight through the legs and kept low, but it was a ball in the right area, The reason he's opened the bowling is because there's something out there for him. He just needs to hit it a little bit more often. That one's kept low, gone through the legs of the keeper Swindles. And when he has got it in that right area, with someone hit the glove and just shoot past Rishi Patel. Just needs to make sure he gets it in that area more often than not. And a couple of wickets would change the...
It would. It was...
outcome there. We can just looking on the feed there is a great patch for the left-handers out there.
Yeah. Sometimes what happens here, the ball comes on, it goes over the advertising boards and gets lost under the covers here. Just to let you know, Ricky, Yorkshire have lost another wicket at Scarborough, 175 for 7 against Surrey. So Yorkshire leading by 181. That's a good game at Scarborough. as the players all try to find the ball. So elsewhere in the second division, Durham 101 for 2, needing another 285 to beat Derbyshire. That probably looks unlikely. Notts 118 for 3. Looks like they're batting out for a draw, still needing 337 to beat Glamorgan. Somerset 101 for 4 at Southport, needing 77 more runs to avoid an innings defeat against Lancashire. Kent 50 without loss, needing another 315 to beat Northamptonshire. Hampshire have already beaten Warwickshire today. They still can't find this ball, you know. So there's Colin Ackerman is looking under the covers. I think actually it might be a good idea if Sussex maybe had a steward down here sometimes who could just sort of keep an eye on those balls when they come rolling down. They're all hunting for it. Louis Kimber's down here. Colin Ackerman's down here. It didn't roll very fast, to be honest, did it? I mean, just
enough just to hit the rope and
skip
get
over the ropes and
advertising boards.
So the other players are just sort of standing around looking, whilst I think Richard's gone down to help them as well. There's people on their hands and knees. I can't see it from up here, I have to say. We've got a bird's eye view of where that ball has gone. No, and Colin Ackerman is saying we can't find it. So now in this situation, and this is a little bit me, Ricky, I think the umpire should immediately be going off to get another ball here. I mean, I know there's not millions of spectators here today, but just to keep the game. Oh, they found it. Well done. I don't know who found it. Oh, there's Richard. He's just arrived. Well done, Richard. So the ball is found. The umbrellas are up at Hove, but not because of the rain. There's a pink umbrella and a blue umbrella away to our left-hand side. People sheltering away out the way of the sun.
Not many clouds today.
No, it's beautiful.
The last couple of days.
No,
beautiful, isn't it?
It's a beautiful day, and there's
a little bit of a breeze.
Yeah, lovely day for watching cricket today. I think it's going to be quite hot. I think when you play Saturday, it's going to be pretty warm, Ricky, and then getting really warm into next week. Sussex are 71 without loss. They've only had it'll be 14 overs after this delivery. So Sussex have been going along at a nice rate.
Trail by 97. Perfect start for him, as in comes Callum Parkinson again, short again and tucked into the leg side, fielded by Kimber this time. Chance of a run out, but Alior sends partner Tom Clark back. No run on this occasion. 71 without loss. Alior is on 40, Tom Clark on 21.
Yes, as I'm sure Leicestershire will keep plugging away here. They'll feel, I guess they just have to believe that they get a couple of wickets and all of a sudden perhaps panic sets in. But at the moment, it's the bat that's holding sway. It's still going to be Colin Ackerman, who's bowled 2 overs, no wicket for 6. What a day he's had. 277. You were talking about your 214 you made at Guildford, Ricky, and you got the bat in a case. And I'd imagine Colin Ackerman might do the same. We'll have this over, then we'll have a quick change. Richard will come in just for Ricky for a while. As in comes Ackerman, clipped by Clark to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Fielded there by Azad, and there is no... It's fielded by Lewis Hill, and there is no run. 71 without loss. Slipping a short leg in place. Ackerman in and bowls down the leg side. They're going to be byes as well. I think that's going to run all the way up to the boundary at the far end of the ground, and indeed it is going to be... Oh, did he get a tickle on that?
Yeah, he did. Just a little tickle.
Little tickle. I thought that had gone for byes, to be honest, from here. But Tom Clark getting a little nick on that. Yeah. He goes to 25.
Again, both spinners have just been a little bit too short for me. They've got a little bit of something. It's not loads, but it's something there. But they've got to make sure they're really bringing those batters forward, because that's when it happens.
Ackerman involved there. He did on that occasion, and Clark is forward, plays it to backward point. And there is no run. Fielded there by Ed Barnes.
That's where he needs to be, I feel. Colin Ackerman, if he's in there, pretty much 5 out of 6, he's going to be creating a lot of pressure. Just needs something to happen from that area.
Ackerman in bowls. Clark is forward and just kills the spin, plays it out into the offside. Again, it's Barnes who fields. And again, there is no run. The breeze not quite as strong this afternoon. The flags are just sort of more fluttering than billowing, which they were this morning. Ackerman works away on the ball, comes in off this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paces and bowls, and Clark again is solidly playing the ball back to Ackerman, who fields, as Ricky was saying, he's got his sunglasses on. There is no run. 75 without loss. Sussex. Ackerman is in bowls. Forward is Clark. Plays it down the onside of the track. End of another over. That's the end of the 15th over. Ricky's going to have a break for a quarter of an hour or so, and Richard Ray, having been on ball retrieving duties, is going to come back and join us, with Sussex having batted without alarm, really, it has to be said. 75 without loss. Ricky was saying that Leicestershire spinners perhaps haven't quite got the ball in the right area, and anything that has been loose, Ali Orr particularly has been pretty savage on anything loose, and he's thrashed the ball away with a couple of big sixes. Is Ali Orr. He made 70 in the first innings, 142 here in his last home game against Derbyshire, so the young left-hander is in good nick.
Yeah, they haven't bowled as well as they would have liked. Leicestershire. Can Parkinson improve on that? He's coming in from the Cromwell Road end bowls. That's a better delivery in terms of length as well as line, or forward, blocking the ball back up the pitch towards Parkinson on the onside. Patel has just taken a step or so to his left at short leg as Parkinson is in, back, or he wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back there, or stayed on the back foot, didn't really turn, so he was able to dab it away outside off stump. But there was one in that previous over that went between Swindle's legs, which absolutely crept along the ground. And one or two have bounced and turned as Parkinson is in, gives it a little bit of air, stepping out, or almost sort of overreaches himself, ends up jamming the bat down on the ball, squirting it out towards mid-wicket where Ben Mike is the fielder. Ackerman at slip, Patel at that backward short leg as Parkinson is in, and bowl drops a little bit short, pulled away by, or he is very quick to seize on anything that is remotely short, and then he deals with it with extreme prejudice, I think we could say, Adrian. Absolute violence as he thundered that one out towards backward square to the boundary. And Orr moves on to 44 of just 56 balls. Sussex have chased along towards the nominal target to make Leicestershire bat again, so to speak, is 168, but obviously that is an unlikely prospect in terms of Leicestershire batting again in this match, the way things are going. In goes Parkinson bowls, Orr goes back, and a neat little turn of the wrist as he pushes that one away towards mid-wicket, but with no force, and Mike hops across to his left to field. Gorgeous afternoon.
He's we've seen a side of Ali Orr in the last month or so, having played in some T20s we hadn't previously seen. He's really been quite aggressive.
Parkinson is in to him. He's leaning forward into that one again, turning the wrist, so turning the angle of the bat from offside to onside as he reaches forward, gets more or less to the pitch of it, and pushes the delivery off middle out towards Ben Mike. At mid-wicket. End of Parkinson's 8th over. None for 30. Once or twice, as I say, he's found a little bit of something from that Cromwell Road end, but nothing like as consistently as he and Leicestershire would have liked. Ditto Ackerman, more of an occasional bowler, of course, but does give it a tweak. 3 overs for 10 for Ackerman. They need a breakthrough, the Foxes.
Okay, Colin Ackerman deliver, comes in and bowls to Clark, who dabs that to backward point. There is no run yet. Ali Orr made a very good 108 in the 50 over competition last year down at Worcester, but I think there's been more viewed as a very solid opening batsman. But saying the T20 campaign this year, he's had a whole different range of shots, and he's really motoring through the gears here. And as say, 140 odd in the last innings against Derbyshire, 70 in the first innings here, so he's in good form. Ackerman is in, bowls to Clark, and Clark is forward and just plays this quietly away into the offside, fielded by Ben Mike, and there is no run. Ricky will be pleased to know that Yorkshire have lost an 8th wicket at Scarborough. Surrey, the leader of the county championship, might fancy chasing down a couple of hundred, or who knows, Yorkshire might fancy getting them out. Ackerman again, and Clark is just forward, plays it down the onside, and Ackerman just trots across and picks it up. There is no run.
There'll be a few grumbles at the Trafalgar Road end. I can imagine.
I've never been.
Oh, have you not?
No.
Oh, it's a wonderful ground.
Ackerman again bowls, and Clark is back and is caught, and the first wicket goes down, and Tom Clark is caught at first slip, and that was a sharp catch that was taken. Now, did that turn a little? We'll have to wait and see.
That's for sure.
But Tom Clark is on his way, and just as we were thinking, well, Sussex are going pretty easily towards the draw, Tom Clark is gone for 25, and Sussex lose their first wicket on 79 for 1. It was a sharp chance as well, and it was well taken at first slip, and we're just going to get a little replay of that dismissal here. Well, it was a good catch. Who's in there at first slip?
It's Kimber. It just he guided it straight to him. It was the bounce. It wasn't sharp bounce or turn, but there was enough, and he was getting back to try and cut it away. Could have maybe dropped his hands. As I say, it wasn't sharp bounce. He'll be really disappointed at the manner of that. You can tell by the way he's walking off that he sort of blames himself a little bit rather than the pitch there. He went back looking to chop it away. Could have dropped his hands when he saw that extra bounce because it wasn't rapid, and he didn't. And he ended up actually guiding it more or less straight into the chest of Kimber. So very straightforward. Take for Kimber, who might have been sort of rocking back expecting the full cut, so good on him for standing up tall. But yeah, a breakthrough, and you never know what might happen next.
It almost came out of the blue, because these two Sussex openers had looked pretty comfortable in fairness, but we have to say, although it's 79 for 1 on the scoreboard, that really is 79 for 2, because we know that poor old Tom Haynes won't bat in this innings. Now, the new batsman is another left-hander.
First wicket for 24 and a half hours.
Thank you. Tom Alsop is the new man coming in. Steve Finn did say last night that he felt that it was more the likelihood that the left-handers would have, if there was going to be a difficulty, than the right-handers, and there are. Tom Alsop is the third left-hander in this top order. Delray Rawlings will be the fourth, but in between we've got Cheteshwar Pujara and Ollie Carter, and I'm sure that Pujara will, having relatively, you could say, missed out in the first innings. He made 46, but in comparison to some of the other scores, so he's a nice insurance policy for Sussex. As in comes Ackerman and bowls, and Alsop is solidly forward. His first delivery plays it to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Sussex only trail now by 89, so that also a factor, one feels.
Coming in again, bowls, and Alsop works this one through the covers to pick up his first run of the innings, fielded way out in the deep by Moulder. There is one more to the total, which is 80 for 1 at the end of that Colin Ackerman over. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11. Or on 44 of just 58 deliveries. Tom Alsop on 1. The man out, Tom Clark, who was caught as slip by Louis Kimber off the bowling of Colin Ackerman for 25.
1 for 10 for Ackerman, for whom it hasn't been a bad day,
No.
one way or another.
A very good day.
He's gone to his position at first slip now as Parkinson will continue. Of course he'll continue. I can't imagine him not doing until all is entirely lost. As far as Leicestershire enforcing victory are concerned, over the wicket he will go to Alsop on 1. Bowls down the wicket using his feet is Alsop, getting to the pitch of the ball but then defending it with a turn of the wrist out towards Ben Mike at mid-wicket. He too then, Alsop determined to be positive. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Alsop stays in his crease, leans forward to the fuller delivery and head right over the ball as he blocks it back up the wicket to the Lancastrian.
A question for Ricky when he comes back on commentary, which I'll raise in a minute.
Parkinson is in again. Also, he's using his feet, getting down the wicket to block, to defend. Parkinson may not mind that too much.
No, absolutely. He did use his feet a lot to the spinners in his first innings, didn't he, Tom Alsop, in his 150?
It's Rear end extended as Parkinson goes in and bowls to him. Stays a bit low as he went back there. Managed to dig it out reasonably comfortably, but again, didn't really get up as much as he expected. There continues to be that just little chink of hope as far as Leicestershire are concerned that one or two might misbehave and disturb the batsman. In goes Parkinson, drops that one very short, and because partly Allsop was using his feet again to him, he worked it out towards a deep square where Mulder had a bit of ground to make up to pick up the ball and field. But Parkinson did rather sort of spear it in when he saw Allsop coming down the wicket, and he did play it well. The man who is born in High Wycombe, educated in Wiltshire. Balls to him, and again he gets in a little bit of a tangle with his feet, partly because of the bounce or lack thereof, and one or two hands were very much on heads there as he dug it out off the back foot just outside or off stump in the end, and enough there for the left-handers to think about. And end of the over, Orr comes down and has a chat to Allsop about the best way to play Parkinson. Perhaps it's about what they're going to do tonight. Who knows? I can't hear it, but I'd suggest that was the subject of the conversation.
Michael's been in touch. Hello, Michael. He says, I just wonder how good a cricketer Ricky deems Colin Ackerman. He said, I saw him doing some rearguard stuff at Lord's some years ago, and he really struck me as a very good technical batsman, one of a few unsung in my book, unless I'm wrong, and he's raved about as in comes Ackerman bowls, or taken by Swindles. There was a bit of a howl from behind the stumps.
Did turn. Did beat him.
Interesting. Well, we'll ask Ricky that when he comes back on what he thinks of Colin Ackerman, who's in the action now. Round the wicket comes in and bowls, and Orr just tucks that one round the corner down towards fine leg. It's going to run. It could always go for 4, actually. It's racing towards the boundary, but Kimber just about cuts the ball off. But it's a couple more to Orr, who goes to 46, and Sussex to 84 for 1. 168 is the magic figure for Sussex in that. If they can reach that score, they'll be into positive territory, and Leicestershire would need to bat again. Still got another 43 overs left in the day as Ackerman is in and bowls, and Orr is 4 to a ball of good length, digs it out, plays it back off the offside of the track, and there is no run. Parkinson is just sort of practicing his deliveries as he wanders back towards us. In comes Ackerman again. That's a quick delivery, and Orr again tucks this one down towards fine leg. I think this will run away for 4 runs. Got quite a lot of bat on that, did Alistair Orr. It's running down towards the boundary, goes across the rope, and there we are, half century for Alistair Orr. Very fine shot by Ali Orr, and that's his 3rd consecutive half century. He made 142 here against Derbyshire. He made 70 in the first innings, and another 50 for the young Sussex left-hander, who is playing himself into a rich vein of form, and a well-made 50 as well off just 62 balls.
9 fours and a 6.
And a big 6 as well, the one that he pulled away off of Chris Wright. Slip and a backward short leg go down. Ackerman in bowls, and Orr cuts that one firmly through the offside. They pick up 1. Mulder is very quickly around, gets in the throw. He'll have to be back quickly. Well, Ali Orr, and he was back quickly. The throw came in. It was a good bit of good cricket all round, actually. Nice shot, good throw from Mulder into keeper Swindles, who absolutely demolished the stumps, and all the stumps came out the ground. Ali Orr is very, very quick between the wickets. He was always going to come back for a second. He goes to 52, Sussex to 90 for 1, so they need another 78 to avoid that innings defeat. Tea will be taken today at 20 to 4 regardless. But the over rate has been very good throughout this game with so much spin. We've got a bit of a delay now because umpire Devlin is having to repair the timbers that Harry Swindles completely demolished. And it's taking a little longer than would normally be the case. He's just saying to umpire practice, is that okay? Yeah, I think he's got... No,
I think one of the holes has sort of been a bit...
Yes.
The earth has disturbed.
Yes.
It's so hard. It's hard to get it back in and hold its own. He's having to effect ground repairs as well as stump repairs.
Yeah, it might need a bit of water or something there, just to fill in the hole and give it something to sort of stick itself to. The ground staff just sort of wandering down. I think wondering if maybe they ought to be, or maybe they're not. I thought there was a couple of ground stuff. I think there's a couple of the Leicestershire lads actually making their way back towards the pavilion. Ali Orr is saying, "Do you want my bat to bang the stump in with?" Look at that. He's giving out plenty of welly, isn't he?
Twisting.
Isn't he? Looks like he's doing a dance. Now that the middle stumps, and Harry Swindle probably feels a bit guilty now, having completely demolished the stumps.
Yeah, he fell into them, didn't he, having taken the bails off?
Yes, so umpire Debenham is now replacing the bail, so the quirks of cricket, really. There we are, he's saying to umpire Pratt, are they okay? Saying, yeah, they're okay. Still not happy. Now they're happy. Well done, umpire Debenham. 90 for 1. The flags are really fluttering away now. So a nice breeze across the ground. Pretty lovely if you're outside.
It's from the west now. It's been from the east, hasn't it? Which is...
Comes Ackerman bowls. Ooh, that wasn't far away from the off stump. Let go by Ali Orr. So we have to say it's a good leave by the Sussex left hand. End of the over. 90 for 1. Orr on 52. Allsop is on 3. Sussex needing 78 before they can get to parity. And we've got another 43 overs left in the match. I suspect if Sussex do get in the lead, and a substantial lead, then we'll probably be shaking hands long before the end of the 43 overs. But that's a little way off yet, and there's still some work for Sussex to do.
Parkinson will, of course, continue from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. His body language, he's disappointed with himself, I think, at the moment. 9 overs, none for 32. Jogs in, bowls over the wicket. Allsop is solidly forward. Thick inside edge, so a little bit of turn. Runs past Rishi Patel, who's gone squarer again now at short leg for the new batsman. He was behind square for Orr, and they have a backward square as well in the substantial form of Louis Kimber. Parkinson is in, Allsop using his feet, getting to the pitch, but then just blocking it back. The delivery back past Parkinson out to the birthday boy, Chris Wright at mid-off. 37 years young, Chris Wright today. Holds the ball very high and then runs in and bowls, goes back Allsop, but doesn't really turn on that occasion, so able to deal with, wasn't that short a delivery, block it out into the offside. Lewis Hill comes in from the covers and fields, and there's no run. Parkinson in, bowled, gives it some nice air. Again, Allsop prepared to use his feet, getting to the pitch of the delivery on middle stump and clipping it away out to Vian Mulder. Out there on splendid isolation on the mid-wicket boundary. No one within miles of him. Thinking perhaps a little bit also about his unbeaten double century earlier today, his first in first-class cricket. He'll certainly take something from the game. In goes Parkinson and bowls, or solidly forward. Not using his feet in terms of skipping down the wicket, just using his reach. Big tall man, and playing it firmly back down the pitch to Callum Parkinson. Twists the bat in his hands. Twiddles it, I suppose, is more appropriate. As Parkinson is in. Now he's using his feet and driving firmly through mid-on, down as far as long on. Eddie Barnes is down there. Gets his throw away. But Orr picks up 1. Played that over well. Messrs Orr and Allsop. Orr has 53. Allsop has 4. 92 for 1 is the Sussex score. No real wobble, notwithstanding the dismissal of Clark by Ackerman a couple of overs ago.
England making a bit of a mess of things at Lords in the one-day international. 104 for 5 now. Jason Roy, 23. Johnny Bairstow, 38. Joe Root, 11. Ben Stokes, 21. Joss Butler out for 4. Liam Livingston on 3. And Moeen Ali on 2 are the not-out batsmen. As in comes Ackerman, bowls to Orr, who flicks this onto the onside, fielded by Lewis Hill. And there is no run. Richard's gone off to do his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Leicester. Ricky Clark is back with me on commentary. A wicket's gone down since you were off commentary, but so just still need to be a little careful here, Ricky. Don't want to lose another couple of quick wickets. Ackerman again. In and bowls, and also works this to mid-wicket. They thought about a single, not there. They're fielded by Hill, and there is no run.
Yeah, just similar to when Leicestershire were batting and they lost their wickets. It's all about building partnerships now for this Sussex pair. Alior's played beautifully well yet again, as he did first innings, and he'll be looking to build a partnership with Tom Alsop.
Ackerman in bowls. Oh, now that took off a bit, didn't it? Where did that come from?
Well, if I'm brutally honest, it's come from actually getting the ball in the right areas. It's not going to do it every time, but if these spinners of Leicestershire drag the batters forward and get it into a decent area, they're going to find more success.
Ackerman in again, bowls, and Alsop is forward, flicks that down towards fine leg. Kimber is in hot pursuit. Alsop's going to pick up a couple of runs, but not the most perhaps convincing runs. He goes to 6 on the total 95 for 1.
Again, bringing him forward and a little inside edge, and that ball before again, it's not going to do it every ball, but it just creates a little bit of doubt for the batter of what is this ball going to do when you get it forward in the right area. We've seen too many short balls and pulled away and cuts and stuff for 4 currently.
Ackerman in again, bowls, and Alsop again just covers up, plays onto the onside. There's suddenly lots of oohing and ahhing, and you just sort of get the feeling that Leicestershire fielders thinking there just might be something here,
Again, a decent ball in the right area, isn't it? Just creates that pressure. Tom Alsop up to the challenge so far.
In comes Ackerman again, bowls, and he looks to reverse sweep, which is an interesting shot to play. There is no run. End of the over, 95 for 1, or 54, Alsop on 6. We watched that played up here, Ricky, the sort of reverse sweep or the paddle, whatever you would call that, and we go, but I guess these guys practice a lot. But that being said, was it a slightly risky shot?
Personally, I've got no problem with batters expressing themselves and the skill levels nowadays of these young guys coming through in county cricket. It's evolving every time and going through the roof. The one thing I'd say with that reverse sweep there of Alsop is he's looking like he's trying to paddle it, and there's a first slip standing there ready and waiting. If he's trying to hit it hard, not a problem, but the paddle shot was interesting. As in comes Parkinson down the hill again. Flatten. Alior goes across to the off stump, leaves it alone, and it just cut in a little bit. Probably a good leave on this occasion, or was a good leave on this occasion, as Alior is still there. As Parkinson comes in again, Alior stands and waits, full toss, drives it out to deep point, where Azad does the fielding, with a good throw over the top to keeper Swindles. 1 more to the Sussex score, just 4 away from bringing up their 100, currently 96 for 1. Tom Alsop on strike, as in comes Parkinson again down the hill, gets it full. A little bit over pitch on that occasion, but you won't mind that too much as Alsop drives square to Azad, who does the fielding again. A very nice throw over the top to keeper Swindles. The singles off this Parkinson over so far. A couple of drives which he won't mind. This is interesting. He's going to change angle, and he's going to come round the wicket. He's going to be pitching it pretty much on the good part of the wicket. So, just a different thing to think about for Alior. As short leg, Rishi Patel goes to a leg slip. In comes Parkinson round the wicket, short and pulled. Not convincingly, but it was short. And he's tried to get it over to mid-wicket region, but it sort of rushed him a little bit, and he's pulled it to long on to Ed Barnes, who does the fielding. And it was 1 run to Alior's score, moves him on to 56. And Parkinson's going to stay round the wicket here to Tom Alsop. Same field again. Rishi Patel is in at leg slip. He's got a slip with Kimber. He comes round the wicket and he hits it to mid-on to Ed Barnes and quickly throws it. I think Swindles felt he was going to hit the stumps there, Ed Barnes, as it was a quick single to mid-on. Tom Alsop pushed it firmly to him and he picked it up cleanly and he's thrown it at the keeper's end, and Swindles was almost like sort of leaving it like it was going to hit the stumps and just narrowly missed, and could have been close if it was a direct hit.
I agree.
And Swindles couldn't quite gather it, but there's another single to the total. to Sussex. As in comes Parkinson again round the wicket. Oh, and Alior's come down the wicket looking to go offside. You won't mind that, Parkinson, seeing that. Not quite to the pitch of the ball, Alior. And luckily he just checked his shot on this occasion. End of another over for Parkinson. He's 11 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 38. We've had 22 overs and Sussex are 99 for 1.
Yeah, just you get the feeling, just the last couple of overs, Ricky, that Leicestershire you just get the feeling that they think that perhaps there's a wicket here. A couple of uncertain shots. Brilliant bit of fielding that by Ed Barnes, at mid-on, wasn't it?
Attacked it nicely.
Oh, really good.
Picked it up, and it was a good throw that narrowly just missed the stumps and could have been an interesting decision for umpire Pratt if it had hit the stumps with a direct hit.
It's Colin Ackerman coming in around the wicket, bowls and forward comes, Allsop plays out into the offside. There is no run.
Ackerman for me just has to stay there. If he can bowl with every ball there, he's not going to do it every time. It just creates that doubt and pressure and doesn't let the batters get away with freebies and cuts and pull shots.
In he comes, bowls. Allsop is back and across. It's almost sort of step aside to the leg side slightly, Tom Allsop, as he defends. And there is no run.
Played that quite nicely actually there. Ackerman's pushed it through. He's gone on the back foot and played it with a full face.
Ackerman in bowls. Allsop is forward, killing the spin, dropping the hands, playing it into the offside. Ben Mike trots into field, and again there is no run. Ackerman, who doesn't zip through his overs. In fact, tea's not due for another half an hour or so, but we are speeding through the overs. Ackerman in bowls, Allsop forward, plays down the track. There is no run. Phil's been in touch. Hello, Phil. He says, greetings in this highly eventful game from the Sussex angle. A nice one for Alior. I'm pleased to note his first-class batting average now exceeds 40. So in comes Ackerman bowls, and Allsop works this onto the onside. There is no run. He says, thanks for the commentary and insights from the guests in the box. So there we are, Ricky. The fan club is growing. It's good to have Ricky here this week.
Checks are in the post, yeah.
Thank you, Phil, for your email. Very kind. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As in comes Ackerman again, bowls and clipped by Allsop. Back to the square on the leg side. They're going to come back for a couple of runs, I think, Tom Allsop. He's very quick between the wickets, as indeed is Alior, and in the end it was a comfortable couple of runs. End of Parkinson's over. He's now bowled 7 overs. No maidens, 1 for 24. The Sussex 100 is up, 101 for 1. All on 56. Allsop was in 10. Sussex need another 67 if they're going to make Leicestershire bat again. And, they've still got a little bit of work to do, but you get the feeling that Sussex are starting to wedge themselves towards safety in this game.
Yeah, look, for me, we spoke about it just before the lunch break. If I was Leicestershire, I would have batted on a little bit longer. It just gives you that opportunity just to keep fielders in and around the bat and prolong the game a little bit longer, keeping Sussex behind as long as possible. 168 lead as in comes Parkinson. Short again and cut this time, and that'll race away for 4 down the hill. Parkinson again coming round the wicket, too short, and gets cut, and it trickles away for 4.
He'll be a bit disappointed, Callum Parkinson, with the way he's bowled in this innings so far.
Unfortunately, he's got a little bit too short, and I'm not really understanding around the wicket. He's got a lot to offer from over the wicket. Oh, here we go now. He's gone back over the wicket. He did experiment around the wicket, which is quite good. Sometimes you need that just to get your action and finish it if he was struggling, but it does say to me that over the wicket is the area he needs to in there. That's not a bad shot from Alior. A little bit wide from Callum Parkinson, but he has to get Alior driving. He did on that occasion, and Alior was up to the task, and he drove it beautifully through extra cover for 4, which moves his score on to 64. He's been very impressive this game, Alior. Trying to be positive as much as he can without being reckless. As in comes Parkinson again down the hill. And that was a give me. A proper gimme ball there. He's gone full toss and he's been smacked through extra cover again by Alior, who moves on to 68. So we've gone 3 fours, the first 3 balls of Callum Parkinson's 12th over. He's now standing at 11.3 overs, 0 for 50. As in he comes again, down the hill. Brings Alior forward. That's a better delivery from Callum Parkinson. If he can stay there more often than not, he's going to be in the game. Alior comes forward, pushes it into the offside, no run scored. Just looking a little bit depleted here, the Leicestershire fielders. Obviously a big task to try and get the wickets of Sussex. As in comes
A nice shot.
Parkinson again, just outside off stump. Alior rocks onto the back foot and just a little dab cut that trickles away past Ackerman, who stood at first slip. He gives a little chase and it's just a single that brings Tom Alsop onto strike.
Yeah, I think if there was belief, or certainly strong hope at the start of the innings, it's beginning to evaporate a little bit, and the body language doesn't look entirely convincing now.
Just not quite got it in the right areas, unfortunately. The bowlers for Leicestershire today could have been a tough ask for Sussex, but in comes Callum Parkinson again, too short and tucked onto the leg side from Tom Alsop, who jogs through for another single, and that has moved Sussex on to 115 for 1, and they trail by 53.
Parkinson walks with head bowed down to his fielding position at mid-on, and he gave Ben Mike a little signal there. I don't know whether he's going to take himself off and give Mike a blast down the hill. He sort of kicked his legs a little bit in a sort of desultory warm-up there. Warm-up still necessary, just about, as Ackerman around the wicket bowls. Nice line and length on middle and off. Alsop stretches forward and plays the ball back up the pitch, defends it carefully back up the pitch to the sunglass-wearing Ackerman, licks his fingers, stands very still at the top of his mark and just steps to the crease and bowls onto the legs of Alsop, a little bit short as well. Alsop can go back and just work it calmly through the gap at square leg, out to Hassan Azad on the square leg boundary and jog 1.
Want to be young again there by Ben Mike. See that, just one little kick out.
That's enough.
He did, and he's that young. He just one little kick out, and I'm ready to go, Skip.
He swung his arms once or twice, but yes, he is an athlete, very much so. In goes Ackerman and bowls. Back goes Orr, working it out into the leg side, off his legs, out towards Hill, who apologises, having made Swindles leap into the air to take the throw. Kimber hurried to back up. Swindles did get there, just. Ackerman is in, quicker, flatter delivery, stretches forward, or blocks it back up the pitch to Ackerman, but unlikely to get too much turn with that sort of delivery. Hard to get it to bite. He has got a leg slip and a conventional slip as he is in, and bowls, brings or forward, leaning forward. It's a forward defensive, but the back foot goes out as much as the front foot goes forward. Twiddles the bat in his hand. Ackerman steps in and bowls on off stump. Nice line and slightly angled bat. Thick outside part of it along the ground all the way towards backward point where Barnes is the fielder. Ackerman finishes his 8th over, 1 for 25. His figures to go with his, 275 not out in the end? Something like that. So whatever happens. 277. Not a bad day. Not a bad day's work.
75, 41 fours, 1 6.
Does your average a bit of good, doesn't it?
It does.
A blob
it?
like
that. I'll be happy with that. And it is going to be a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end. It is going to be the athletic Ben Mike, who's going to come into the attack, replacing captain Callum Parkinson. Just having a chat with birthday boy Chris Wright. Is Ben Mike setting his field, and it is going to be, we need a wicket, run in and bowl quick and short, it suggests to me. So he's got a fine leg, a deep backwards square leg, and a deep square leg just in front. And he's also got a third man if Tom Alsop wants to do a ramp shot as well, when they sort of back away and just help it on its way. So they're covering all bases here for the short ball, and he is going to come round the wicket. And I'll be shocked if this wasn't short pitch bowling. As in he comes, athletic down the hill. There it is, short ball, and it bounces twice to keeper Swindles. Now, as a fast bowler, that delivery, when you're running in and trying to rush a batter, will be quite demoralising.
Breaks your heart. Oh dear.
You've run in down the hill, you've got good pace about you, and you dig it into the wicket, and you just watch the batter sway away with a lot of time as it bounces twice to the keeper. But with that, sometimes it can be harder for the batters and get time in. Here come Mike again, back of a length. Pushed into the offside by Alsop, who rocked onto his toes and onto the back foot and pushed it into the point area, where he trots through for a quick single and brings on Alior to strike. This will be interesting.
Yeah, admission of defeat or a worthwhile ploy at this stage, given that nothing happening for Parkinson, or he's not bowling well enough to make something happen?
I think it's a worthwhile ploy. He's still got a few runs to play with, and what are we now? Just 20 odd minutes away, 22 minutes away from tea. Give him 2 or 3 overs just to see if he can make something happen and get that breakthrough. And as you say, it's not really worked for Callum Parkinson today, unfortunately for him in Leicestershire. As in comes Mike again down the hill to Clark, who will take it on and pulls it round the corner to Rishi Patel at fine leg. He's got those short leg pads on. It'll be quite hot in those short leg pads, I'd imagine, today. He's just riding his trousers up a little bit, so they're definitely someone's one-day keeping pads, I think, there. We can see the black pads underneath. Just gives him the protection when he's in at short leg. Tom Alsop crouches, waits. In comes Ben Mike. Short again, and he pulls it round the corner, and it's gone fine, and it is 4 runs to Tom Alsop. It was an attempted short delivery from Ben Mike, and it didn't quite get up. And Tom Alsop just helps it round the corner, and it's gone fine enough to beat Rishi Patel, who's at fine leg, and trickles into the rope and flicks over onto the covers, where we just wait for someone to collect it and give it back to Rishi Patel.
Alfonso Thomas is down there digging it out, so it shouldn't take as long as last time, but yeah. Sussex chasing towards that sort of 168, which isn't a target, but it just it once passed, it will make a draw even likelier, much likelier than it already is, which is pretty likely. It's got to be said. 122 for 1 now.
It is likely. I think obviously there's been a lot of talk about the pitch, and for the paying public, I think we will look at it and say the pitch probably was the winner in this instance.
Well, there were quite a few Leicestershire fans saying, well, we should, in all seriousness, just bat on and break records, but they did that anyway, really.
Yeah, I just felt they could have
yourself a chance.
I think they could have batted on a little bit longer, in all honesty, just to give them that chance, you know. Were they going 4 and over, was it, in the first innings? So that would be difficult. As in comes Mike again, digs that right in, and it goes over the head of Tom Alsop, and Swindle will go down the leg side to grab. No run on that occasion, and it just looped again, that short ball from Ben Mike. He's got 1 delivery left in this over, already gone for 6 runs. But he's wholehearted, he's trying something for his captain, trying to make something happen. He's got his field set out on the leg side, hoping for a false pull shot. As then he comes round the wicket, down the hill again, pitches this one up, and Alsop rocks onto the front foot, plays it nicely. And it will mean another delivery because we have another no ball from a Leicestershire bowler.
24 now in the game.
24
for
in the
them.
game. Again, like we look at it there, the situation that
48 runs.
they found that they trail by, is it 44 now, I think. Even half those runs, you're still going into the 60s, 70s, and even a little bit more of a extended bat. And in comes Ben Mike again, tucked off the hip from Allsop. Goes out to one of those deep men who's just in front of square on the boundary. And an easy single, and that's the end of Ben Mike's first over in this second innings, costing him 9 runs, and Sussex move on to 125 for 1. Alior on 70, Tom Allsop on 18.
Only man out. Tom Clark caught by Louis Kimber at first slip off the bowling of Ackerman. Delivery that just bounced a little bit more than Clark expected, and he didn't pull out of his attempted cut. Gave Kimber a fairly straightforward chance in front of his chest at first slip. But otherwise, Alior pretty much untroubled, and now Tom Allsop likewise. Allsop, long-sleeved shirt, looks around him, sees no real change to the field, or indeed the bowling, as Ackerman continues from the C end bowls, brings him forward, turning his wrists on that delivery off middle and leg out towards Chris Wright, who's at mid-on as ever. Tosses the ball back to Ackerman. Just giving a yard or two at mid off as Ackerman is in, drops a little bit short, back goes Allsop, working it through the gap at square leg of his legs out towards fielder coming in from the square leg boundary, who's Hassan Azad. One is taken. Parkinson taking instructions from Alfonso Thomas, who's below us, Leicestershire's new bowling coach this season. Ackerman is in, flat delivery outside off stump, quicker, stayed a bit low, left by Orr, an ooh from ever voluble Rishi Patel, beg his pardon, at leg slip, but it was wide enough, safe leave by Orr. Ackerman steps in and bowls, a bit more air, a bit more flight to that one, but it's drifting sort of towards middle and leg, and just leaning forward, or steers it out towards Hill at mid-wicket. Ackerman is in and bowls a little bit flat, looking to think about getting forward, ends up playing it off the pitch, really doesn't really turn too much, or just blocks it. Pleased to say the Seagull, that's been looking sort of fairly bedraggled and sorry for itself throughout much of the game and has been camped down here at the C end, has now disappeared. So it's either passed on or it's recovered. Hopefully, of course, the latter is off the back foot, or plays that firmly into the ground from Ackerman, and it bounces up to Ben Mike at mid off. We have just the odd couple of pigeons around. The gulls have deserted us, presumably the flying ants ditto. There are one or two sort of flying around the ground, but they've seen enough. And the verdict from that particular gull on the pitch, perhaps.
Yeah. Might just get the ball to hold a little bit more if the ball trickles into that from that particular seagull, who has his own opinion on this wicket. As it is going to be Ben Mike to continue. He's going to stay round the wicket, and a fielder has come up from deep backward square leg, and he's gone into a shortish sort of leg gully under the helmet, Rishi Patel, as Mulder comes finer at fine leg. And this time Rishi Patel is going to move in front at a normal sort of deepish short leg, and then I think that's Louis Kimber, has gone behind square now. So 2 fielders behind square with Richard Patel at short leg just gone in front. In comes Ben Mike again, pitched up. Nicely played by Tom Alsop. Plays it into the ground under his eyes, straight back up to birthday boy Chris Wright, who gives the ball a little bit of a shine. As we near to the tea break, we have 13 minutes left until, hopefully, would you reckon another chocolate brownie for us today,
Hope so.
Adrian? Hope so. Another chocolate brownie. As in comes Ben Mike down the hill, short ball this time, pulled away by Tom Alsop. Around comes Louis Kimber, slides on his knee, picks up, and a good throw back over, sort of over the top of the stump. So we'll give it an 8 out of 10. Wasn't perfect, but it was good enough from Louis Kimber.
Nice slide. wasn't
Nice
it?
slide, yeah.
Athletic.
Just stretching his knee a little bit there, as he's probably quite tired from doing a lot of overs in the field and spent a bit of time as well batting for his maiden first class 100. As in comes Ben Mike again to Alior, pitched up, pushed him the offside, and round goes Zad, who picks it up at third man. There's a nice throw straight into the gloves of Swindles, and it will be another no ball from Ben Mike, which will be disappointing for him.
Brings up the 50 for no balls
50 for no balls.
in Leicestershire. 25 of them.
Won't that be in the top run scorers?
Can't help it. Even if it was 4 for a no ball, Leicestershire would still be bowling them. You feel a little bit. It's astonishing.
As in comes Ben Mike again down the hill to Alsop. Short ball, didn't get up, and that has bounced a couple of times, and Swindles has dived in vain to his right. It just died in the wicket, and umpire Ben Debenham has signalled byes, and it was 4 of them, so it will go against Swindles, which is sometimes harsh on the wicket keeper. Went down the leg side, bounced a couple of times, and he sort of stuck out a right mitt and couldn't quite stop it on that occasion, and he takes his right glove off and has a double teapot. And not best pleased, because he goes against his name. As in comes Ben Mike again to Alsop down the hill. Short ball this time is looped. That might be a no ball, and this time it is a no ball for height on this occasion, as umpire Ben Debenham signals 1 for the over. So it just looped over the head of Alsop there.
Get the impression the Leicestershire lads are beginning to think that actually this is a lost cause. They won't give up, of course, but it does look really fairly comfortable for the Sussex batsmen in reality.
As in comes Mike again down the hill, tucked off the hip from Tom Alsop. Encouragement from Vian Mulder for Ben Mike down at fine leg, giving him the encouragement and trying to keep the Leicestershire players going. Just a couple of wickets would make it interesting, but at this moment in time, Sussex batters of Tom Alsop and Alior going along nicely, trying just to rebuild this partnership after losing Tom Clark to a good delivery to Ackerman that bounced a bit on him, caught a slip by Kimber. In comes Ben Mike again.
Yes, thanks, Danny. We were discussing an hour ago this wicket here at Hove and it being so good for batting, and it's really continued. To be honest, Sussex are piling on the runs themselves now. They need to reach 168 to avoid an innings defeat, but they're already 140 for 1. Alior is on 71. Tom Alsop is on 24. Over 1,500 runs in the match, just 14 wickets. It's going to end in a draw, but I'm not sure that that makes it a particularly good game of county championship cricket. Not so at Scarborough, where Yorkshire were bowled out for 220 in their second innings. Surrey, 24 without loss in their final innings, needing another 203 to win. In the One-Day International at Lords, England in trouble. They're 152 for 6 against India after 30 overs.
It's the having seen the wicket skip over
Well, I mean, seeing some of these hundreds has been terrific. There's been some great batting, Danny, but as we were saying an hour ago, I think actually it's been a little bit too much in favour of the bowlers in this match. However, what's not to love about Hove? Lovely sunny day, we've got cricket, so we're not complaining, and tea's just round the corner.
Any numbers for these games? People coming to watch?
Well, no. I think that's a fair question, Danny. I mean, there were a lot of school children here the first 3 days. Apart from that, this game hasn't been well attended, and there's really a smattering of people at the ground today here at Hove. I think a lot of people probably thought this game was going to end in a draw, and from that point of view, maybe people slightly voting with their feet as well. Yes, you do. Absolutely. Absolutely you do. But I think perhaps people think to themselves, well, the game is going to end in a draw and the batsmen have been on top. So, yeah, I just think here this week the balance hasn't been quite right, Danny.
Adrian, thanks. Keep going. And the full news online and the BBC Sport website. And that's it.
Was that fair enough, Ricky?
I think that is fair enough, yeah. I think we obviously had some emails in about the pitch, and obviously spectators have seen that the pitch is going to win on this occasion, and
well, he's asked how big the crowd is, and the crowd is...
I think it's just evidence from that stand. Most of the game, the first 3 days, particularly the stand just to our left, was quite busy. I can literally see 6 people in it currently, so it could have been an interesting game, but not quite on this occasion as it goes close to a draw. As in comes Ackerman, round the wicket, up the hill from the sea end, and brings Tom Alsop forward, who plays it into the offside to Ben Mike.
Well, we'll have tea at 20-4, Ricky. By the time we get to tea, there'll probably be about maybe 30 overs left. I think you go for another hour then, don't you? I think at 5 o'clock the captains can shake hands. I'm never quite sure of the ruling, to be honest.
I think you'll see Sussex will go past the score and they can declare. As in comes Ackerman again.
Yeah, that's what happens, isn't it?
They can declare at 10-2 normally, I think it is, and they shake the hands.
Shake hands.
I think from that delivery on that occasion, as Ackerman just pushed it onto the leg side and also just tried to turn it around the corner, just hit his pad. Rishabh Patel's who at a leg slip position, just sort of moved slightly to his right to pick it up. Ackerman again from the sea end, round the wicket. Better delivery this time, a little bit flatter. Just been a little bit too straight as well for me. I think the spinners have not quite got their line and length right here for Leicestershire. Has been difficult. There's been lots of cuts and pulls where I feel if you can get it out into that rough, there'll be something there. We've seen the odd one bounce and turn, just not giving it an opportunity. As that one's a bit slow, and there we go. Exactly as I said, he's bowled that a lot slower. He's got it a little bit wider. He's been too straight, he's got a little bit wider, and straight away we see the ball turn and bounce. It's all about the pace you bowl as a spinner and the line you bowl. Dragging in mistakes like that should be an indication that he needs to bowl the ball there every time. Keep the same pace. As in he comes again round the wicket, he has again. As Alsop comes forward. Again, looked a little bit too straight, that one, but...
Well, Leicestershire be a little disappointed with the way they've bowled.
I think you have to. If you look at it at the minute, there are 143 off what we've got. 29 overs has come up to, so... Yeah, they've leaked a little bit too much, and it's the deliveries that have gone for 4, really. As in comes quicker this time from Ackerman round the wicket, which is interesting because he's just seen a slower pace delivery go past the outside edge, turn and bounce, and he decides to bowl a quicker short one and get cut out to deep cover for a single, moving Sussex total on to 144 for 1. Ali Orr on 71, and Alsop is on 26.
The voice of Ricky Clark, the former Surrey, Warwickshire and England all-rounder. Been great to have Ricky in the commentary box here at Hove this week on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. If you're watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, a very good afternoon to you as well. Richard Ray, the other member of our commentary team here today, where it's been a bit of a run fest Hove over the last few days. If you're just joining us and wondering what's happened today, well, Leicestershire declared on a record score for them, 756 for 4. Colin Ackerman, 277 not out. Vian Mola, 235 not out. 3 Centurions in the Leicestershire innings. We've always forgotten poor old Louis Kimber. He made 104. Leicestershire declaring on that score, 756 for 4. It gave them a lead of 168. But to be fair, Sussex have looked very comfortable in batting second time around. They're 144 for 1. Ali Orr on 71. Third consecutive half-century for Ali Orr. He'll be hoping to go to 3 figures after tea, and it very much looks as if this game is going to drift to a draw. Now, what's happening here, Ricky? Because suddenly all the field is spread.
Yep, he's going to come in and try the same ploy. Ben Mike down the hill.
From the Cromwell Road end, he's in and bowls, and Allsop is forward as a puff of dust as Ben Mike lands his front foot. And the ball just rolls back to the far end of the ground, and there is no run. Allsop on 26. Ali Orr on 71. The man out, Tom Clark, who was caught by Louis Kimber at slip when the score's on 79 off the bowling of Colin Ackerman. As I think we've had the best, almost 1,500 almost 1,500 runs in the match so far, as in comes Ackerman. No, it doesn't. It's Ben Mike around the wicket, bowls to Allsop. He plays that into the covers, and there is no run. We've got 5 minutes until tea. Tea will be taken. I've got 3 minutes until tea, according to the digital clock, and I reckon Ben might make sure that this is the last over before tea.
Just ticked over again then, so it's 2 minutes now.
Yeah, and then we'll have 32 overs left in the day, but I'm fairly certain if Sussex get themselves into positive territory that there'll be a declaration and the captains will shake hands, unless all of a sudden we see 3 or 4 wickets going down very quickly after tea. But certainly on the evidence of what we've seen in the match so far, that seems pretty unlikely.
Does change in the field here. He's obviously going to look to try and bowl a good line and length as he brings up deep square leg into the mid-wicket region.
Stat time.
Oh, in comes Ben Mike round the wicket, bowls, and Allsop leans back and plays at a backward point. There is no run.
The partnership between Ackerman and Mulder for the 5th wicket was the highest in county championship history.
For any wicket?
No, for the 5th wicket.
Oh, right.
County championship history, beating Formula 1, Mal Lloyd and David Ripley. Championship beat Glamorgan.
Wow.
98.
So the highest partnership ever in the county championship for the 5th wicket.
Yeah.
That's magnificent.
Another interesting thing.
In comes Mike round the wicket, bowls, short ducks underneath it. Does Allsop, taken by Swindles, no run.
Is that the man who holds the record, or one of the men who holds the record for the 5th wicket in all first-class cricket, is playing in this game.
Oh, Pujara.
Yeah. 520 unbeaten. Pujara and Jadeja. Saurashtra versus Orissa at Rajkot in 2008.
That's a partnership, that, isn't it? 520.
Some chasing around the boundary there, Ricky.
Unbeaten as well. It's, I think I would have been bowling underarm by the end of it there.
In comes Mike around the wicket, bowls down the leg side, taken by a diving Swindles, and there is no run. One more ball to go in the over, and I think then it will definitely be tea. 15:40, the digital clock ticks over too, so it'll take us through till 4 o'clock, and I suspect we'll then we'll go through until about 10 to 5, I think, when the Sussex will be in an advanced position, and we'll get the declaration, and everyone will shake hands. And that'll be that. As in comes Mike around the wicket, bowls and ducks underneath it. Does Tom Allsop? There is no run. It's the end of the over. So tea here at Hove on this final day. Sussex 144 for 1, or on 71. Allsop on 26. So Sussex need another 24 to avoid an innings defeat, which looks pretty much
Match umpires, Ben Dillon.
That's all.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove for the final session of this county championship match between Sussex and Leicestershire, a game that, barring something dramatic and unforeseen, is going to end in a draw. Sussex in their second innings, 144 for 1. Alior on 71. He'll be eyeing up his second century in consecutive matches. Tom Alsop is on 26. Sussex needing to get to 168 to make Leicestershire bat again. Ricky Clark, a former Surrey, Warwickshire and England all-rounder, is with me, Ricky, and I will be amazed if we're not shaking hands here just before 5 o'clock with this game heading at a draw.
Yep, I'm with you on that one, Adrian. Good afternoon, everyone. I have had a tweet, though, saying that Leicestershire bowled out Sussex or something last year. I think it was
at Grace Road.
11, was it 6 wickets for 11 runs or something in the space of half an hour? So you never know, but realistically, yeah, I think the pitch has won on this occasion. We did say we'd wait until the end of the game to see what happens. It could have been a close game. I was optimistic that it could have been an exciting finish. Yeah. But realistically, I think the pitch has won on this occasion, and I'd be very shocked, as you've mentioned, Adrian, that 50 minutes of play and it could be a shake of hands and everyone off home. Ed Barnes is going to start us off from the Cromwell Road end. I've had an email in from Ben Wood, who is in San Francisco. Ricky, the lovely city of San Francisco. In comes Barnes, running away from us. He comes into bowl to Alior, and Orr is forward and drive down the pitch. Barnes fields of his own bowling. The ball dribbles nearly into the stumps. There is no run. So he says, greetings from a foggy San Francisco. Typically summer weather here. June gloom in July. That's interesting. Still so glad to be tuning in and watching wonderful Sussex by the sea at Hove. A nice treat to awaken in the morning. Thanks for the entertaining commentary. Thank you, Ben. Great to hear from you. I didn't realise it was foggy in San Francisco in June. Is that a typical, or June and July? I'm not sure if that's a typical thing. Ben, as in comes. Ed Barnes, sorry, flicks it to mid-wicket and there is no run. I'm completely distracted. I apologise. A single to Orr. He goes to 72, 145 for one. Concentrate, Adrian. Yeah, you do say it's typical weather. I didn't realise that. Have you been to San Francisco, Ricky?
I haven't, no. Right. Would love to go. Always want to go to different parts of America. I've only been to Las Vegas.
Have you?
My stag do.
Did you?
Yeah. So.
I won't ask any more.
Oh, what goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas, Adrian, as they say.
In comes Barnes around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Tom Alsop. He clips that nicely onto the leg side. They pick up one. I suspect they'll come back for a second. No, they don't. Actually, it's fielded out there. I think it's Rishi Patel out there. I think gets in the throw, and it's just one more to Tom Alsop. He goes to 27, 148 for one. Yeah, very true. Was that with a lot of cricketing mates? You went on that, Ricky, or was it just sort of friends outside?
Yeah,
mates outside
mates from school.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
People you kept in touch with.
Yeah, from very early age. So
wonderful.
Still got a good group of friends. So it's always nice.
In comes Barnes around the wicket, bowls, and all looks to hammer that one into the Spen Harbour Pavilion. He's rehearsing this shot. The ball goes through to keeper Swindles, and there is no run. So yeah, hope all is well over in San Francisco. It may be foggy. I bet it's hot in Las Vegas this time of year, though. But, out in the desert, it's probably a bit like here. I think it's going to get really hot here, Ben, just to let you know. And very muggy, apparently, over the weekend. In comes... No, he doesn't. He just waits, actually, does Ed Barnes. No close fielders at all. I'll give you the field in a moment, because it's a slightly odd field. As in comes Barnes and bowls, and Alior hammers that. Well, he tries to hammer that one away. He's got his eyes, I think, on getting this 100 as Alior. He was looking to swing that one into the stands as well. In the end, he completely mistimed it, and the ball dribbled down to fine leg, and there is no run. Just describe this field, Ricky, because it's a bit of an odd one.
Yes, I've got two catching drive men on the leg side, quite close to each other, probably about 3 or 4 yards apart, and you've got a drive man on the offside as well. Backward point, cover, mid-off and mid-on, deep square leg just in front, and a fine leg. So he's trying to bring the pads into play, get them driving.
Barnes in and bowls, driven by Allsop. Well, I'm not sure he intended it to go there, but he's going to get 4 runs down to third man. He was looking to drive that through extra cover. Big, thick outside edge, and the ball whistles away down to third man for a boundary. Allsop goes to 31, and the Sussex 150 is up 151 for 1.
That's exactly what Ed Barnes wants. The only thing with that is just a little bit of width on offer. He wants to try and bring those stumps into play as much as he can and entice the batter, Allsop, to drive straighter, where he's got that man on the offside on the drive catching, and then 2 on the leg side as well. So if he's coming round the wicket, he needs to bring those stumps into play as much as possible and bringing the batter forward. On that occasion, just giving a little bit too much width, as we're going to see Ben Mike continue. It's been a tough game for Ben Mike, particularly with no balls, but wholehearted, strong athlete, gives everything to Leicestershire when he bowls. He's currently 3 overs, 0 for 22, but he's got an opportunity to try and get a breakthrough, just to get a little wobble for Sussex, as they are 151 for 1, trailed by just 17 now. He will come down the hill at the Cromwell Road end. He's going to be bowling to Alior, who does a little bat twiddle. Similar to Alex Stewart back in the day, he used to have a little bat twiddle. As in comes Ben Mike, full toss, driven backward a point, and that will be 4 runs to Alior. Moves him on to 76. That was a real tee ball there, really, from Ben Mike, unfortunately for him.
Horrible ball, wasn't it?
It was just low full toss, wide, and just allowed Alior just to let his hands go through it, as it crashes into the rope and flicks over the boundary boards into one of the little huts there. Solicitors' huts there, I think.
Yeah, they used to have the bookstall in there. I'm not sure if the books are still kept in there.
They are. They're under fire with that one.
Yeah.
Knocking them off the shelves. As in comes Ben Mike again, down the hill, around the wicket. Back of a length. Alior just rocks back, pushes it into cover, thought about a quick single, and instantly says no to his partner, Tom Allsop, who agreed and just strolled back behind the crease.
England have recovered a bit in the cricket. 207 for 6 they are at Lord's. Moeen Ali, 45. David Willey on 25. Moeen Ali, I don't know how often you played against him, Ricky, but he played an innings in a T20 quarter-final down here 3 or 4 years ago. It's probably one of the, if not the best innings I've seen at this ground. It was just magnificent.
Is that when he kept on hitting it over the scoreboard?
Unbelievable, yeah.
As in comes Ben Mike again round the wicket. Wow, what a shot. It was back of a length to Alior. It sort of stayed in the wicket. He was itching to hit it, but just slowed his hands down and it just almost hit the bat. It was a little bit uppish, but it raced away through the point region in between Azad and Rishi Patel. And that will force a change in the field. It's going to be Azad to come to backward point, and Rishi Patel is going to stay through on the boundary. And it just stopped on him, but his hands were so good, it just allowed him to ease the ball through the gap. And Swindles looks like he's getting loose, like he wants a bowl, the keeper.
Oh, please no. Please no.
As Ben Mike comes into Alior, full on this occasion wide. Azad comes round from backward point, bounced a few times in those wicket ends that the bowlers and teams have been practising on of a morning of a day's play. And he does the fielding. That's where you don't want it to get, ideally, when
I really, when the keepers take off the pads, you think, oh, no.
That's when you know that the wicket really has
won the day.
But he was stretching off, probably just trying to stay nice and loose for his keeping, rather than looking to come and have a bowl. But in comes Ben Mike again, round the wicket, down the hill. Short ball, back of a length, pushed into the offside, and Azad does the fielding again, no run scored.
Now, that was the innings you were thinking about Mowing. It was the quarter-final against Worcestershire, I think 2018, or maybe 20. Either way, he was put down. Alex Carey was keeping for Sussex and was mortified. A chance went down, and Mowing just tucked into the Sussex bowling win. It was just an exhibition. It was just a fabulous innings.
I remember seeing it on TV. It was just, everything was so clean. Just the way he strikes the ball is incredible. As in comes Ben Mike again for hopefully his last ball of the over. Short ball, quick this time, went through. Ali Orr just sort of ducks down and lets it go past his right shoulder as Swindles takes it at a comfortable height this time. He's had a few that have been dug in and bounced a couple of times to him, but he'll be pleased that that's gone through to him at a nice height. End of the over. Another expensive one for Ben Mike. He's 4 overs north of 30 now for him. As Sussex move on to 159 for 1. It will be Ed Barnes to continue from the C end.
Some good finishes around the country, which we'll try and cover off during this course of this over from Ed Barnes. Running in around the wicket comes in and bowls to Tom Alsop, and Alsop drives firmly down to mid-on, and there is no run. So at Canterbury, Kendra 108 for 4. Still needing another 257 to beat Northamptonshire. More than likely they're just hanging out for a draw at Canterbury. Somerset 155 for 5, trailing Lancashire by 23 at Southport. All 5 wickets taken by Jack Morley, young left-arm spinner. So that could be an exciting finish, and it could be an exciting finish at Scarborough as well, as in comes Barnes and bowls, and also looks to tuck that one down towards fine leg. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Is it a leg by, or did he get some bat on that? No, indeed, it is a leg by. Total goes up by 160 for 1. Surrey 35 for 1. In their second innings, needing another 192 to win. Rory Burns out for 20. I wonder whether Surrey will have a little dip at that. We shall see. In the second division, Durham 144 for 5, hanging on a bit, still needing 242 to beat Derbyshire. Derbyshire not out of the race for promotion if they could win there. In comes Barnes bowls, or is forward solidly, plays to backward point, and there is no run. Notts look like they're hanging on for a draw down in Cardiff, 195 for 4 against Glamorgan, needing another 260 to win. That looks unlikely. Joe Clark out for 95. So that's your cricket pretty much up to date. As Barnes wheels round. Backward point. Cover, extra cover, who's fairly close in mid-off. 2 men in close on the leg side, 2 fairly close mid-wicket as in comes Barnes. Round the wicket, bowls to Orr, down the leg side. Good take by Swindles, one-handed. He enjoyed that diving goalkeeper style, almost if he'd sort of tipped that one around the post. And there is no run. 160 for 1. The flag's fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard. In fact, the trees around the ground are just sort of starting to sway in the wind. It's a lovely afternoon. Good afternoon to dry washing, Ricky, although our friend with the red towel and the panda on isn't there. There is some washing.
Beach.
Yeah, down on the beach.
Using the towel down at the beach.
Yeah, there is some grey washing on the line, but no towel. Oh, someone's on the balcony now.
Come out there, yeah.
In comes Barnes around the wicket, in and bowls, and all up on his toes, and just plays that carefully to backward point, and there is no run. So Sussex needing another 8 before it'll mean that Leicestershire will need to bat again in this match. We've got another 29 overs remaining after this one, as the clock ticks round to nearly 4:15. Ed Barnes waits at the end of it. We've just seen the 1 wicket go down today. That was the wicket of Tom Clark. As in comes Barnes bowls, and Orr again works this one to backward point, and there is no run. So it's the end of the over, 160 for 1. Orr is on 80, Alsop is on 31. Sussex next in action next week, next Tuesday, with a game at Lords against Middlesex. Leicestershire are at home to Glamorgan. Ricky's got a club game on Saturday, is that right, Ricky?
Yep, club game on Saturday.
Lovely.
We were away, so been made captain for that one.
Lovely.
As we've got a few guys away, they've doing club cricket.
Holiday time.
Well, I would say holiday, but there's a big minibus of them going up to finals day to watch the cricket.
Is there?
So,
fantastic.
We'll have the fines ready for them when they come back.
God, they'll be, Well, I mean, Sussex were there last year, and it's just a great day, finals day.
As in comes Ben Mike again, round the wicket to Tom Alsop. Full this time, pushed back up to mid-on by Tom Alsop. No run scored.
I mean, if you're a cricket aficionado, you probably don't want to be sitting in the Hollies stand on finals day. I think fancy dress is compulsory.
I think Chris Nash actually dressed up.
He did last year.
Was it last year?
Chris did dress up last year. Yeah, he did. Yeah, I think he put the picture on social media.
Yeah, saw him dressed up and in the Hollies stand trying to keep a low profile. But we saw you, Chris. Don't worry.
Yeah.
As in comes Ben Mike again, round the wicket to Tom Alsop. Good line and length, but a little bit straight on that occasion. So it wasn't quite a good line as it was tucked off his hip. Looked like a good line and length, but Alsop just moved across and tucked it off his hip into mid-wicket for a quick single.
You'd have had a few battles with Chris down the years, I guess.
Yeah, a few. Yeah, great competitor. Used to love playing against him and just played the game in the right way. Always had a smile on his face and could have a grumpy moment like we all can, but used to love playing against him and fantastic cricketer over the years. As in comes Mike again. Ooh, just gets an edge this time and it has raced away down the hill.
Out the ground as well.
And it has gone through the gap. It's gone probably under the ice cream truck, which is there. The ice cream van's there.
Oh, yeah. A couple of spectators, and there's not many spectators in the southwest stand, and they're just trying to get the ball back now.
I love that. They're just pointing in the right direction there to Ed Barnes. Just went down there, mate.
Yeah, if you look,
he's got his spikes on, trying to walk on the concrete, pointing him where he needs to go. But it was a good delivery from Ben Mike, and Alior just got a thick outside edge. He won't mind too much. That takes his score on to 84. So we just see the replay as it, just sort of held up a little bit as his hand sort of pushed at the ball.
Who were the other? I mean, the other people you used to enjoy playing against down here at Sussex?
Sussex, Luke Wright, always used to be good value. Mike Yardy, I used to love playing against Mike Yardy.
Yeah.
Used to always have good conversation with Yards. He's a massive West Ham fan. So
yes, he is. Yeah.
We always used to have good chats. I remember when on a... do you remember Mark Davis?
Yes.
Who used to play here?
Yeah.
He did a camp out in Port Elizabeth many years ago, and I was only young, and I went onto that sort of camp, and Mike Yardy was on it, and he was watching West Ham, and next thing you know, all you hear is massive screaming and shouting, and I sort of looked out my balcony and I saw Yards running and doing a massive bomb into the pool because West Ham had scored. And obviously back in those days you didn't have VAR and disallowed. In comes Ben Mike again, round the wicket. Ball this time to Alior, who drives to Lewis Hill at cover, no run scored.
That would have been funny.
Yeah.
It's all right, Mike, it's been disallowed.
A little bit later on, you're in the thing, and it's offside Yards. Come back and dry yourself off. But I used to have good battles with Yards, and many people used to love coming down here and playing. You stay on the seafront in one of the hotels on the seafront, and a nice walk up to the ground, and obviously you had the cricketers pub. You can have a few drinks after the game. It's just really nice place to play your cricket, particularly on days like this with the sun out. In comes Ben Mike again, driven nicely by Alior out to deep cover. Rishi Patel does the fielding, and just a little underarm back to Lewis Hill at cover, who in return does a little underarm to Chris Wright.
I'm trying to think of players who played for Warwickshire, and was Jimmy Anion? Did you come across Jimmy at all?
He was at Warwickshire, and then he come down to play at Sussex. Yeah, he was down here, and obviously Laurie Evans.
Oh, of course, yeah.
The only time Laurie Evans hasn't followed me to a county. As in comes Ben Mike again. As he comes round the wicket, tucked off the legs of Alsop, who's looking for free, and he will scamper for free, and the throw comes in.
Oh, do he trick? Cool.
And he's made it as Alior, the fielding from Moulder. I used to joke with Laurie, because I obviously at Surrey, and then Laurie started through the Surrey youth system, and then I was at Warwickshire, and then Laurie was at Warwickshire, and obviously I went back to Surrey, and then Laurie came back to Surrey, so I used to have a little joke with him, saying he's just following me around. But very good cricketer, Laurie Evans, and I think enjoyed his time down here at Sussex. He's a fine player, particularly in the white ball game.
Yes, he was. And he was part of the Sussex side that got to finals day in 2018 when Sussex lost in the final to Worcestershire. I wasn't part of the side last year, but then he'd moved on to Surrey. In comes Ed Barnes running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls. That kept horribly low. That virtually rolled along the ground to Tom Alsop. Well, I think he could have been forgiven had he been bowled or LBW there, because that absolutely crept along the floor. Alsop survives, and Sussex 169 now for one. Yeah. So they're in the lead by one of Sussex. So Leicestershire will need to bat again, but we all know that's not going to happen. That absolutely crawled along the floor, didn't it?
That's just the evidence that you're seeing that the pitch will get tired, and I just don't think Leicestershire have put the ball in the right area enough really to challenge that.
In comes Barnes again, driven firmly by Alsop to mid-on, fielded by Chris Wright, who polishes the ball. And there is no run. Do you have rules for your club game, Ricky, where you have to get to the game a certain amount of time before the game? Does the skipper say, right, I want everyone there half an hour beforehand?
Yeah, particularly for home games, we have to make sure we get the covers on our sight screens and get the boundary flags out and stuff like that. So we all sort of muck in and chip in.
In comes Barnes again, bowls down the leg side, all sort of with a swing and a miss, taken by a diving Swindles down the leg side. And there is no run. There's always a lot to do, isn't there? When you see someone's got to take the ropes down from around the square. We have ropes around the square, ropes around the square, and then I remember, many times taking the ropes down, they all get in a tangle. When you've got to put them back up again at the end of the day, it takes ages, and everyone just wants to get in the bar.
Yeah, we've got all that.
Happy days.
The good thing is we're away the first 11 on Saturday, so with me as captain, we won't have a big warm-up with the weather.
In comes Barnes, bowls, and forward comes Alsop, plays the mid-on, and there is no run.
Meant to be 40 degrees, I think.
I think it is, yeah. I think if you win the toss, I reckon you might be batting at the weekend, Ricky.
Yeah, it's going to be a warm one.
Callum Parkinson has a natural way to Chris, I mean, coming back to this game, I mean, this game is slowly going into its dying embers. Now, I'd imagine from a Leicestershire point of view, they're not going to want to sort of flog themselves into the ground here, are they, with... there's games coming up, a lot of games, cricket still to be played this season. In comes Barnes, bowls. Oh, and that's also with an attempted drive. Good take by Swindles, actually. And there is no run.
I just saw Chris Wright getting loose there.
Wow.
The unfortunate thing with Chris Wright getting loose is he was bowling some off-spin to captain Callum Parkinson.
Oh.
So I don't know if he's inclining that he's... I want to bowl a few off-spinners, please, captain.
We put the mockers on Moeen Ali. He's out for 47. England 217 for 7 in the 45th. I'm not sure that's going to be enough against India. We shall see. Never know until both sides are batted. In comes Barnes, bowls. Alsop pulls us away into the leg side. Good shot by Tom Alsop. I didn't fit the trajectory of that at all, apart from the fact it's gone for 4 runs. Tom Alsop goes to 39 and Sussex to 173 for 1 at the end of the over. Alior on 85. 27 overs remaining to be bowled. We may not get that far. The clock coming up to nearly 25 past 4. I'll do my update at 4:30 and then make way for Richard. Because the only other remaining thing is whether Alior does go through to his 100. If he does so, it'll be his 3rd first-class 100, his 2nd of the season. He's been a big plus for Sussex, Ricky. I don't know, it's the first time you've seen him bat. I wonder what you've made of Alior.
Very impressive. Obviously got 70 in the first innings. I like the way he's quite positive and very assured of himself. Good technique and setup, and just plays the ball on its merits. And it's amazing where from that first innings as well. He had a couple of shots where he just dropped down on one knee and just whacked it straight over the pavilion. So he's got a good eye, which shows that he can be adaptable. Some of those shots he was playing were classed as one-day shots, I suppose. But he'll be a massive asset to Sussex going forward in the future, playing all formats of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder as well, Grant Flower has come here over the winter as well. I wonder if he's getting the benefit of working with Grant as well.
Well, bags of experience, Grant Flower. Been there, done it, bought the T-shirt. The coaching staff, really, if you look at Sussex, got Ian Salisbury and James Kirtley and Sarah Taylor, so They've all got massive amounts of experience to pass on. As in comes Ben Mike down the hill to Alior, who rocks on the back foot and just plays it back to Ben Mike, who bowls it to Chris Wright at mid-off to shine the ball. But it's massively important that young cricketers coming through do it their own way. I believe they have to do it their own way, but sometimes a little bit of guidance from players, past and present, can help you just get into the right direction. As in comes Ben Mike again, short and wide and cut away to Ed Barnes, I think it is, down at third man, who brilliant bit of fielding considering he's just bowling over in this heat. He scampered to his left. He was probably talking to the physio, I think it is, and sort of got distracted a little bit, but managed to move to his left and dived on it and got the throw back into Swindles over the top of the stumps, which sees Sussex move on to 174 for 1. Alior just 14 away from what will be a very impressive 100. There's going to be a change of fielder, Phil. Nope, it's 4 runs. So Rishi Patel has said to Ed Barnes, sorry buddy, but you picked it up beautifully, but you were over the rope. So he has said it's 4, so nice bit of spirit of cricket there from Rishi Patel and Leicestershire. Not sure Ben Mike would be too pleased with that, but it is 4, which means Alior moves on to 89 instead of 86. And he will be back on strike as in comes Ben Mike again, round the wicket, full ball, and this might be a bit of battle on that. It was a full ball and Alior tried to just steer it away. It was like a Yorker, and it has hit a foot hole, and that's why Swindles didn't take it cleanly, sort of parried it in the air and took a bit of pace off it. He then turned and scampered after it to save any more byes, but it was 1 bye as the batters trotted through for an easy single. Took off that. It's almost like a ramp out one of the footholes. Then comes Ben Mike again to Tom Alsop, who crouches, moves across, back trigger, onside, drive, brilliant fielding from Azad, who's on that onside drive next to Colin Ackerman, who gives him a high five and a pat on the back to say well fielded. Ben Mike strolls back up the hill here at Hove. Turns again and Alsop gets into his stance, crouches again. Back and across with his trigger, short ball this time, and just hinted to pull it. It looped over his head and just watched it go by as the ball goes through to Swindles.
So actually, they're just 3 runs short of the 100 partnership as well, these two. Which seems to have come in quite quick time. The scoreboard has motored along quite a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Because we're only in the 36th over.
178 for 1. As in comes Ben Mike again. Round the wicket to Alsop. Short ball again. He does take it on this time. Pulls it. Not convincingly. A little bit high on the bat. Goes out to Mulder, who's a deep backward square leg. Throws the ball straight over the top of the stumps to keeper Swindles. And that was another single to the total. Sussex 179 for 1. Alior on 89 from 106. Tom Alsop 40 from just 72 deliveries. Overoat says +1 with the spin we've had so far in this innings. Might see a little bit more spin just before the close of play. We probably have 21 minutes left.
Yeah.
With Sussex having a lead of 11 currently.
Here comes Ed Barnes running away from us, coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop, who drills that one straight back over his head, and that's gone all the way for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Tom Alsop into the southwest stand. He goes to 44. Made 150 in the first innings, did Tom. That was a lovely shot, lovely pick-up. Sussex to 183 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms, Ricky Clark, and soon to be with us again, Richard Ray, for the final last few knockings of this game. Good shot that, Ricky.
Lovely shot. It's just a bit shot really, but it was a fantastic shot. He just dived on the front foot and just helped it over the top of mid-on.
Barnes in again, bowls, and Alsop plays to backward point. There is no run. But good acquisition for Sussex this season. Originally came on loan from Hampshire, but now that's a permanent signing. Tom Alsop, who looks a good player, plays very straight. Very popular around the club as well. Nice guy. Most cricketers are nice guys, Ricky.
Yeah, lovely guy. Fantastic cricketer. Obviously felt he needed a move away to get more opportunities, but he's a fantastic cricketer, and you're seeing that this game. 150 first innings, 44 not out this innings. He'll be looking to try and go to 50 before hands
in comes Barnes again, bowled, clips this away, and that's going to be a single on this occasion, out to the deep mid-wicket boundary, filled up there by... who's that? That's Rishi Patel. Just one to Tom Alsop. He goes to 45, so these two, 100 partnership, 105 now between these two. Ali Orr will have his eyes on a century here. He's on 89. And it'll be his second consecutive match in which he scored 100. Twiddles, he's a big bat twiddler. He is a bit Alex Stewart, isn't he?
The only thing he's not doing, like Alex Stewart, is just tapping the back of
was that what he did?
Helmet and flicking the dust away.
In comes Barnes, bowls to Orr, who's solidly forward, plays that to mid-on, and there is no run.
I think it used to be like a routine for Alex Stewart. He used to jump around with his feet, bringing them closer together and out a bit, closer together and out a bit, and twiddling his bat.
Which I liked the first time I heard it. I love it even more now. That is coming up in a second. Let's bring you up
Barnes.
First of all, the news headlines with Mike Buxton. A major
Waits. Runs. Around the wicket comes in and bowls to Orr, who looks to clip that one away on the leg side. The ball thumped into his pads and rails out on the offside, and there is no run. Tell you other than that goes, he's twiddling his bat again. If you watch Cheteshwar Pujara back, we may not get another chance in this game, but he does the same thing every single ball. He holds the ball out horizontally, Ricky, and then he gets ready again. Does every single ball.
Rory Burns used to be similar. He used to sort of grab his bat and then just look down the back of it before bringing it in. Yeah.
Did you do anything?
Just missed the ball a lot of the time, other than that. But no sort of
You're refreshingly honest, Ricky. In comes Barnes, who virtually gets to the wicket and then pulls out of his run and circles round. He's lost his run-up. As I can see wicket-keeper Swindles is sort of doing a warm-up. I do hope... I really... There's one thing I really don't like. Oh, yeah, he is. Oh, no, I think we are going to get a wicket-keeper bowling. Do you like that?
Not overly, no.
No.
Because a lot of the time they come on and get wickets and you think I've just worked my socks off.
Yeah. In comes Barnes, bowls, and Orr clips that on the leg side and picks up a single, does Ali Orr. He goes to 90, and Sussex to 185 for one. It is the end of the over. Well, we're not going to get Swindles yet bowling. I hope we don't, because I do think that does take it into make it a bit of a lottery, to be honest. Perhaps I'm a bit of an old fuddy-duddy, I don't know, but I'm not keen on that. Ali Orr goes to 90, and... someone's saying today he's averaging over 40 in county cricket, and he's only 21. It's been a good start to his career here at Sussex. Never easy at the top of the order, as Hassan Azad found out first ball in a match where there's been 14 wickets and probably the best part of 1,600 runs by the end of the match. Still, I guess that's what happens. Do you want if I just carry on for a minute, Ricky, just until we've done this this cricket update, which will be the final one of the day, final one of the match, I expect. In comes Ben Mike, charging down the hill, comes in, bowls to Orr, who ducks underneath a short delivery through to keeper Swindles, and there is no run. Yes, we're drifting towards a draw, Danny. Sussex 185 for one in their second innings. Alistair Orr is on 90. If he gets 100, it'll be the second consecutive game that the 21-year-old from Eastbourne has scored a century. Tom Alsop is on 45, and Sussex have really cruised past the 168 they needed to score to avoid the follow-on. Earlier on today, Leicestershire posting 756 for 4 in their first innings. So as you can tell, it's been a batting paradise here at Hove, and I expect this game will finish in a draw probably in the next 20 minutes or so. Meanwhile, up at Scarborough, maybe not the case. Surrey, the leaders of the county championship, are 67 for 2 in their second innings, needing another 160 to win. And in the one-day international at Lords, England 235 for 7 against India in the 47th over.
Would you say Surrey have got time to
That's the big question, Danny. I mean, I think they'll be tempted to go for it. They're top of the championship. They may well feel having like they won't have a. I'll tell you what. Why don't you ask Ricky Clark? Ricky's the former Surrey player who's with us. He's on duty here today doing some commentary. Ricky, do you think Surrey will go for those runs?
I think if they've got time, I think they'll look to go towards getting a win. But at the same point, they're top of the table, and sometimes you take the points for the draw and move on to the next one.
There's a man who knows. Former Surrey, Warwickshire and England all-rounder Ricky Clark. Great to have him here on commentary this week.
Thanks, Adrian. Football commentary continues on the BBC Sport website and app.
I think they're moving on to Beyonce now.
You're following Beyonce?
I think they're going on to Beyonce now, and I heard they're going to play Beyonce. As in comes Ben Mike down the hill, round the wicket to Tom Alsop, who goes onto the back foot. Plays it back to Ben Mike. No run scored.
And he was on 95 now.
Yeah, the beautiful, just during that update, he had a beautiful pull shot that went between fine leg and deep backward square. And raced away to the boundary, moved him on to 94 and then a nice single for 95. He'll be looking to get to those 3 figures again. He deserves it, played beautifully well. As in comes Ben Mike again, down the hill to Alsop, a little bit of a cutter who tucks it onto the leg side, just square, trickles towards the umpire as Colin Ackerman trots round and picks it up, stops it with his foot. Obviously a little bit weary from his innings. Obviously earlier today when Leicestershire declared, Colin Ackerman finished on 277 not out, with his partner Vian Mulder 235 not out, in a wonderful partnership of 477.
Wow.
In comes Mike again round the wicket, full delivery, dug out by Alior this time. Like a one-day shot there as he dug that out down to third man, where Ed Barnes does the fielding. Alior trots through for an easy single, which takes him on to 96, I think it is.
Yeah, it is. I think Harry Swindles is sort of quite keen to have a bowl, but he's going to certainly be carrying on keeping. We get a bit of spin. We are going to get some spin.
It is going to be someone different.
It is going to be someone different.
It's going to be Lewis Hill, is it?
Yeah, no, I don't know much about Lewis Hill's bowling, but we are going to get some Lewis Hill. I'm sure Richard can fill us in here. But Alior is just 4 short of 100. It will be his second of the season, the 3rd first-class century of his career if he goes through to 3 figures. And he's batted really well. He's faced 113 balls so far. And Ricky was saying how impressed he's been with Alior. So let's see if he can get himself over the line. So the field is pretty widely flung, it has to be said. And Alior twiddles away. There he goes, more twiddles. Twiddle, twiddle, twiddle. There he goes. Adjusts his helmet. And he won't have faced Lewis Hill before, I'm pretty sure about that. In comes Hill, around the wicket, bowled, short and all, thrashes that one away through the offside. It just goes down to third man. That's just a single to Alior. He goes to 97, 193 for 1. I think his eyes might have lit up there, Alior.
Important for both batters here. Whenever you get someone come on who doesn't normally bowl, you think these be easy runs, and you end up just chipping it up. Or
yeah, won't want to get out, that's for sure.
Losing a bit of concentration. As Azad's starting to warm up now.
In comes Hill again, bowls. Alsop looks to cut that one away through the offside. The ball dribbles to backward point, fielded by Chris Wright. There is no run. Somebody you called up, was it Chris Wright? That's Louis Kimber, I'm sorry. You called up with Chris Wright this week as an old mate of yours from Warwickshire?
Yeah, last night we went for dinner.
Nice.
And
in comes Hill, bowls, and Alsop works that one down to third man. He's going to pick up boundaries, Tom Alsop, and that's going to be his half century. Nice way to bring up your half century as well from Tom Alsop, coming off 79 balls. A nice nice shot down to third man off of the bowling of Lewis Hill to add to the 150 he made in the first innings of 79 balls in 90 minutes with 6 fours. And Sussex go to 197 for 1. We'll just wait and see if Ali Orr goes through to his 100, and I'll hand over the reins to Richard as in comes Hill and bowls, and Allsop plays that one away into the offside, picks up a single. Allsop goes to 51, Sussex to 198 for 1. Sorry, I'd rather cut you off there, Ricky. You were talking about...
no, I was just going to let the viewers know that I bought Chris Wright dinner.
Did you?
Yet again. He obviously forgot his wallet, yet again.
In comes Hill bowls, and Orr was just feeling for that one, a little outside the off stump, taken by Swindles, and there is no run. That's just the point you were making. You won't want to get out here, Ali Orr. You know, first-class century is a first-class century. And they don't come around too often, although they have for this young man in the last week or so. In comes Hill, bowls, and that kept low again. Squirts out to backward point. There is no run. Fielded there by Kimber. End of the over, 198 for 1. I think that's 198. The sun's shining on the scoreboard. Ali Orr is on 97. Tom Allsop is on 51.
Yeah, you've always got to be careful when a part-time seamer or spinner comes on. And they've got to be careful now because Azad is coming to have a bowl.
He is.
Not leg spin.
Right.
So he has bowled before?
He has got first class wicket.
He's got first class wicket. Okay, so we're being harsh. Should we say part-time?
No, you will, but he's very, very...
Right.
So you're going to bowl some leg spin.
I bet Tom Allsop was saying Harry Swindle was saying, what does he bowl? We should go as a double act, Ricky.
It's always the way. But played in many a game when it sort of peters out towards draws like this, and the part-time bowlers come on and end up walking away with 2 or 3 wickets, and all those overs that the main bowlers are bowled of like, what's happened there? As in he comes in, he's gone off spin, I think that was. He mixes it up, it's down leg side, and it has trickled away down the hill, and it's big buys. Now Harry Swindles is looking to umpire Debenham and say, please give that 4, he got bat on it.
Yeah.
Don't want it to go against me, but it has. He tried to play a sweep, and it's just gone out the footholes, down the leg side. And he didn't look best pleased there, Swindles.
No, he didn't, did he?
As that is the 200 for Sussex, 202 for 1. As in comes Azad again, round the wicket to Allsop, off spin again. Nicely played onto the onside to Captain Callum Parkinson.
Oh, they're going to put a slip in.
They have put a slip in, so I can't see where he's seen it get purchased and turn and bounce, but in he comes round the wicket again, and where that fielder was has just been tucked into the onside to get Ali Orr back on strike, so that's very nice from Leicestershire there. Allowed Ali Orr to get back on strike to get his 100.
No, it was not. Do you think that's what he did it for?
I can't imagine they did, but it was very interesting. There's a few words there from Captain Parkinson and Ali Orr almost sort of patted Callum Parkinson on the back to say thank you. So it's all quite nice out there at the minute.
Well, I think Tom Allsop probably just came down and said to Ali Orr, make sure you get your 100, eh?
Yeah.
Don't throw this away. In comes Patel bowls, full toss, hammered away by Ali Orr. Is that going to go for a boundary? Yes, it does go for a boundary. Well batted Ali Orr. 4 runs through the covers. It's the 3rd first-class 100 of his career, the 2nd this season, following on from the 100 he made against Derbyshire in the win a couple of weeks ago. It's a super knock, including 18 fours and 1 6. It's come off 117 balls. Well batted Ali Orr, 101 not out.
That's a fine innings as well. Under pressure, let's remember. There was an instance with Sussex trailing by 168. It was good for him to get that. As in comes Azad again, full this time, outside off, and Ali Orr hits it into the ground, and it trickles out to deep cover for a single. Yeah, it was easy to lose your concentration. They've been in the field for 173 overs, I think they were, Sussex. So it's a fine knock. As in comes Azad again, short this time, cut by Tom Allsop, goes to backward point Ed Barnes, who rolls the ball back towards the stump. That's the end of the over.
Last knockings of the game. Let me hand the microphone to Richard. I'm sorry, I've been on for rather a long time.
I think we're almost done.
What's it, 6 minutes?
I think so,
it'll be 6 minutes.
We might get one more over each from these two. Lewis Hill doesn't have a first-class wicket to his name. Azad's came when he was brought on to sort of bowl a couple of overs to get the scoreboard moving for to give the opposition some runs, and his first ball spun about 3 feet back in and bowled him. In goes Lewis Hill and bowls on the back foot is Ali Orr, just playing it calmly out towards Vian Mulder, who is on the cover boundary and jogging 209 for 1.
I've had that a few times when there's a bit of declaration bowling.
Yeah. Hill is in, drops a little bit short, and on the back foot, Allsop steers it out. It's work for Mulder to do, which he probably won't appreciate too much. He's had a lot of work to do in the game. Runs away to his right, about 20 yards or so. Picks up on the backward point boundary, gets his throw away. 2 to Tom Allsop. He moves on to 54. Hill sort of bustles in and bowls from round the wicket, smacked back over his head for 4 by Allsop. I don't think he quite got all of that, but he got plenty of it, and Parkinson turns and calmly clambers over. He's not a big man, Callum Parkinson, and the advertising hoardings are quite high. He has to clamber over them, and then very nicely, very thoughtfully, he very carefully goes down on his knees on the covers, so he doesn't go on them in these spikes and put holes in them. But he's struggling a bit to get over that advertising hoarding. Ouch, he managed it in the end. You'd have stepped just over that, wouldn't you? And
Just a little step, that wasn't
it? He goes Hill and bowls outside off stump, Fuller this time, and reaching for it, Allsop steers it out to the extra cover boundary, and Mulder, who's probably not, as I say, enjoying this over as much as Hill might be, has to run another 20 yards to his left this time, and looks a little reproachfully at his captain and at Lewis Hill. Walks back to his fielding position in front of the scoreboard. Hill bowls onto the legs this time of Ali Orr, who turns it. He's not going to give it away, down towards wide long leg, and takes 1. Moves on to 104. 217 for 1. Hill is ready to go. He wants to make sure that Azad gets the final over, perhaps, of the match. He is in, bowls to Allsop, who leans forward, turns it back past the effervescent Hill, who's non-stop movement out there. He goes chasing after the ball, and then he takes his cap from umpire Pratt, and he's going to strap on some pads now. So it looks as though Hassan Azad, who bowled an entire over of off spin there, perhaps that's what he's decided his strength is. I'm certain the only over that I have seen him bowl in his career previously, when he took that 1 for 15, I think it was, in it, was a leg spin. But anyway, he's going to bowl off spin now with a short leg, it would appear. A brave man is Lewis Hill.
No, he's keeping.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Swindles. So Swindles might be getting a bowl.
So they've raced around just to try and get.
It is. Swindles is going to have a bowl.
It needs to be a 2-minute over, otherwise I'd imagine they shake hands. I can't imagine they'd just keep going. So Swindles can have a bowl for an over, but he's going to have a bowl now. So he is going to have a bowl. Azad had his 1 over, and Swindles will come on for this last over of the match.
I think he's been told that we've only got time for 1 more.
Got time for 1 more. And it will be Harry Swindles.
I've never seen him bowl, and I'm pretty sure he's never bowled in first-class cricket.
He's got Lewis Hill keeping wicket. Be bowling to Ali Orr. That's in he comes, round the wicket. Spinner. Down the leg side, tucked to deep backward square for Ali Orr. And everyone's just going through the motions a little bit now as we get near to the end of this game.
That's his first ball in first-class cricket.
Can he get a wicket? is what he'll be looking for as in he goes. Played forward by Tom Alsop, who basically says, I want my red ink and I'm not going to give you your first wicket in first class cricket. As in comes Swindles again. Played forward again. Tom Alsop pushes it a couple of feet in front of him, tries to grab it for keeper Lewis Hill. As in comes Harry Swindles again, round the wicket, a little stutter, bowls a full toss, and it's just eased into the offside, trickles to the deep man, Rishi Patel, for another single. 2 balls left of this match. Sussex 219 for 1. And captain Callum Parkinson just puts himself into slip for these last 2 deliveries. As in comes Swindles, gives it a little bit of flight. Full toss driven back to him from Alior, who's been very impressive this match. 70 in the first innings, currently 105 not out now. Just has 1 ball to deal with, and he tucks it onto the leg side out to Ben Mike at deep mid wicket. They trot a single and the batters take off their gloves and helmets. The ball comes in and that should be handshakes. Callum Parkinson's waving at someone, and he's put the thumb up to say, are you happy? And everyone is, and handshakes all round for the Sussex batters with the Leicestershire players. It's been a fantastic game, dominated by bat. I thoroughly enjoyed my time, so thank you Adrian and Richard for having me, and it will be a draw.
Oh, it's been our pleasure. Added a huge amount to the commentary. Genuine expertise and insight can be rare amongst us. So it's been really good to have you, and I'll look out for you. Hopefully, one day at Grace Road behind the mic, but you never quite know. It's a game we're not going to forget quickly, I don't think, because of the nature of it. There'll be a lot of comment on it, I would say, and a lot of it obviously will be about the pitch, but it was still decent quality first class cricket, and Ackerman and Mulder are both international cricketers, and we should say that, and they both played very correctly and very well today, and it'll be interesting to see whether that is sort of forgotten in what will be a bit of a furore about the pitch, perhaps, but well played both sides. I mean, I think they gave a lot of entertainment over the 4 days, one way or another.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you look at Sussex, they've got 588 on the board. Obviously, 756 for Leicestershire, and then topped off with another 200 for 1 there with Sussex. So lots of runs scored, but I think you have to give credit to the batters. They applied themselves well. It could have been easy to give it away sometimes when you have a flat pitch like that, but everyone's worked hard, worked well in conditions that have been hot and difficult, but both sides will look at it as a well fought draw, and there'll be some milestones in there that people will be happy with. I think Alior can look at his game and be very, very pleased, and Ackerman and Mulder with their partnership of 477, which is fantastic. You don't often see that, even on the flattest of pitches. You don't often see that. I think Richard alluded to 1 wicket in 24 hours we had, I think.
Yeah, it was. No, it was. Ricky, it just remains for me to say thank you. It's been great to have your company. I fully endorse Richard's comments. To have someone who's played the game at the highest level to sit with us and talk through what's going on in the game. It just brings a huge amount to our commentary. We've had a number of emails and tweets thanking you. So brilliant. And I thought as a broadcasting debut, you were top notch. So fantastic to have you here. And big thank you to Richard as well. It's always a pleasure to be with Richard. Always very fair in his assessment of the game. So it's been a lot of fun this week, despite the fact the game wasn't the most exciting. I hope that we made it an interesting listen anyway. Ricky is next on duty at the Oval on Tuesday, Ricky?
Yes,
Tuesday.
I had to think what day we
When
were on then.
Surrey play Essex. I'll be just across the River Thames at Lords because that's where Sussex go next on Tuesday, and Richard at home against Glamorgan. Don't forget every ball of every game, of every county, of every competition.